Hello, everybody, and welcome into my latest live broadcast. Today is the 22nd of February, 2021, and from time to time here on the channel, as part of a public service, I like to expose the way scammers work. Typically, you're going to get a phone call from a number that you don't recognize. On the other end of the phone will be a heavily accented foreign accent. Typically India-based in most cases, despite what other people on the internet say. Pretty much India is the hub to the vast majority of these scam artists that are calling people randomly. I've had some complaints of the Indian flag being on the logo, but you know, it's not to speak of all Indian people, but India stands out as the sole country in the entire world that harbors and seems to protect or do little about these scammers, more so than any other country on the planet. And therefore, I will leave the flag up as a demonstration of a part of what that country represents. It's not all. Obviously, there's very kind people in India, and that they don't, the scammers do not make up the majority of people in India or the majority of the attitude of the people in India. And of course, India has a north and a south, and sometimes they don't even like each other. So regardless of that, the flag remains as a representation of the only country in the world that harbors scammers at the level that they do, and therefore there's not a coincidence on why the vast majority of these scam calls come from India. Now, there's a number of reasons for this, and I have an article to that in the previous video that I will add. A recent New York Times article explains who these scammers are, where they're located, and why they do what they do. I'm not here to do that today. Today I'm going to expose a scammer. I never provoke scammers. They start it. I'm minding my own business. I have an unlisted phone number. They just dial numbers. They have a machine that basically just dials, you know, 555-0000, 555-0001, 555-0002, 555-0003, and it works its way through every possible number. They don't know who they're calling. They could be calling the President of the United States personal cellular phone. They could be calling the Department of Agriculture. They could be calling a local police station. They could be calling a law enforcement or government official's personal cellular number. We all get these calls because eventually they're going to hit your number. And they are very non-specific when they speak. They do not know your name. They do not know what kind of computer that you have. They're playing statistical odds. They won't even tell you the name of the company they work for, instead telling you the department that they work for. I want you to pay attention to these little details because legitimate corporations do not behave in this way. Furthermore, they will often get nasty with you if you display any sort of, if you troll them, if you get them upset, their true colors will come out, which no professional organization would keep an employee on board that would cuss and swear at you the way that these Indian scammers will when you upset them. Now remember, they're the ones initiating the call. I didn't call them to upset them. They provoked me. Now I am responding to that unsolicited and unwarranted provocation by provoking back. The goal here is to discourage them from this job. If enough people like you guys watching want to flood their phone number and just play with them all day, what's great is it changes their psychology. Just as a scammer can affect the psychology of the people they take advantage of who have a good heart. The people they take advantage of are people who have a good heart, and they assume that the person on the other end of the phone is genuine. And after they get burned, the person's psychology changes, typically forever, where they just don't trust anybody anymore. By the same token, if you constantly troll these scammers, they stop being able to tell the difference between an actual, sincere, genuine consumer who may naively give them their money, because what we're going to try and do is emulate that and then put a twist on it. So now they can't tell who's genuine from who's not genuine. And then what ends up happening over time is the second the scammer gets a hint that they're being trolled, they'll hang up on the person. Now this may inadvertently cause them to hang up on targets that would have handed over their money, but they were genuinely asking a sincere question. But we're going to ask those questions in a troll-like mode, and you're going to watch how upset they get. And I'm going to encourage you to play along by flooding their phone line, so they have to change their number. If they change their number, then the people can't call them back to be victims. When I say call them back, on my phone right here, I've got a voicemail message. Many of you probably have heard this before. This one came in today, so it's fresh. This is a fresh scam market. Welcome to the open air scam market. We've got some fresh scam here today. Do you like your scam canned? I'm going to bring up my RoboKiller application. And in the RoboKiller app, not RoboForm, RoboKiller, this shows how many calls it's analyzed, how many calls have been blocked in the past 90 days, and it helps block these calls from ever coming through to tempt me to answer them. But what it also does is it can record a message from them, and I want to play this message back.
This call is in regards for the auto debit charges for renewal of your computer services. As you are a registered customer, you will be charged $399 from your respective account. If you wish to cancel the payment, call us back at 415-869-8372. I repeat, 415-869-8372. Thank you.
Okay, so that's an active number, and that's the number they called from. Quite often, scammers will use a phone number on the caller ID that's not a legitimate number. Now, if we call that number right now, hopefully it'll go through if you guys haven't already beat me to it and flooded the line. 8372. I want you to listen to how I toy with them. Use this for your own ideas.
You are connected to the cancellation department of firewall security. How can I help you?
Yeah, I got a message on my phone about something. I guess it needs some sort of renewal. Talk slow.
Okay, so that was the notification call, sir, to remind you that the computer which you are using, that computer in those security services got expired, and those securities are running in an auto-renewal mode. So once it will be renewed automatically, it's going to cost you $399 for that. So are you aware of that? Are you renewing it?
Am I what? Ask them to repeat themselves.
Are you renewing it, sir?
Yeah, I mean, is that a discount? Because I think I paid like $4.99 last year. This is great. Go the opposite way.
$4.99, like for that is 2 years plan, sir, and $3.99 that is for 1 year subscription.
Oh, so then didn't I get a? I thought I got the 2-year plan last year. Do you know?
Like, do you exactly remember the amount? How much you have paid? Because in our database it's showing that it's already expired in your computer just because of that you received a call.
I can look through some record. I mean, if it was 2 years or a year ago, I mean, I bought a lot of things since then. You want to hold while I look for it?
Okay, I'm holding the line for you. You just check.
Okay, give me just a minute here. I'm usually pretty good at organizing this stuff, so it should just take a minute.
All right.
Okay. He's never said my name. He never identified where specifically he's calling from. Just firewall department, security department, no actual company name. He's never called me by my name, first or last, or implied it in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, if you've got my number legitimately, you know who you're calling, right? You would know the person's name. Do you call anybody you don't know the person's name? Or you would, unless you're calling a company, right? So, so what I'm trying to do is waste as much of this guy's time as possible. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to imply, first of all, the price is a bargain. Second of all, I'm going to ask him constantly, what? Can you say that again? And I want to consume his time so he can't be on the phone actually potentially harming an innocent victim. You know what? I'm kind of embarrassed here. I don't see anything. Is this? I've got one here from Symantec. Are you from Symantec? Is that the name of the company?
Sorry, come again.
I've got one here from, are you the Semantic folks?
We are for the firewall security, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, what's the name of the company? I'm looking for the receipt, and I don't know what it's Geek Squad?
Geek Squad. Yes, sir.
Well, I don't recall doing anything with Geek Squad. Hold on again. Let me just Geek. You sure it's Geek? It's Geek Squad.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on.
We are talking about the inbuilt security. That's name is firewall.
You said it. You're talking about the inbound security firewall.
Inbuilt security. That is the firewall.
In both security and firewall.
Inbuilt.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay.
Like the inside security of your computer.
The inside security. Okay, all right, just, So Geek Squad, let me look, give me just a second, because I see something here from Semantic, but I don't recall ever doing anything with Geek Squad, but maybe I did.
You just type firewall on your search panel, you will get to know the securities are present in your computer, sir.
How do I find that?
On the search panel on the very bottom left corner of your computer screen, if you see anything says type here to search or any magnifying glass, just give a click on that.
Okay.
And type over there firewall.
Just type.
F-I-R-E.
Firewall. Okay.
And you will see a list coming up with the services which says firewall security, firewall, and the network security, firewall security settings.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
That is the inbuilt security of your computer. That is the main security of your computer which got expired, and those securities are running in an auto renewal mode. So once it will renewed, automatically it's going to cost you $399 for a 1-year subscription.
Oh, so it renews automatically. Okay, well that's great. I'm okay with that.
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Bye-bye. Have a lovely day.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye. See, he didn't know where to go with that. If he says it's going to renew automatically, I told him to go ahead and renew it automatically then. He never once mentioned my name, and I think he just didn't want to work that hard to try to convince me. So I was obviously trying to make it sound like, you know, this is the second time they said they're from Geek Squad, by the way, which I find personally hilarious. That's a new one. Typically, the folks in India are not that well educated with regards to the culture of the United States. However, they're obviously getting information from somebody that you know, knows that Geek Squad is a popular consumer service, but these phone calls aren't going to fly for large corporations in places where Geek Squad does not exist. And so again, they're just calling random phone numbers. So if you want to play with them, the number on the screen, it's a USA number based, I think, in San Francisco. That's not where they are, but that's where the number is from. And it even comes up with a person's name, which I found quite interesting. Now, that being said, we can talk about the legalities of these phone calls and whatnot, but the issue is that there would be, it wouldn't make any sense for a scammer to be able to steal millions of dollars and have no legal repercussions, but that you're afraid making a phone call is going to get you in trouble. In both cases, there could be some legality issues, but the United States government is profoundly incompetent. I mean, if they decide they're going to get you, whether or not you've done anything wrong, you're going down. That's how incompetent they are. They're just powerful and incompetent. And like anything else, where you got a group of people all working, the United States government, in my opinion, has too many cooks in the kitchen, and it makes it very difficult to get anything done because everything needs committees and approvals and signatures, and then there's going to be debates, and just nothing gets done. And as a result, these scammers will have scammed and moved on to the next scam. Well, the government responds, you know, half a year or a year after the fact in an attempt. The government's too slow and inept to handle scams like this. But you and I can work to assist the government by discouraging the scammers, by flooding their phone lines. Whenever they have a working number, we can essentially shut that number down so that if innocent victims attempt to call it, they'll likely get a busy signal. And when the people paying the scam artists realize that the people they're paying are just wasting their time all day getting nothing but being flooded with scam calls, they will shut the number down in effect to make their workers more efficient. However, all those voicemails that left that number won't work. So if somebody doesn't check their voicemail till after they've had to shut this number down, we just saved an innocent victim. We'll never know the number of people we save, but we can know the number of scammers that we're trolling and upsetting. And the idea is to discourage them to continue this line of work by wasting as much of their day as possible on things that will not net them a revenue. They won't be able to profit, or will limit their ability to profit. Even if you so much as take a scammer's time for 10 minutes, that's 10 minutes less that scammer had to scam somebody else. And if a lot of us do it together, it doesn't take long for the scammers to just be dealing with nothing but trolls, which is exactly what they deserve. Don't feel sorry for them. They're subhuman lowlifes, and they don't deserve any consideration because they're the ones who instigate it. If you punch somebody, you should expect to get punched back. If you're minding your own business, you're not hurting anybody, you shouldn't expect to get punched. So I'm minding my own business, and a scammer is attempting to steal my wallet or my identity. And as such, I have the right to defend myself, and further, to discourage that behavior from ever occurring again. As I mentioned, with regards to legalities, there is no police that is going to waste their time over a claim coming from a scammer that you harass them. It'd sort of be like a drug dealer calling the police that somebody stole their cocaine and they want to file a criminal report. The scammers cannot file a criminal report without exposing who they are. So if you were to do illegal things on the phone, like make bomb threats or any sort of thing that is illegal, there's no enforcement of that action because it would require the scammer to expose who they are and therefore uncover the entire operation. So you basically have carte blanche to do whatever you want, just like they have carte blanche to do whatever they want. You'll see as much enforcement from your action as they will see from theirs. Now, I'm not a lawyer, and I cannot guarantee that this is exactly the way it's going to play out. But to this day, there has been no precedent set ever in the history of time where somebody was retaliating against a scammer and in another country, and that local police somehow got involved. It's just never happened. Generally, the police are called, or the FBI is investigating when somebody has something stolen from them, but they're not the ones doing the stealing. Now, of course, if you're not comfortable trolling with the scammer, then don't do it. I'm not telling you you have to. I'm saying it is a civil public service to your fellow community who are targets of these India-based scammers to do what you can to shut the scammers down, because educating the community is very difficult because they're not tuned into the areas where we speak. They're not watching these videos, or any videos for that matter. And because of that, the way that we can best protect them from this threat is to discourage the threat. That's my philosophy. Now, there's a lot of other folks that do this to a greater depth than I do, guys like Kit Boga and others that are real popular on YouTube and can reverse the scam and basically monitor the scammers in every phone call they make. And as I mentioned, there's a great New York Times article on it. Now, here's the other thing you need to know. Like many call centers, if you call the number back, you will likely not talk to the same person. So you can keep calling back over and over and over again and just start again and just have fun with it. And at the same time, try to make a game out of it to see who can keep the scammer on the phone the longest, right? If you give it up real quick, sure, it might feel good to put them in their place, but the phone call is going to end soon. And that's not really helpful to anybody but you. It's kind of a selfish thing to do. The scammer's not going to go, oh, I guess you're right, and I'll quit. You know, it's not going to happen. But what you have to do is you have to slowly erode their confidence and that they think they're going to make money doing what they're doing. And if all they're doing is fielding mostly trolling phone calls, they'll get discouraged and their confidence will be shattered, and they won't even be certain anymore when somebody sincerely is trying to, give them money, that they think they're being played and hang up on the person that was going to be a victim, but their own paranoia got the best of them. And that's what we achieved through these practices. And I would invite anybody to pursue legal action against me or the scammer in this regard, because getting any sort of response from any law enforcement agency, federal or state, is going to be next to nothing, because they have murders to solve and money laundering to solve, and this is nothing to them. This is an individual personal crime. When it gets to be like a business email compromise, or if they're taking down a municipality or a hospital with ransomware, that's where they're going to focus their time and attention, not to the fact you lost $300 or $400. They don't. It's just a petty crime. They really can't be bothered. And, well, you called somebody and you said some things that you weren't supposed to say, but nobody's got a record of it. So there's really no way for anybody to prove that unless there's a witness. And I don't think the scammers are going to step forward anytime soon, because they're all spineless cowards who don't even know how to make a decent living. So basically, statistically speaking, there's no repercussions. Now, if you expose your phone number, I guess they could keep calling you, but you could also keep calling them. Put their number on auto dial and just call them over and over and over. Just don't stop calling until they stop picking up the phone. If we all do that, then of course they will shut that number down. Also, you'll be engaging that line so that other innocent victims responding to the voicemail thinking, oh my gosh, I better call back, won't be able to get through thanks to your actions. So that's my philosophy on it. This is why I do what I do. And I'm sure if I call them back again, we can repeat the whole thing as though I've never called before. Until I call back and I'm a pain in the rear end, will they go through the effort of blocking my phone number? I'm not even blocking my number. They can see where I'm calling from. I want them to have my number. Please, I want them to call me. This is free content. And the beauty of it is I monetize this content. So they're trying to gain money illegally, and all I'm doing is exposing what they're doing and making money from that legally. You gotta love the karma of this, right? I can make a video where they're the star and they don't get paid. I get paid. And I'm doing it all 100% legally. In Arizona, you can record a phone conversation as long as one of the two parties in the phone call knows it's being recorded. Both parties don't have to know. So because I know it's being recorded, this is 100% legal in the state of Arizona. Now, once again, there would be no way to enforce that. If this was illegal in my state, you as a witness, there's nothing you can do about it because you're not a victim. So while you can call law enforcement and say, hey, this guy's recording private phone calls, the police are going to be like, okay, where do you live? When they find out you're out of jurisdiction, they'll tell you to call your police department, don't call them. The victim is the one that has to make the complaint in order for law enforcement to take action and like privacy concerns like this. And if you're not the victim, then obviously it's none of your business. It doesn't affect you. And law enforcement is basically going to say that, probably not as bluntly, but the victims, which would be the scammers, would never, ever expose who they are, and therefore will never complain. So that's why I say legally, certainly calling them back and playing with them, there's nothing wrong. You know, telling them you've placed a bomb in the building is an illegal thing to say over the phone. Nobody's really going to do anything about that. I mean, it's not like anybody's listening to your phone calls anyway. So, and I'm not recommending that you do that because they're not going to believe you anyway. They're just like, yeah, sure there is, you know. But, you know, if you threaten them or in any way make threats over the phone, that is illegal. But again, they often will do that right to people, and it's really nothing law enforcement can do because they're in another country. They don't expose who they are, and United States laws often don't apply to other countries that are not the United States. They have their own laws, and their laws don't apply to us. You get it? So it's a pretty complicated thing that involves Interpol or police agencies working together across countries to establish some cooperation to find the bad guys. And you making phone calls doesn't make you a bad guy, because you're not stealing anything from them. You're just giving them back a taste of their own medicine. Now, again, I'm not a lawyer and I don't work in law enforcement, but I wouldn't concern myself with it. If you are concerned about that, then don't engage in it. Okay? But if you want to have some fun and you want to have a little social justice, this is a fun way to spend your time, knowing that you're helping an unknown community in your country, whether you're in Britain, America, Canada. These scams are rampant throughout the world. They will obviously change. I don't think they'd say they're with Geek Squad if it was based in the UK. They know where they're calling, right? They know they're calling a USA number. They know if they're calling the Great Britain, United States, wherever. They know the country codes that the computer is dialing for them. So that phone number on the screen is the number that claims to have, I have to renew my security, my firewall. So let's try again and let's see what we can do. Because we can have some fun with this and be creative. Let's see. Somewhere in here I have, yeah. So once again, this is the message.
This call is in regards for the auto debit charges for renewal of your computer services. As you are a registered customer, you will be charged $399 from your respective account. If you wish to cancel the payment, call us back at 415-869-8372. I repeat, 415-869-8372. Thank you.
So another giveaway is the robotic voice. Generally speaking, anything that's a serious nature like that will be a human being calling you. And the human being isn't going to say, hello, we are calling with regards to renewal of your survival software. That's just not the way it works. Furthermore, anytime that you get an email or a phone call that you've purchased something you didn't purchase and you have to do this to cancel it, when do you ever see that message when you actually purchase anything in your life? Like if I buy something from Amazon, Amazon doesn't send me an email that says, hey, you just bought this, click here to cancel it. That's not what Amazon does. They send you a confirmation of the receipt. If you want to cancel it, you got to go log into your account, look at your purchase history, and find the button to cancel it, which is what you should be doing anyway. If it's something you didn't order and they claim it's been charged to you, charged where? Instead of going through the links in the email, look to see if money was deducted from whatever account they claimed that you paid from. They probably can't specify it because they're hoping you're not thinking clearly and they're going to take advantage of you. So just a little critical thinking, just look at it. If I actually made a purchase from Amazon, I could log into Amazon just the same way I always do, not by clicking on any links in any emails. Look at my purchase history and see if that purchase is in there. Now, if it is in there, that's a different story, but it's not going to be. All right, and if it ever is, you would obviously and immediately change your password for Amazon and whatever it was charged to, whatever account it was charged to, you need to contact that bank, let them know you've been a victim of fraud so that they can shut that card down and issue you a new account number, which is a little inconvenient. You'll be without a card for a few days. It only takes a few days. And you can put a stop to that immediately before it gets worse. You should also do a thorough scan of your computer for any viruses or malware or spyware that may be monitoring everything you type on your keyboard. You can download Malwarebytes for free and do a free scan. You can download the MCSoft emergency kit for free and do a scan. Some people have had problems removing the MCSoft emergency kit. There's an uninstall tool. It's basically a service that's running in the background. It's not like a messy program that's difficult to uninstall. It's just that there's a service that's running. And if the service is running, you can't remove it because you can't change a tire on a car that's in motion. So that doesn't mean it's a bad product. If you have problems removing the MCSoft emergency kit, you just download the little MCSoft emergency kit removal tool, And you know what? I'll put links to everything so you don't have to search for it. You know, God forbid you had to type in MCSoft removal tool. I know that's a lot of work, so I'll just provide the link for you. Let me just spoon feed you, because I know reaching over and grabbing that spoonful of food is too hard to sustain for yourself. Now look, I just want to make sure we're clear, because I've had people mishear me, or they're not paying attention to the links they click on in their search, and they end up getting something entirely different and then blaming me for it. So I will provide the links for you, okay? But in the meantime, they're free scans of your computer that cost you nothing, and they're good at what they do, and they're not meant to be an antivirus replacement, but they're a good second opinion, and they're completely free and safe. There's a lot of people that have infections on their computer and they don't even know it. And you know why they don't know it? Because a lot of people think that a virus is something that causes their computer to crash or not function properly. That's not true at all. A good virus is one that just hides in the background and watches you silently and reports everything you type and everything you do back to the server that is controlled by the hackers. Hackers, you know, there's a word that's changed over time. Hackers used to be good guys. Hackers were exploratory and experimental geeks looking to see the limits of technology. The media and the culture has adopted this word, and they have changed its meaning to be of a bad origin. Well, it doesn't have a bad origin. Unfortunately, now it does. So when I use the word hackers, I use it differently today than when I used it 25 years ago, 20 years ago. Hacker was you'd gladly say, proudly say, I'm a hacker, because you were a good guy if you were a hacker. You were somebody who liked to test the limits of technology and to use it in a way that no one's ever thought to use it before to see if it would work. Just curious, and you're like a digital explorer. That's what a hacker was. Somehow with the media and the culture, a hacker is now basically a thief. And so now we've had to designate the word hacker in how we mean it. So you may hear the term white hat hacker, which is a good hacker, or a black hat hacker, which is sort of the nasty kind. In my day, a hacker was a good guy and a cracker was a bad guy. And then prior to that, a cracker was something else. You know, growing up in Michigan, I might have heard it a few times. But it's just interesting to me how the same word means different things. You know, when I was growing up, we'd say, cool, that's cool. And then it became hot. Oh, that's hot. And if somebody was mean, they were cold. Oh, that's cold, right? These are expressions my father's generation didn't use. But you would be told to chill out, you know, to relax. And now, when something is hot, they say it's fire. Ooh, that's fire. And if something is really, really good, they'll say, ooh, that's cold. The word has changed entirely. You know, Boston, they'd say, you know, that's wicked sick. It's sick? Well, that meant that was good. Even I didn't get that when it was my generation using these words. I was like, well, sick? Sick is good? Sick is it's wicked sick. So anyway, and such as, I guess what I'm getting at is hacker isn't the only word that's changed over time and how people use it. What's the one I heard the other day? Thirsty, meaning desperate. To describe somebody who's desperate. Ooh, look at how hard she's trying. She's thirsty. I kind of get that one. It kind of makes sense, but it still mostly maintains the original meaning of the word. Anyway, I don't know. You think we can get through again? I can keep trying, unless you guys are tying up the line, which I'm okay with now since I got the first call out of the way. Sooner or later, they'll catch on, but the longer it takes them, the more we occupy their time, the less money they're making them. Wow, guess you guys aren't calling.
Thank you for calling. How may I help you?
Hi, yeah, I got a message on my phone. about...
We are not able to take your call right now.
Well, that was interesting. I'm talking really, really slow to try and extend.
How may I help you?
Hi, yeah, I'm calling about a voicemail message that I have. Are you there?
Yes, I'm listening. Tell me.
Yeah.
What was that message?
Yeah, I got a message.
Hold on.
Yeah. Hello? Hello? Hello?
We are not able to take your call right now.
They're catching on. Just keep calling back.
How may I help you?
Yeah, I'm calling about the renewal on my firewall.
We are not able to take your call right now.
That sounds like a professional, real company, doesn't it?
Hello?
Yeah, hey, I'm calling about why you guys keep hanging up on me.
Sorry?
You keep hanging up on me.
Saying, sir.
I'm just trying to, figure out this renewal on the firewall, and every time I try and talk to you,
We are not able to take your call right.
They hate it when you talk on top of them. One of the funnest things you can do, and especially if you can pull it off, is talk at the same time they talk. But don't do it like you're doing it on purpose. Say, hello, are you there? And they're like, yeah. Say, oh yeah, okay, I'm calling for blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as they start talking, go, hello, are you there? Right on top of them. And then they'll stop and they'll start again. And they go, oh, I'm sorry. You say that right on top of them talking again. Okay, you go first. And then they start talking, okay, I'm going to be quiet so you can go first. Are you still there? And then they'll start talking, you go, oh, listen, I can barely hear you. Are you there? That will drive them crazy. Because the Indian culture likes to maintain a virtual form of conversational control by talking on top of the other person. This is a common trait throughout their culture. So if you don't allow them to speak, you stay quiet until they start to speak, then you speak on top of them so they cannot get a word in edgewise, it will drive people of Indian culture absolutely bonkers. Try it if you don't believe me. Now, I'm not saying this exists amongst everybody in Indian culture or that it does not exist outside of Indian culture, but it is a particular phenomenon I have noticed within the Indian culture that is basically their Achilles heel. I'm not even sure they're aware they're doing it. So it drives them absolutely mad because everything they know how to do in scamming is completely disarmed by not allowing them to speak. And if you do it in a way that seems innocent, they'll tolerate it until they can't stand it anymore. And that is the best thing ever. But it sounds easier to do than it is. But I'll just keep calling them back. They will eventually block my number. But as long as they haven't blocked it, fair game.
How may I help you?
Yeah, can I speak to a supervisor?
Sorry?
Can I speak to a supervisor?
For what reason you want to talk?
I've got a message about a virus or something, and people keep hanging up on me when hello, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have a computer, sir?
Yes.
And
Yeah, I mean,
what
I've got.
was
That's
the
why
last
I'm.
time
That's
you
why
used
I'm
the
calling because
computer?
they're telling me I have a.
We are not able to take
You
your
see,
call right now.
just talking on top of him once was so upsetting that he slammed the phone or he hung the phone up. That is typical India-based culture behavior. Now you can call it racist, I don't care. Deny that they do that. Prove me wrong. I'm not altering reality. I'm simply observing the behavior that is exhibited uniquely in a disproportionate amount of people of a certain culture. Whether that's a stereotype or it's racist, I don't care, because it doesn't change the fact that it is repeatable. You can experiment for yourself. It is scientifically repeatable throughout the vast majority of people that engage in the scams. They will get clearly upset by it to a level at which other scammers from other cultures do not typically react in that way. And I think it's important to know this rather than to say, well, you know, all people are the same. All people are not the same. Our cultures vary and our value systems vary. And if we can expose the value systems of other cultures that do not align with our own, I do not believe that makes us racist. I think that makes us observant and aware. And if we can utilize that as a weakness to our advantage, I don't believe that's racism. I believe that is simply acknowledging the reality and taking every advantage that benefits you at their expense, because that's effectively what they're doing to you. It's more fair to say they are racist because they're trying to scam Americans or the Brits. They're not trying to scam other Indians in most cases, and I'm not saying that they don't. However, from their perspective, Americans and the Brits and Europeans in general are rich. Whether you are or you're not, they don't care. As far as they're concerned, no matter what, you have a better life and more money than they do. That sounds like they're pretty racist to me. Would you not agree? And if you want to fight fire with fire, then I would fight racism with racism. If that's what you want to give, then that's what you should get. And that doesn't mean that me as a person see everybody, you know, with putting everybody in boxes and labels. But when someone is clearly a scammer, they don't deserve, in my opinion, any benefit of doubt. And I will always think the most negative stereotype of a scammer. And if this scammer comes from a particular part of the world known for scamming, places like Ghana, places like India, where there is a disproportionate number of scammers compared to other countries, then I'm going to make you aware of that in order to help you to protect yourself from what is potentially a scam phone call. So these scammers are always getting creative with their lies, and I can't cover every possible imaginary scenario that they call you about. They might say they're the IRS, or they might say you have a warrant out for your arrest. They might say they're the police and they're coming to arrest you. They might say that they're Amazon and you have to renew your Prime services. They might say that they're your telephone carrier or your internet service provider. They might say that they're a child of yours in a car accident needing money to get a cab back home because the car is being towed. There's no limit to what these scam artists won't do. They'll go so far as to go on to Craigslist and look for people who have lost pets and then call you or email you. Most of the time they email with Craigslist, and they'll say, I have your dog or your cat, and if you give me $100, I'll bring him to you or whatever. And of course you give them the money and they don't do anything. They just take the money. So there are people, when they're in need and they're desperate and they post a message on Facebook that says, please help me find my cat. Say, hey, I got your cat. Is there a reward? And that's how the scam starts. So somebody's already down in the dumps. They're probably emotional and not thinking clearly. And they're, yeah, I'll give you $100 for my cat. Here's the $100. And then you never hear from the person ever again. This is also popular in scams of used cars, where somebody will claim they have a car for sale, but for some reason or another, you know, they're going to have a friend take care of it. They're not dealing with it personally, and you're going to buy it online and not see it. You're going to get scammed every single time. Now they're even doing it with homes, where they're getting lock boxes, and they're showing homes when they're not real estate agents, and then they're collecting the first month's rent and security deposit, and people are moving in. And then another family goes to move in, and they're like, what are you doing here? They're like, well, we just rented this house. No, we just rented this house. So then the police get called and they find out both people rented the house from the same scammer. and that neither of those people have any right to be in that house. So that is another trend scammers use. So what you have to be aware of is to be skeptical anytime you're going to make a purchase from an unknown party. And when it comes to cars or houses or other big purchases, I would not be looking on Craigslist. If you are going to look on Craigslist, then you need to know how to verify the seller is authentic before moving forward with the purchase. If you're going to buy anything online, you need to see it. If you're going to buy a Tesla for $30,000 from another state, get on a plane and fly out there and plan on driving the car back. But at the same time, if the car doesn't exist, or you don't like the car, it does exist, but it's nowhere like what it was pictured, fly back home. Whatever that plane ticket cost is a fraction of the thousands of dollars you were just about to spend. So again, the scammers' imagination will never stop, but what we can do is we can discourage them. And by trolling them, it certainly make sure that they don't have a good day. And if we continue to do that, like with this number that's on the screen, if we call them over and over and over, they will have no choice but to shut that number down, because innocent victims will not be able to get through to it because we have flooded it. So I think it's important that even after today or next week or next month and March of 2021 or even January of 2022, that we go back and we check these numbers to see if they've reactivated them. So just call it from time to time. It's a great public service, and it's kind of a fun way to whittle away some time and know that you're not physically hurting anybody, but you are preventing somebody from being seriously financially injured through the actions of these subhuman monsters whose parents failed majorly in upbringing these children. And as a result, we have a bunch of children that are now adult age with no conscience because their parents failed miserably in how to raise them. Because we have no rules on how to raise a child, there's no book on how to do it. Some parents do a better job than other parents. I personally would love to start seeing parents held accountable for the actions of their adult children. But that's obviously more of a political discussion. The bottom line is things are the way they are. And we have a very limited way to retaliate. And right now, this is a free, simple way to retaliate that is essentially harmless and that discourages their behavior. And I fully encourage people to become active in pwning these hackers in any way, shape, or form. And you don't necessarily have to watch other people do it. You can do it yourself. If you block your number, chances are their phone system will automatically suspect you, right? Because you blocked your number. But there are services online you can use, like Google Phone and whatnot, to hide your number or change your number, just like they often use. Those same services are available to you and I. Free websites will say, what number do you want to call? What number do you want your caller ID to display? And what number do we call to connect you? And the website will call your phone, call the party you want to call, displaying the number you want to display on their phone, and then connect you two together as though you just made the call directly and were able to alter your caller ID. I also think there are apps you can download. I'm not certain, but there's probably apps you can download to change your caller ID. Until the phone system does something about this, fight fire with fire is all I'm saying. Force these telephone companies to start having authentication systems to prevent or to discourage these scam calls from occurring, because until they do, it's basically the Wild West free-for-all. There's a lawless nature about it that mostly goes without justice. Even sometimes when these scammers are caught, they're set free because there's no witnesses to charge against them. So it is a big mess. Likewise, the same holds true for you if you're worried. The likelihood of you getting into any trouble would require witnesses. Now, I've got a YouTube channel, and in theory, I've got thousands of witnesses watching me do this. However, for all you know, this is all a stage play, and everybody is an actor. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But the scammers are real, and people are being robbed each and every minute of every day in every developed nation. by scammers. And the scammers are not just in India, but India has a culture of scamming larger than most other countries. I think the second most would be somewhere like Ghana, or there's a couple other African states that are particularly nasty. And of course, sometimes you get countries like the Philippines and Pakistan and stuff like that involved in the scams on a mass scale, but nothing compares to the scamming operations that are exclusive to India. India can hold their head up proudly. India can wave their flag with pride to know that they have an outstanding percentage of scam artists among them compared to other countries per capita. It is something they are known for, whether they like it or not. Americans are known for being fat, stupid, and rich, among other things, if we're just focusing on the negative. And just as other countries will point out the negativity of some other country, I'm doing no different than they do. So if they don't like it, they can stop, or their government can put efforts in to put a stop to it. So long as the government doesn't take this with any sincerity, the scamming continues with no real concern of recourse of going to jail or being caught. So I share that same attitude. I have no concern of going to jail or quote unquote getting caught, because number one, I'm not stealing from anybody. Number two, I'm protecting people who don't know they're being protected, and they never will know. And number three, I lost my train of thought. What was the third one? Well, of course, number three is they would have to expose who they are. So if they would expose who they are, I would gladly accept a subpoena so I could see them face to face. Absolutely. In fact, I would call TMZ and I'd get the news media over there that a scammer had the guts to come forward and complain. It's basically no different than a drug dealer complaining that, you know, somebody ripped them off, or a somebody in an illegal operation calling police because they got something stolen from them with regards to their illegal operation. Somebody took a service and didn't pay, so I'm going to call the cops on them. You know, that's just, how does that work? If a prostitute provides services and doesn't get paid, and prostitution's illegal, what's the recourse to that? And typically, that's when people get hurt. So they're a far distance from us. We don't have to worry about them coming here to hurt us. But I like to give them a little break and then start hammering on the phone line again. My goal, and especially if I have time, will be to sit here and do this for hours and hours and hours. In fact, I can call them and then flip my phone to another call and then merge the two calls together and let them talk to each other. But I have to do it quickly. Eventually, they're going to block my number, which is the sign I take that I don't have to keep calling anymore. I've never had them unblock my number to the best of my ability once it's done. But hopefully, you guys are calling the number, or those of you who want to participate.
We are not able to take your call right now. Goodbye.
And that's what I want to play for somebody innocent who doesn't know any better, who's returning that message that was left on their phone as it was left on mine. Again, they're just calling random numbers sequentially. That's all it is. They will work their way through every series of numbers pretty darn quick. You'd be surprised. These machines automate that process to a level where, you know, numbers they call are going to be disconnected, or they're going to go to business voicemails or phone systems, PBX systems, where they, you know, how can I direct your call? Those are just going to be hang-ups, right? Or personal, where somebody doesn't answer the phone, it goes to their voicemail, or you know, I would estimate that there's got to be at least 30-40% of these calls they're making that are not ending up with the ability to leave a message, because they're calling an active number, or they're calling a company, in which case it just doesn't work. So it's a numbers game, and so they have to dial a lot of numbers. So therefore they can get through, you know, 9,999 numbers and then crank up the next digit. So if it was They start at 555-0000 and then go to 0001, 0002, and when they get to 9999, then it'll become 556-0000, and the computer doesn't care. The computer just goes through that 1,000, well, I guess that's 10,000, and then 557, and they'll just keep going through it. It just never ends. And then while they're doing that, there's about 700 other scamming operations that are also doing that. And where they are on the phone call list will be somewhere entirely different. They all start wherever they want to start. Whatever sequence they want to use, they don't work together at all. So the scam calls seemingly never end. If they were all using the same demon dialer, then basically you'd get one call and you'd have to wait a while before they could cycle their way through millions of numbers. But because they all operate independently and they have their own systems, you're going to get calls. Well, you probably know by now how frequently you get those calls. So with that, I'll leave the video up with the phone number exposed, and I will keep trying to call the number back throughout the rest of this week, next week, and this month, and have some fun with it. And just be aware, don't be a victim. If you know some elderly folks personally, whether they're grandparents or friends or whatever they are, make sure they're aware of the scam, if they're not by now. Clearly, a lot of people still don't know. These scams, how long have I been doing this now? 5, 6 years I've been exposing them, and they have not slowed down. If anything, they've doubled down their efforts because word got out how easy it is to take money from fat and stupid Americans. And they're targeting people who have the most to lose, who are generally the nicest people. Those are the ones they take advantage. The nicer you are, the harder you're going to fall when it comes to these scam artists. So, you know, if you know somebody personally that could be a victim or become a victim, make sure they're aware of it. Show them the video. Show them the article in the New York Times that I'll have a link to below this video. Make sure that they're aware. If anybody calls you and wants to give you a refund, or they want to give you some money, and you have to give them your credit card number, or you have to get gift cards, just hang up the phone. Better yet, if a number calls that you don't recognize, don't answer it. If that's too tempting for you, get them an app on their smartphone, assuming they have a smartphone, like RoboKiller or Nomo Robo, and that will help reduce it, but not eliminate it entirely. At the best security is you. It's the person that's, you can have all the security in the world, but you know, if I have a house with cameras and lasers and multiple blocks on the door, and then you come to my door and say, hi, I'm with the water department, we need to test your water, can we come in? And I invite them in. What good was any of that security I put in when I'm the person, I'm the weakest point of the security chain, and they just completely bypassed it by simply asking me to. Like in the movie Labyrinth, there's a little dog guarding a bridge, and he says, none shall pass without my permission. She goes, well, I need to get to the other side. I said, none shall pass. And she's like, yeah, but you know, I'm on a time crunch here. I need to go. And he's like, no, the rules stipulate none shall pass without my permission. And then she thinks about it for a minute and she goes, wait, without your permission? Well, can I have your permission? And then he stops his defensive action and he goes, yes. And then they're on their way. So you deal a lot with corporate America drones who follow this bureaucracy, this red tape so literally that sometimes if you just listen to what they say, what appears to be an obstacle was just simply the phrasing of what you asked. You change how you phrase it, and then suddenly, you know. And so it's important that people understand when they're getting these calls that they're acknowledging what's missing out of the calls, right? Acknowledge what is being said and how it's being said. The name of the company was never exposed. Well, they said Geek Squad. That's pretty generic. What Geek Squad? Which one? They will say security software, but they don't say what security software. They're very vague. They never once mentioned my name because they don't know my name. Now, when I call them back, my caller ID might show them my name. think about that. If they do know your name, when you call them, it may be because your caller ID showed it to them. But when they call you, they don't know who you are. Now, a real company that has an issue with regards to a bill that needs to be paid or a refund that's due to you can already apply that to the account information you have on file with that company because you've obviously done business with that company before. They would not need to call you and ask you for that information that's already on file. That's why when the guy told me it'll be automatically renewed, I caught him on those words. I said, oh, if it's automatically renewed, I'm fine with it, go for it. And I also like to imply the exact opposite, right? Because they're expecting somebody to go, $399, that's outrageous. Of course I want to cancel it. I like to go the opposite way, go $399, that's a great deal. I think I paid $499 last year. So yeah, sign me up, let's do this. Just go ahead and charge it to the account information you have on file. And if they say, well, we need to verify it, say, well, no, didn't you just tell me it was going to be automatically renewed? And they say yes. I go, well, then automatically renew, I'm fine. I just wanted to call to verify I understood what this is for. It's actually much cheaper than it was last year, so I want to take you up on it. Please do it right away before you guys change your mind. That's a hell of a deal. I'd really appreciate it. They say, okay, I need your credit card. You go, well, no, just use the credit card that you charged last time. That's fine. It's still an active card. It still works. Just use the one on file. They usually have no choice at that point but to say okay and hang up because they can't go any further with their scam. Their lie only works if they get the response they're expecting. When you give them the response they're not expecting, they, depending on the scam artist, they mostly just don't know what to say, which to me is hilarious. We'll try calling again. Yeah, they're not picking it up anymore. They've cut on to my number because I'm not hiding the number. I could disguise the number, but it bothers me it's still ringing. So that means enough of you are not calling because I should just get an immediate, fast, busy.
We are not able to take your call right now.
Okay.
Goodbye.
And I hope that there are other people that are innocent potential victims that are also getting that message right now. But the idea is that we want to keep that message up as long as possible for all numbers. And it's probably just affecting me. This is a USA number. So if you're smart enough to know how to make international calls for free using the internet, you can participate. But if you're just in the US with a standard cellular phone, most calls within the US are free. There's no additional charge. For most cell phone plans in the United States, making any phone call, whether it's to a neighbor or to somebody across the country, is typically these days it's unlimited calls, unlimited calls within the US and unlimited texts. That is a typical phone plan. Now, if your phone plan is still one of those that charges you by the minute or charges you for long distance, obviously you will incur charges, but you would know that. And why you would be on a plan like that makes no sense to me. This isn't 20 years ago, or even 15 years ago. And but you never know. There could be somebody out there who still thinks that they're paying like $5 a month for a cell phone, but then they're paying so many cents per minute every time they use it because they only use it twice a month. There are those people out there. So if you're one of those people, you know who you are. I don't need to tell you. You know what contract you signed. But for the vast majority of us here in the US, we can call any US number completely free of charge regardless of location. And this is the case. That's why I'm able to call San Francisco on my phone. It doesn't cost me any more. I have a prepaid phone. So that's the advantage of a prepaid phone, is if a number was going to cost me money to engage in, my phone won't allow it because they have no way to bill me. It's prepaid. It's a nice way to prevent getting caught up in any long distance scams. Although I haven't heard of any of those in a long time. Those did exist for a while. So that being said, does anybody have any questions or concerns about this process and what I'm trying to do here? I have not really been watching the chat room. I've been sort of looking at you and the camera, and the chat room's off to my left. So you'll see me look to your right as I glance through the chat room. And it is about 4:20. I don't know what it is with the 4:20. Yesterday it was like 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. Today, right now, it's 4:20 p.m. in Phoenix. That's just weird. So I'm going to wrap this up if there's no other questions or concerns regarding this, or other ideas on what we can do to discourage the scammers from calling us. Fly Guy 23 says he just got the same message from them now. So let's hope they're shutting that number down. Marco says, can I call you long distance from Italy? You're not in Italy, Marco, right? You're in Florida, aren't you? There are free government-sponsored phones with limited minutes. I don't think anybody with a government-sponsored phone has any money that a scammer can take, so I think those people could never be a victim of this because they don't have the money the scammers want. I mean, if you don't have it, you can't lose it. So I'm not worried about those people. When is the next time I'm live again? I'm going to go live here very soon with something completely different than this. Maybe in about, let's say, an hour after this ends. I have to reset everything, get the parts out that I need. I think I'm going to bring Thready up here. We're going to finish Thready's Revenge. And I got to pull the 2080 graphics card out that's in it and test my new prototype GPU removal tool, see if it's going to work well for me. We've already got version 1.2 being printed out, which I don't have in my hands yet, but this is what I got, and this is what I'll use. And one of the reasons I turned the slow mode on the chat room is you'll see some behavior from people in the chat room there, which to me is kind of funny. And by putting the slow mode in the chat room, what it does is it prevents people from leaving so many messages so quickly, right? So just I want you to understand that when you come in my chat room and you see that there is a slow mode, it's to prevent what you're witnessing happening right there. Now, luckily, what these morons don't realize is they're basically walking into a diner that cops eat lunch at, and they're pulling a gun saying, hey, I'm robbing this place. And every diner in the restaurant is a police officer on lunch break. And so 45 people stand up from their tables and point their guns at this guy who doesn't realize he just walked into a restaurant that is frequently visited and utilized by the local police. They're just an idiot. So when you see people come in here and do this, it shows how stupid they are. And I appreciate that we have so many folks here in blue, or the police, hanging out in here to shut them down immediately. And it sort of negates the need for me to enable the slow mode because you guys are so quick to shut it down. They don't get too far. And I thought today I would experiment with that because I have the Blue Army watching my back. I really don't need the slow mode enabled anymore, as long as you guys are willing to shut these morons down. They'll keep coming back and trying until they realize there's nothing they can do to win. They don't have any authority. So as long as they want to waste their time and come in and do that, they're welcome to do it. Doesn't bother me one bit. Knock yourselves out. As long as I got you guys there to watch my back for me, it's not even distracting to me anymore because you guys are shutting it down so quickly. The amount of time it takes them to recreate another account is far more involved than what it takes you to ban them. So they'll get old of it. Word will get out and they'll stop wasting their time. Of course, I can turn slow mode back on, which of course prevents that from occurring to begin with. But on the other hand, I kind of find it funny right now. So, when they come in here and expose these fraudulent YouTube accounts, they don't realize that they just basically expose themselves to, as being a scammer or fraud. And so once they expose themselves as being a fraud, then we don't really need to concern ourselves with them anymore. So people like Taz Cools just put him in timeout. I would have banned him entirely. You know, when people come in and they're purposely spamming the chat room, I have no problem with you banning them. Just hide user from channel should be an option, and we'll never see them again. A timeout is meant, just like it is for children, where somebody perhaps had a momentary error in judgment, and we want to give them an opportunity to think about it and come back and try again. But when someone comes in with the intent to disrupt, that's their goal, and it's pretty obvious when it's their goal, you can ban them, basically hide them from the channel. Putting them in a timeout is a waste of time, although it's probably frustrating for them. So on the other hand, it is kind of fun that they're under the impression that if they wait 10 minutes, they can do it some more, and that forces them to wait, which is kind of fun too. So, but I don't mind if you hide them entirely, honestly. So again, I appreciate you guys in blue being there for me, and I just kind of want to keep this stream going to find out how it's probably just one person that's doing all of this. It's not like suddenly there's like an army of them. It's just one person creating an illusion of being many people. And I find it humorous that they continue to proceed where they cannot win. They have no authority, they have no control. And by repeating the same action over and over and being shut down over and over, it's funny they're not getting it. It's funny they think if they keep doing it, that one time they're going to get through. That's just funny to me. Like, you know, if only the world worked that way. If I keep reaching in my pocket and I keep reaching in my pocket and there's nothing in my pocket, if I just keep reaching in there, suddenly there's going to be $100 in there, because that's how that works. So you've got to be, I mean, you can't help but be amused at how stupid people are, that if you don't immediately learn from your action and you just keep repeating this same action over and over and over again, and you're not learning it, it is profoundly hilarious how thick some people on the internet are. Like, I don't know if they have a disability and, you know, a mental disability, or perhaps they have an undiagnosed mental disability. And I suppose it's wrong to laugh at people with a mental disability. However, when their behavior is such that they are trying to glean entertainment from causing disruption and harassment, then it's on them to get the help they need. That's not my responsibility. And now if they're getting the help they need and I'm laughing at them, that's a different situation. But if they want to exhibit that behavior, then I'm going to continue to laugh at it. And the more they repeat it and the more they try, the funnier it gets. It's sort of like there's a Bart Simpson where they had a cupcake on The Simpsons that was electrified. And every time Bart would reach up to touch the cupcake, it would give him an electrical shock. And he'd go up to reach the cupcake, zzz, ow, zzz, ow, zzz, ow, zzz, ow. Like, he just kept doing it. And he never got the cupcake, and he just kept ow, ow. And eventually it cut to another scene because that just went on indefinitely. He never gets the cupcake. All he does is shock himself. It's almost as though he likes being shocked. He doesn't really want the cupcake at all. That's almost like people want to get banned. And that's fine, because you just ban them once. Once they're banned once you select hide from this channel, you never deal with that person ever again. They have no choice but to use another YouTube account. And they want to go through all that effort to make another YouTube account. It doesn't bother me one bit. You know, YouTube's automated algorithms will determine that abuse automatically. The more they do it, it's just like any other crime. The more you do it, the more likely you're going to get caught. So rather than quitting when you're ahead, you've got to be profoundly stupid to just keep repeating it over and over and over again until the YouTube AI bots kick in and just ban your entire IP address. And then you have to switch IP addresses and start again, and the whole thing starts again, and you haven't made 1 inch of progress, and all you did is waste your time. So enjoy. My friends in blue, especially today with what we're seeing, I would say don't even time out any of these folks. I think it's just one person. I truly believe this is one person that's automating this, or they have a bot. And so today, with this feed, when you see that, just immediately ban them. Now, I won't normally tell you to do that. However, we have attracted the attention of a particular loser or, you know, subhuman that thinks this, they're going to do something. And that's freaking hilarious. So let's enjoy their entertainment. And every time they come in under another name, just immediately ban them. As soon as you notice what they're doing is the same as what all the other ones are doing, that's how you know it's the same person. And just hide them from the channel immediately. No more timeouts. Although, again, the timeouts are kind of fun because they do have to wait 10 minutes, and I think that's torturous because they're all ADD, impatient, and stupid. So they don't understand the value of time, and they don't understand the value of education. So we can at least get our entertainment from their ignorance if this is how they wish to behave. I personally find it hilarious. I hope you do too, and have a good time with it. Ban them, baby. Come on now. I think it's fantastic. And I'll just sit here and let them keep going. See who waits, see who lasts longer. Let it run. Oh God, it's hilarious. So anybody in blue who's ever wanted to hide anybody, they're doing this for you. This is so you can get your practice. So go ahead and warm up your trigger finger and have at them, man. It's open season. I will not get mad at any of my friends in blue for banning anybody exhibiting that behavior immediately. No more timeouts, man. Just ban them. Actually, I think is great. And then you can feel good about it. And you'd be like, yeah, it feels good. You know, when you ban somebody who's a good guy, you shouldn't feel good about it. But when you ban a bad guy, you know you did something good today. So in the meantime, and of course, if you're blue and you don't want to participate in that at all, don't worry. There's plenty of others who will gladly do it for you. We have enough folks in blue that nobody has to take this as a responsibility. People will just do it for fun. It's equally as much fun to ban these guys as they seem to be having, trying to create a disruption. So we'll see who has the most fun by the end of the day. I don't mind. The more that they jump into my chat room, the more money I make. So the reason I'm extending this and I'm encouraging it is because it's generating revenue for me. The only way that they can hurt me financially is to not watch this video. But in order to participate in the chat room, they have to bring the video up. By bringing the video up, I get paid. For every second this video plays, based on the number of viewers that I have, I get paid. So will they think they're getting the last laugh? They're working for free. They're working for me. They're helping me generate more revenue. So why not? They come in, you ban them, they come back, you ban them, they come back again, you ban them. And every time it's another viewer, it's another quarter penny. I'll sit here and maybe by the end of the day, I can own a Tesla. That's a hell of a way to upset me. I'm going to give you money. I'm going to generate views on your video and I'm going to add to your watch time to generate revenue. Oh, no, don't do that. They're so stupid. I mean, they're just, how can you not, but just scratch your head and wonder how stupid somebody has to be, how oblivious to reality that you would try to cause harm by giving somebody money. Oh no, harm me, please. Oh no, you have to click in the chat room, which causes my video to play, which generates revenue for me and increases my watch numbers. You sure did show me, whoever you are. We got a couple contributions that came in from some amazing and awesome people, and I didn't shout them out. So, my long overdue thank yous go to Abdul Azim Patel with $7.77 contributed. That was our first contribution today. Ron S. with $10. Brian Los with $5 says, I'm calling them and I'm piping in Carey's YouTube stream. Their mind must be blown. I'm sure it's not the first time. Brendan Looney with £5. Thomas with $2 says it's 420 RN in Michigan. I think what's RN? Is that like PM? So the wrong side of the keyboard? Oh, right now? It's not 420 in Michigan right now. What are you talking about? Michigan's 2 hours ahead. It's 6:30. I don't know what time that message was left. Tony Wallow. Hey, Tony, it's been a while. Tony contributes $4.99. Marty with $5. Thank you, Marty. Yoel says, hey, Carey, sorry, what is the phone number all about? Just a scammer, Marty. We're just playing with scammers today. Exposing the scammers. Rick Lakes with $5 and Chester Hughes with $2. Hey, guys, thank you, Chester, Rick, Marty, Tony, Thomas, Brendan, Brian, Ron, and Abdul. Thank you guys so much for continuing to support the channel. They've all contributed before. I appreciate that very much. And let those scammers see that. That's got to piss them off. People are giving that guy money. They're giving this terrible person money. Oh, you got banned. Enjoy the entertainment in the chat room. It's completely free. And it generates me money. So, you know, with that, keep that in mind. Just remember, every time somebody jumps in to watch the video, which they have to do to participate in chat, I'm making more money than I was before they joined. Let's see. Somebody's posting an address that I used to, that's an address I used to live at about 2 decades ago. So they're right on top of the ball. You should go to that house and see who's there. Like, how stupid do you have to be? How profoundly stupid do you have to be? I know where he used to live 20 years ago. Well, good for you. It was never a secret, dumbass. It's crazy how stupid people are. I have information about you. Really? From what era? 1987? Oh, I didn't look. Yeah, obviously. Brian Lowe's contributes $9.99. He says, I'm sending you money from behind the bars. I don't know what that means. Hey, maybe somebody wants to show a car I used to drive, or a girl I used to date, maybe some clothes I used to wear. Maybe you can find an old picture of me in my high school yearbook. Boy, that'll really show me. You're so smart. Maybe just do a Google search on my name. Boy, that's real clever. Wonder what comes up. Yeah, you're a hacker. Come on. It's so pathetic. Angel Eyes QN contributes $5. Says, here you go, Carey, from Angel. Hey, thank you, Angel. Fierce King says, I'm loving the stream. Well, you can see demonstrated how stupid these people are. Like when I say these people, I'm referring to a cultural mindset of people who honestly believe they're clever. They think they're smart. And yet they keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again, causing me to make more money. And even when I say it on camera, you'd think they'd be like, well, I guess that makes sense. They keep doing it like it now. They're digging their heels in as though they're going to change the YouTube revenue model. Prove me wrong. Keep coming into the chat. Come on. Call your friends. Do you have any? Call your virtual online friends. Have them join the chat to harass me. I think it's great. Please. I want to see if I can generate $1,000 on this stream, and it can't happen without you bad guys causing me harm and exposing old, obsolete, or completely inaccurate information about me that you believe to be true. Knock yourselves out, man. Please continue. One thing I know for sure, I can't tell you exactly how much money I'm generating from them, but I can tell you they're making zero. They're effectively working and they're not getting paid for it. So that's all you need to know about those people. That's how profoundly stupid they are. And I don't want to get in their way. So as they come in, go ahead and ban them. And in that way, it increases the number of watchers I have, because if they keep changing accounts, that's a new viewer for me. That looks good on my analytics. They're really, really helping me. I mean, I'm serious. They are actually helping this channel. They're gonna, YouTube analytics and YouTube's algorithms, they're gonna look at this and go, Whatever this video was, it outperformed other videos you've done in the last 3 weeks, so keep it up. That's what YouTube's going to say. So I'm saying to them, keep going. I would very much like that Tesla. It's not costing me a penny. In the meantime, my thanks to my friends in blue for helping take that burden off my shoulders and shutting these guys down so quickly. I think it's hilarious. And I know a lot of folks in blue, they're itching to ban people. I have some folks that are just a little power hungry, you know? And so today's your day. If you're one of those folks that enjoys that power, exercise that power with impunity today during this stream. You will not upset me. Let's see him come back. Come on now. I'm getting kind of sad. Where did they go? Did I scare them away? Man. Now I'm sad. I was doing so well financially there for like 15 minutes. And now they're not doing it anymore? Come on, guys. Teach me a lesson, please. It's hard to believe anybody could be that thick. If I didn't witness it, I'd say there's no way in the world anybody would be that stupid. But we're seeing it firsthand. Oh, God. Oh, they're back. Oh, thank you. Cha-ching. I need a little sound that goes cha-ching every time somebody gets banned. That's an easy way to make money. I might just pull out a chair and sit here and just count the pennies. I don't want to end this stream now because as long as they're doing it, sincerely, I'm making serious money. Well, it could be serious money. My analytics are going to be off the charts on this one, which is amazing. YouTube's loving this. Why do you think YouTube allows the same accounts to keep coming back in? Because if I'm making money, YouTube's taking 55% of that. 45%. I can't remember, but YouTube's basically taking half. So YouTube doesn't have any motivation financially to discourage that behavior. And people are just too stupid to realize what they're doing is essentially bankrolling YouTube's revenue and a creator's revenue. So keep going. I'll stick around until they stop, maybe. We'll see. Mike Podukowitz contributes $5. He says, here's $5 for you. If I don't recognize the number, I don't pick up, period. Hey, that's a good rule, man, unless you like messing with people. I see my phone will come up and it'll say, like on this call, it said scam likely. It's something T-Mobile does. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm ready for this. You know, and I'll answer it just to toy with them. A lot of times it's an automated message where you have to press 1 to speak to somebody, and I will. I'll press 1 to speak to somebody, and I will try to waste their time. And if I just don't want to be bothered, but I still want to discourage them, I'll put the phone on mute and press 1 and then set it down and go about my day. And then when I come back to my phone, they've eventually figured out nobody was on the other line after I wasted some of their time, and they hung up, and my phone is no longer, in a phone call. And it wouldn't matter if it was, because it's a flat rate plan. So if they want to stay on the phone call while it's muted for half an hour or an hour, I don't care. And if somebody calls me, my phone will beep and tell me, and I can switch the call over and put the other person on hold. They'll never know. So it doesn't interrupt my day or my productivity. But usually once they realize, they'll say, hello, is anybody there? Hello, and then they'll hang up. I had one person, and it's happened more than once, where I put the phone on mute, and they think they're waiting on the phone system to transfer a call to them. They missed whatever the beep is that happens in their ear, that the automated dialer has a call where somebody has pressed 1 and it transfers it to a subhuman. And the subhuman didn't realize, because they're idiots, that they were engaged in a call. And because I was on mute, there was nothing for them to hear. So I heard them talking with other people in the call center and laughing. And then after about, 7 or 8 minutes, they realized something was wrong because they should have had a call by now. And then there was something they were saying, I couldn't make it out, but they sounded a little concerned, and then the phone wouldn't click. So during that 8 or 9 minutes, whatever it was, they were not engaged in scamming anybody. So, you know, if enough people do that, it adds up and it makes a real difference. I'm still waiting for these subhumans to come back in, because I just want to, look, if it's rain and money, I'm going to stay out in the rain. When the rain slows down, I'll go back inside. Oh, such a clever way to get revenge on me. Damn you, Carey. I'm going to make sure you make a lot of money. That'll teach you. No, don't do that. Come on. What's the matter? They don't want to play anymore? Oh, did they all go away? Did they give up? Did they finally pull their heads out and realize how pointless their activity was that did nothing but benefit me? I don't think they're that smart. Just give them a few minutes. They're probably recreating another account right now. Just be patient. They're not that bright. They'll be back. Ah, see? I told you. That's hilarious. I told you. They're too stupid. They're too stupid to stop. Because, you know, they're proving me wrong by getting me more money. But hey, you got to see their message if you were paying attention for 3 seconds. This stand is a testimony to the behavior of the psychology of the people that we're dealing with. These people all belong to a particular culture that, you know, whether or not it's a mental illness, I can't tell you for sure because I don't know the individual doing it, but it's probably just one person. And, you know, in the chat room here doing this. And they will eventually have to use a bathroom or eat. And then, you know, they're going through life in some sort of a misery every day that this is what they get some sort of enjoyment from. Like they have such a miserable, pathetic, and sad life that this brings them some form of, I don't know what it's bringing, some form of fulfillment where even if they have 3 seconds of time in the chat room that I never even see, like I just see so the messages fly by in the chat room so quick, and I'm generally looking at the camera. So if they're trying to get my attention, most of the time I don't see it, because by the time I look over at the chat room, what I'm seeing is the italicized message that says an account was banned or timed out. Those I'm seeing, but I'm not seeing what they said most of the time. Sometimes I catch it. That's how good you guys in blue are. Like, you're catching it so quick, I don't even see what they wrote. So if they think that they're somehow communicating with me, they don't understand that I've got a lot going on here. I'm not just staring at the chat room. And then when I do, like I'm looking at the chat right now, all I see is this person was banned and this message was deleted. This person was timed out. I don't see anything that person typed. It's all completely removed. So you got to enjoy that. All right. So putting the focus back on regular, normal human beings and not the subhumans, you have any technical questions for me? I am so glad that they so willingly, voluntarily, and free of pay demonstrated their behavior, because These are the same exhibits of behavior in psychology that is expressed by most scammers and most wannabe hackers who actually don't have any hacking skills beyond what they can do with a Google search or going on Reddit. They didn't invent anything. They're just recreating or repeating what somebody else has showed them. So they're script kiddies, they're monkeys. They don't actually have any creative or technical skill. Anybody can do a lot of what they're doing. It's quite simple and mindless, which is why they're doing it. If it required any effort, they'd be far more creative and imaginative in their solution. But let them be, and I want you to witness their behavior because this is typical. There's nothing unique, there's nothing original. It's always the same old thing. They're just monkeys copying. They say, look what that monkey did, I'm gonna do the same thing that monkey did. Now, I would give credit, respect, and look up to anybody who could use their creative imagination to come up with a skill that they develop that is unique and original. I have the deepest respect for that type of creativity and skill. This is not a skill. To just repeat what somebody else does is nothing original, there's nothing creative, and it doesn't require any skill whatsoever. So someday, I hope someday I will meet somebody who is able to create their own demonstration of a hack that nobody ever thought of before. And if they can pull one over on me like that, they will have my deepest respect. But just repeating all the same old stuff is just boring. I once met, I got to meet and interview Kevin Mitnick, who's they call him a hacker, but he's really a social engineer. And the guy is brilliant. And Kevin Mitnick, in the things that he has done, have been replicated and cloned by many wannabes over the decades. But nobody is Kevin Mitnick but Kevin Mitnick. And I have a deep respect for that man. And further, if you go back to, the phone freaking back in the 2600 days, it was a magazine, 2600. Those guys were brilliant. Captain Crunch was brilliant. Original, creative, and copied. So if you're the original, I've got respect for you. If you're just another knockoff copy, who cares, If you've got a real Gucci or Prada purse or something, it'd be like, wow, that's really nice. But if you got a knockoff you bought somewhere where somebody tried to duplicate it, hey, you like my Molex watch? I got it in Mexico. Not really, not impressed. It's lazy, it's boring, it's unoriginal. That's the best you could do. That's just lazy. So, Dave Carey contributes, is that your name? Contributes 20 pounds. Hey, thank you, Dave. Thank you for the support. Thank you for your contribution. Molex for the win. That's right. You can get a nice $20 Molex just south of the border here in Arizona. Plenty to choose from. Whatever color you want, man. Aaron wants to know, Aaron Werner wants to know, what's my opinion on the 10th generation i5 10600K? In general, I don't really use the i5s. I feel that if you just spent whatever you're spending to build a system, like Aaron, how much money are you thinking of spending? I'm kind of curious. I'm assuming you're asking me that question because you're considering purchasing one. So give me a little background on why you're thinking of purchasing one, or at least why you are asking that question, and then I can address it according to understanding what your goal is here. Brian Loss with a $5 contribution says Freedom Flights is banning regular messages. Let me see. Ooh, Freedom Flights is doing that. I hope it was a mistake. I'm going to ask whoever Freedom Flights is to be more careful of making sure, you know, if you're banning somebody, that you're banning the right person. I know the chat can move pretty quick sometimes, and in the midst of selecting something and hitting ban, it could shift down to the next person. And Freedom Flights just contributed $4.99 and says, sorry, I was banning wrong messages. My apologies. So because we have so many people that are blue doing this, maybe just take a little break. And, you know, if we have too many people doing it, it causes inadvertent clicks. And just take a little time off. Enjoy being blue. I'm not going to take away your blue. I appreciate your explanation and your contribution. We just may have too many blue folks trying to simultaneously ban folks. So just kind of step back, let some of these other folks do it who haven't made these errors. And then, you know, in the future, when you see an opportunity, have at it, you know. But for now, just relax. It's good. I appreciate you. Kevin Arsenal with a $20 Canadian contribution. Thank you, Kevin, for your continued support. James Prezi with $5. Hey, James, thank you. Says, a scammer tried to get my dad just now. I called him out, talked to him, and he got angry. Called me a lowlife. Yeah, perspective is everything, isn't it? That guy is preventing me from stealing. David DeWitt contributes $5. He says, thanks for taking the time to hop on YouTube. And KP Tech Help and Reviews contributes $5 Canadian. Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you so much for continuing to support what we're doing here. And I love that you're getting a live demonstration of the behavior of these people that are so stupid. They don't even realize what they're doing. Like, they don't realize that they are effectively confirming everything I'm telling you, and they're giving you a live demonstration. And that's all completely free. Hey, you know, I think it's great. You don't have to take my word for it now. Now you've got all the proof you want. And as long as they keep coming back, wanting to keep proving it, I think it's great. So, have at it, folks. Just keep proving me right. I do ask that my friends in blue do not attack one another. This is often, in effect, scammers and terrorists use, is to get people to turn against each other, and then the terrorists don't have to do their jobs anymore. The people will do it to themselves. So please don't take that bait. I am well aware of what my friends in blue are doing. And if I can give blue and I can take blue away, please don't tell me who to take it away from. Don't tell me how to do what I do, and we're going to be good. If you feel like your responsibility is to ban folk, it's not anybody in blue's responsibility to ban anybody. It's something you can do voluntarily if you want to. If you don't want to, there's plenty of other blue folks that'll be happy to step up and play that role. But please don't attack other people in blue. We're all on the same page here. Don't let the trolls have that psychological effect, because they like that. I'm saying don't give them what they want. If you're blue, then you've passed the test long ago that turned you blue. And I don't ask one person in blue to tell me if another person should be blue. If you think you have that authority, you probably shouldn't be blue. So please understand that these are your peers. You have more in common with other people in blue than you realize. And a simple misunderstanding and forgiveness should be assumed if somebody in blue were to do something by mistake, they should be giving anybody in blue the benefit of the doubt. And if you will not give your fellow blue members benefit of the doubt, then you're the blue member that's the problem. So this is your opportunity to be more aware. And you know, the real reason people are blue for me is so I can acknowledge who are the friendly and kind people that participate in the chat room regularly. That's what gets you blue. Please understand that. But stirring a pot and causing trouble amongst other people that are blue will typically backfire on you. I suggest you don't do it. Michael McFarland contributes 125 PHP. 125 PHP, what is that? I have to translate this. 125 PHP to USD is $2.57 United States dollars. That is a Philippine peso. Okay, 125 Philippine pesos. Right on. Hey, thank you for that. Appreciate the contribution. That's from Michael McFarland. Aaron says he's going to spend $1,400 on his computer for video editing 1080. Well, you definitely want the most of everything for video editing. You want the most processor you can afford, the most RAM you can afford, the fastest and largest storage you can afford, and the best video card you can afford. You'll never overbuy when it comes to video editing. And typically, if you're starting with 1080, then that will typically eventually get to 4K. And how complicated and how complex your videos get will increase with your experience as you start doing more transitions, overlays, or masking. As you continue to grow in your experience, and I'm assuming here you're just getting started, otherwise you would already know all that, that you need all this hardware. You will become more demanding of the video editing software as you gain experience in using it. And you realize there's all these things you can do that it's at your fingertips. None of us starts out that way. You start out doing basic editing, and then as you continue to edit, you'll gain experience and your editing skills will grow. Like any other talent, you'll get better at it and you'll understand it to a greater depth. And as a result, you may be editing larger videos with more overlays, transitions, masking, blah, 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 blah. And then you need more resources to process that video, to render that video. And so what was once an inexpensive machine that was fine when you first got started, depending on how often you do it and how quickly you grow and expand your knowledge, will be determined, how long that computer is going to last you before you're frustrated. But it's taking forever, right? Because whether it's an i5 that's brand new or an i5 from 15 years ago, it'll still edit a 4K video. It's just going to take forever. So if you're wanting to sort of ensure that you don't have to upgrade anytime soon, my advice would be to stick with an i7 or Ryzen 7 processor. A Ryzen 7 will probably be better for most editing software, but that's assuming you're using the computer primarily for content creation. Now, an i5 isn't terrible by any means, but an i7 is better. And the higher up the i7, the longer that computer will be useful to you. So if you pay a little bit more now, then you'll have to pay less later. You're going to put off when you're going to have to upgrade. So if you're spending $1,400, there's no reason, in my opinion, that you can't go with an i7. 32 gigs of RAM should be minimum on a video editing machine. Something like a Scythe cooler for $50 will cover it. Don't overclock it. If you're sincere about wanting to be productive, don't experiment with overclocking because you're going to lose work. You're going to lose reliability. That affects performance when you have to reboot and start over again. That's a serious performance hindrance. So, my advice is don't overclock it. Don't waste your money on expensive cooling solutions. And 32 gigs of RAM, 64 if you can pull it, as much and as fast a storage as you can afford. At the very least, get a fast NVMe boot drive, and then at least use a mechanical drive for storing large video files. But if you can afford like a 2 terabyte NVMe drive. They're about $200 for like an Intel 660, 665p. It's not the fastest NVMe, but it's fast enough as far as this conversation goes with this function of the computer. And then the video card. Of course, the video card's role depends on which video editing software you're using. Some video editing software relies heavily on CUDA cores and things like that, while others don't really make much difference. So I will probably do a video where I demonstrate with Cyberlink Power Director. My videos can be quite complex with a lot of edits, and they can go on for an hour and a half, 2 hours for one edit, for one video. And it's a pretty complex thing to look at when you look at the video editing software and you see all of the things going on in it. And then you realize when I render that out, it's got to process and render all that as one master file. That adding the RAM on my laptop, going to 64 gigs and changing the solid state drive out to one that was faster, hasn't really impacted the rendering time on Cyberlink Power Director very much at all. In fact, I really can't tell the difference. I didn't benchmark it, but I'm just using it, and I'm like, yeah, it feels like it's about the same speed as it was before, which may mean that it's putting a lot more on my CPU. And it's not that it's slow, it just doesn't feel like it's any faster than it was. However, I know that I can use that extra RAM as a scratch drive for video files, which will help with editing, the time or the delay that it is when I issue a command to the editor to split or to transition. It's just milliseconds, but I can bring that down. I can easily cut that in half with a scratch RAM drive. So the RAM's not going to waste. The storage, I've got 4 terabytes now. So right now, I have more space than imaginable, but it won't take long for me to fill that up. So I'm still pretty religiously minded regarding removing old stuff to postpone that day when I run out of space. Because when you deal with original files that are huge, and then the final output file, which is going to be smaller than those files, the original, because the way they're processed is a lower bit rate, it still amounts to some large amount of storage space. So once it gets uploaded to YouTube, my goal then is on a regular basis to pull those files off of the laptop and put them on the NAS somewhere. So if something happens to my channel or something, that we would be able to recover, that I don't have just one hard drive just slammed up, filled again, and I have to go get an 8 terabyte. That's ridiculous. Pretty much once the files are uploaded to YouTube, they never really need to get used again. And I'm creating new content all the time. So even if I lost it permanently, who cares? If I'm making content every day, most people are only interested in the new stuff anyway. But for me, and I'm using Cyberlink Power Director, and I haven't really noticed any performance improvement from the RAM or storage update that I recently did. The laptop has a 1050 Ti in it, along with the Intel built-in HD graphics 630, I think it is. And the laptop's supposed to switch automatically, and I can't tell if Cyberlink is doing that or not. Because on my desktop back home, where I'm strictly running integrated graphics off the Intel CPU, it seems to render about the same speed in Cyberlink Power Director. It's hard to tell, because each project is different in length and complexity. So what I have to do to accurately measure this is to use the same project in the project files and move them from one computer to another, and then actually, get a stopwatch and time it. But I'm just telling you, just as casual observation, it doesn't really appear to be much different. And it's probably on the editing software side of things where that is being bottlenecked, where it's not taking advantage of what I have. Adobe Premiere will take advantage of perhaps the RAM in a way that Cyberlink Power Director doesn't, or maybe the other big one. I can never remember the name of the other. There's a big piece of editing, professional editing software, DaVinci Resolve. So DaVinci Resolve and Adobe Premiere are your two sort of major ones that television shows and motion picture companies use in professional production. And of course, they're going to be, it'll be more beneficial to you as an editor to have the level of hardware that those software packages are designed to optimize with. Cyberlink Power Director is more consumer-based, but it's such a simple piece of software, I don't have to learn anything. So if you sit me down in front of Adobe Premiere, it's going to be a while before I crank any work out as I familiarize myself with it. And it's such a complex program, I could just make a 40-hour career out of using it and never have any time to make any new content. I just sit there and edit content all day, polishing it, fixing the audio, fixing the color, the saturation, smoothing the transitions. For a video you guys watched 2 months ago, so that's a dead-end pursuit for me, but not necessarily for someone who wants to be a professional video editor. If you have the ability to do a better job because you're using a better tool, that justifies spending more money on higher-end hardware so you could be more productive. In other words, you can get a project done in half the time using the right tools with the right hardware. So now you can make twice as much money or more by being able to accomplish more things in the same amount of time that you would normally be spending waiting for the computer to finish. If you're editing for the fun of editing, and it's not a career for you, and you're not editing anything big, and you don't think you're ever going to do 4K anytime soon, or 3D, or make anything VR, the i5 will do it, but then so will an i3. In fact, you can go buy a 10-year-old computer that'll do that too. It's just the performance rate at which it'll get it done. So the i5 is not bad, but it is not preferred if you're doing your editing seriously. And it's only like $100 difference to go from the i5 to the i7. So if you're spending $1,400, I'd crank it up to $1,500. It's not that big of a deal. Or I'd cut $100 out of something else. That's my opinion. It took me a long time to answer your question, so I guess that's a good question. Do we have other questions? I'm happy to answer any other questions. Just going on about 2 hours on this stream. The number on the screen is scammers. They're trying to tell people that their firewall software is not working and trying to scam people out of money. So we just call them and waste their time, trying to act like we don't know what we're talking about, like their innocent victims do. Or of course you could just call them and yell at them. It'll be a shorter call, but I try to take up as much of their time as possible. Just like these people coming into the chat room, I want to consume as much of their time as possible. They can't come in here and harass other people. They can't harass anybody else while they're in here trying to harass us. So we'll keep them occupied. You know, it's like dangling a feather in front of a kitty cat. You know, just keep them occupied for a while. Keep them out of trouble. We're babysitting them. As long as they keep coming back, we just continue to babysit them. And in doing so, by inviting them to come back and keep banning them, but they just keep coming back, this prevents them from harassing anybody else. So we're really doing a community service for YouTube, for other content creators, and for other people. I assure you, they just harass people. This is not an exception. This is what they do. Until they grow up and mature, this is what they will do until they finally reach adulthood. You know, they might be 40 or 50 years old before they reach adulthood, but we're patient. We can wait. We have a lot of patience here in this community, and if we can keep them preoccupied and that keeps them from harassing other innocent victims, then I think we're doing a great job and a great service for the community by making sure they're always invited here to be banned. They can keep coming back, and we just keep banning them, and I think it's great. Once again, it's like going into a coffee shop where all the cops frequent and trying to rob the place. Was it Lethal Weapon? Or was it, what movie was that? Guy comes in to rob the restaurant, and like every diner, and the restaurant is full, and every diner is a police officer. In every diner, every single one stands up, and there's like 30, 40 guns pointing at this one guy who's pointing a single gun at the cashier. And I realize it's just a movie, but that has actually happened where people are that stupid. So, you know, they're really doing this community a service by exposing who they are right away. Seriously. Knowing who they are is half the battle. Once we can identify them, or whatever username they're using, or whatever account they're using, once that account is banned, they can never use it here ever again. So they have no choice but to create another one. I mean, I've been doing this since 2008. I can guarantee you they've not been doing what they've been doing since 2008. I mean, if they had that kind of ambition, they'd have a job and they wouldn't have time. So eventually they'll mature And so we can just wait. Just understand there's some immature folks out there. It has nothing to do with their age. Sometimes it does, but oftentimes immaturity isn't guaranteed because somebody turned 18 years old. Some people don't reach maturity their whole lives, but most of us do. Some of us take longer to get there. Some of us get there much earlier than others. The difference is the ones who are the most immature are the ones who are so obvious as to expose themselves immediately with their account as being immature. And so once that account is banned, it just can never ever be used here ever again in this chat room. That leaves them no choice but to use another account. And around the wheel goes. It never ends until they eventually realize everything they're doing is pointless. If they're smart, they'll realize it after the second or third time. But they're so thick that it could take them months before it gets through their head. But we were here months ago. We were here years ago. We were here before them. They will eventually get bored of it, and they'll move on and try to get a reaction from somebody else or try to make some progress. And you just got to wait them out. It's just the same old thing over and over again. No creativity, no originality. They're just completely pathetic losers that I hope one day will eventually look back at their behavior and say, wow, I was really dumb. I've had a couple of people reach out to me and apologize for being a troll in the chat room and for harassing me. I had one gentleman call me and say, oh, I need to apologize to you. And I said, I don't know who you are. And he said, oh, I was the one going in your chat room and stirring up all this trouble and calling your phone every 5 minutes. And I go, I don't know who you are or what you're talking about. Nobody's called my phone every 5 minutes. You were calling somebody's phone, but if it was mine, my call blocker, I never saw it. I don't know what you're talking about. I just feel really bad about what I did. I'm like, I honestly don't know who you are. And so I just want to make up for it. And I said, that's great. You're always, look, I'm a big believer in forgiveness, but I want you to know whatever it is you think you did, you didn't do anything. Like, I'm not aware of anybody who did any of these things that you said. Like, we get a regular amount of people that come in and think they're, I don't know what they think, but they think nobody's ever done it before, or they think it's only them. And then every once in a while, it doesn't happen often, but maybe a year or two goes by and then I'll get a message, an email. And it's happened, I guess what I'm saying, it doesn't happen often, but it's happened more than once where somebody says, I just realized how stupid I was and I want to apologize for it. And it's shocking to me that they think that I remember them or that that they had any impact on me at all. I'm like, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you think you did because it never had any impact on me. So I guess apology accepted, but you don't have to have a guilty conscience. It's cool that you matured. I'm glad for you. Not glad for me, I'm glad for you. Because now you can be a productive member of society and have a hope in this world of being successful. You come to this conclusion when you're too old, opportunities may have already passed you by. So it's nice, to know that there's a certain percentage of those who do mature and then come back and ask for forgiveness. It never works the other way. Nobody ever comes back and starts it up again. You know what I mean? Like once it finally gets through, it takes different people a different amount of time, but once it finally gets through to them that everything they're doing is pointless and accomplishing nothing but wasting their time, they give up. They're quitters. They're losers and they're quitters. If they had any real ambition, they'd never go away. But that's not sustainable. It's not humanly possible to do that. So the harassment you see in the chat room today, it could last, a couple of weeks, it could last a couple of months. It won't be here in November. Whoever is doing this won't be doing this to me in November. They will have long since have given up, or law enforcement at that point will have caught up with them. So it doesn't really matter to me, you reap what you sow. Like if you keep putting negativity out, you're just gonna get negativity back. I have nothing to do with that. You're just doing that to yourself. So people just don't believe it. It's weird. It won't happen to me. And yet the prisons are filled with people that were never gonna get caught. But don't worry, it's not you. You won't get caught. Just keep doing it. Prove me wrong. Come back. Come back tomorrow, come back next week, come back every day I'm live, and keep creating new accounts that get banned go right ahead. All you're doing is generating better watch analytics for me and increasing my revenue. It's a weird way to punish somebody. But I want all of you in the chat room to be aware of it. I want you to understand that the way YouTube revenue works is the more views you have and the more watch time you have, the more money you make. And the higher up in the search engine results you go when your analytics are showing a positive trend upwards. And nothing's better for analytics than a number of different accounts all going onto the channel. And of course, after a certain threshold is met, YouTube's algorithms kick in and automation kicks in. Just to, YouTube's, Google's own security kicks in, and oftentimes law enforcement gets involved when things reach an excessive level, and you never hear from those people again because they got arrested. You'll never know who it was, and you'll never know why they stopped. Sometimes they just give up. If they're smart, they'll give up. But if they continue to escalate it, it only leads one place, and that is to law enforcement. And I don't have to do anything. Like, this is all part of the security that Google has set up with YouTube in order to avoid, terroristic threats and cyber stalking and all the other stuff that, they have to deal with. And you just don't hear about it. But I can assure you the security folks over at Google are quite busy, and there are arrests probably made every day. And maybe it's a disservice that they don't bring more media attention to this, because ignorance is bliss, and those who participate in this illegal activity of cyber stalking and psychological terrorism that they think they're doing don't realize what happened to all the other people who used to do that. They're not the first ones to do this. And they never stop to think what happened to the ones who used to do this. They just don't do it anymore. I wonder why. They should, if they're smart, figure out what happened. If they don't want to become another statistic, just like the ones that came before them, they should at least educate themselves to understand how they got caught, why they got caught, and what sentence they're serving. Or they will just repeat exactly what their predecessors have done and be surprised. Oh, there's a knock at my door. Oh, it's the police. Well, I'll just deny everything. I'm on a VPN. Yeah, doesn't work like that. Your VPN does not protect you from lawless activity. I can guarantee, no matter what a VPN tells you, when law enforcement demands the records from the VPN, they will have no choice but to disclose those records. Even if the VPN says they don't keep the records, you're a fool if you believe that. I can assure you the United States government can require a VPN to give them access, even if there are no records. Even if in the fact that they have no records, the United States government can require the VPN to allow their agency to silently monitor all activity while they are looking for tracing an ongoing engagement that's happening online that's illegal. And they won't ever let on. Nobody will say a word. You will connect to your VPN the same way you always have, and you won't know that this time and every time forward, you are being monitored by the United States government because they're looking to determine who you are. How do you think the Silk Road got shut down? An impossible to find site on the dark web, completely impossible to track. And yet, the person who ran Silk Road is serving 2 life sentences plus 40 years. And if you would have talked to that person who created Silk Road, they'd say, there's no way I can get caught. I'm on a VPN, I'm on remote servers, there's nothing the government can do. And he'll tell you that right behind bars, that he was wrong. It's funny to me that if you convince yourself of something, regardless of reality, that you actually believe it to be true. It's weird. I keep talking about this weird psychological behavior I'm witnessing, and it's mostly younger people that do this, where they just think that if they believe something to be true, it is, without any actual research or education into the subject beyond what they see on the internet. They come to a false conclusion, and then they respond accordingly. I can't be caught. What I'm doing is untraceable. And the law enforcement and the United States government want you to believe that. They want you to believe that you are protected because you use a VPN, or you are protected because you're at a cyber cafe, or you're using somebody else's computer. They absolutely want you to believe that, because those are the people who are the first to get caught. That boldness is what gets you caught. The ones who are subtle, inconspicuous, and don't lash out very often, they can get away with it for a longer period of time because they're harder to find. But if you keep going at it over and over and over and over and over again, while you're in the process of doing it, there's a good chance a government agency, once they get wind of it and you get their attention, they're going to find out who you are, just like they found out all the other people. And in the meantime, you're making me money and increasing my analytics. So when I say they're stupid, there's nothing, there's no benefit to them. What do they think they can achieve? That's the thing that puzzles me. Like, what's your goal? Do you think that you can shut a YouTube channel down? Of course not. Can't do it. This YouTube channel will continue to operate even if I'm dead. This channel will still be up. My sister will be able to post content to it and continue it. My nephew will be able to post content to it if he wants to. And this channel can live on without me. You cannot shut this channel down. It's impossible. Sometimes people have had an impact on the channel's style of content. There's been some content that I have removed because it attracted too many of a certain type of a viewer. And so rather than try and get rid of those viewers, I removed the content. But that was a long, long time ago. And that was before this channel was this big. So, you know, we have probably 98% of the viewers are all really good people, super nice people like all you folks in blue and all the folks that aren't participating in this weird behavior. And then we have this, like, I don't know, it's probably less than 1%. Like, I think whatever's going on in the chat room today is just one guy. It's not a female. It's a single male who's lonely and sad and miserable, and they're taking their misery out on the world, thinking that they're instilling some form of justice on behalf of everybody else who apparently, according to them, according to their justification, isn't as smart as they are and don't have the ability to defend themselves. So they honestly think they're like a superhero. That's what they truly believe. And they're not getting paid and they're not getting any recognition because they're anonymous. So what is their achievement? What is in it for them? Even if they win, whatever it is they're trying to do, they'll never be able to take credit for it. So you still lose. Why would you even bother? It's puzzling. I think they're just bored. They don't care. They're so miserable and sad and lonely. This is probably the most attention they've had in a long time. So kind of have to feel bad for somebody like that too, you know, that they would be at such a point in their life that this is what it's become. You know, what can you do? So we just keep inviting them, and they'll learn just like everybody else does. Illusions of authority do not grant authority. And, you know, whatever these folks think they're able to do, they don't have any authority. So I don't know what they think they can do. That they're just the fact that they truly believe that shows you a mental illness. It shows a disease that's happening in their mind. And if we keep hitting them in the face with reality, I think sooner or later, they're inevitably going to wake up to reality, whether they like it or not. You may not like that it's cold outside. You may not like that it's raining outside, but sooner or later, if you go outside, whether or not you like it won't change anything. So then you stay in the house, right? And likewise, if somebody comes out here trying to stir trouble, because they don't like something, don't come here. It's really easy. You're just doing it to yourself. But again, I'm talking about this a lot because you have a rare opportunity to witness it in the chat room today, where somebody is voluntarily exhibiting this behavior as though I've paid them to do it. Like they couldn't possibly act in any other scripted manner. It's the same behavior. It's boring and sheep-like, because whether this was something I was talking about a year ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago or 8 years ago, it's the same. It hasn't changed. But I know it's not the same people or person. It's sort of like a baton. It gets picked up by somebody unknowingly who believes that they're the first or they're going to be different than those who came before them. They go through the same process and the same routines, and they think they have my information. It never occurs to them that the information they have has been planted. It never occurs to them that they're being set up. They think they're uncovering it. They think they're discovering it. They think they're doing something that nobody has done before them. And then they either get arrested, which is what has happened with some folks, which I can't talk about, or they just give up because it just gets boring once they realize they're not making any progress. And it just, sometimes they get bored in 5 minutes, and sometimes they get bored in 5 months, but it always happens. It's always the same. And you in the chat, everybody who gets to witness this today, can see exactly what I'm talking about, because we'll talk about it again. In 5 years from now, it'll still be the same exact delusionary behavior with the same exact results and the same exact, it's almost like they're all cookie cutter drones who can't think for themselves. And they're all sad, disturbed, male people. They're men. Not a single woman has ever come in here exhibiting that behavior. It's always men. And it's typically young, lonely men. Typically. And when I say typically, I mean like 97% of the time. So how can you not feel bad for them, right? I mean, you're not going to be meeting anybody. You're certainly not making yourself attractive to anybody. So you're just continuing this downward spiral to the abyss. But I'm not going with you. You're not taking me with you. So you can enjoy that. And then when you eventually figure it out, when you eventually sort of open your eyes and realize what you're doing is self-destructive and you're not hurting anybody more than you're hurting yourself, only then can you start to climb back. And if you wait too long, that climb back can be very daunting. So psychologically, it's worrisome, but their parents just did a bad job. That's all I can tell you. Whether that means the parents didn't get that child medication or treatment, or the parents broke the kid and caused it, I don't know. But I definitely know the parents are at fault here. Incels. Incels just reap what they sow. Like if you're a male that thinks that no female will be interested in you because you don't fit the cookie cutter cultural ideal of attractive, then you're a fool. And the reason why you're not attractive to females is because of your attitude. And as long as you maintain that attitude, nothing's going to change. When people, these incels will look at cookie cutter women that meet cultural standards of what we define as beautiful, and they will hypocritically say, a beautiful woman like that would never go out with a guy who looks like me. Okay, so you expect her to meet cultural standards that you're defining, that you're agreeing with, but that you're exempt from those same standards. Right? You ever heard the term out of your league? Well, that doesn't really exist except in your mind. Nobody is out of your league. Now, I can't imagine that a supermodel is going to be walking through Walmart and see, a box boy and say, hey, let's go out on a date, because they're not at the same level in the sense of wealth and fame. So it's unlikely to occur, not impossible. On the other hand, if you're looking at what culture and society deem is attractive to, a female, which, by the way, I don't subscribe to it, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But at the same time, you're saying it's unfair that the same applies to men when women look at men the same way men look at women. Suddenly that's not fair, and therefore you're never going to date a woman because no woman will find you attractive. It's that attitude women don't find attractive. No matter what you think you look like, it's your attitude that's the ugliest part of you. And until you change that attitude, you're just self-prophesizing your future. So when it comes to beauty, I think beauty is in the brain. It's in here. I can be very attracted to a person who makes me think, who presents valid arguments or shares a differing perspective without forcing it on me and without getting the impression that I'm enforcing. Like, if I'm sharing with you my perspective, I don't give a rat's behind if you agree with me or you don't. If you agree with me that the sun is out, it doesn't change the fact that the sun is out. I don't need you to agree with me. I don't ask for it. I don't demand it. I'm just simply sharing with you my perspective. If you feel the need to defend yourself over that, it seems like you have a little insecurity problem. You should probably deal with that. I don't care, right? And I expect in return that you would share with me your perspective under those same conditions. You're not trying to change my mind. You're just simply explaining the justification and why you have your perspective. Right? I was raised a certain way I have certain experiences, and that gives me a certain perspective. You were raised somewhere else in a different culture and different experiences, and that gives you a different perspective. Neither one of us is wrong. And having somebody agree with you doesn't make you right, because you could both be wrong even if you agree with each other. Let's be clear. Agreeing with somebody and being right, those are two entirely unrelated things. And if you're firm in your belief, if what you believe is true to you, then nobody can question it. Nobody can doubt you. It won't matter. You don't require the approval of others to vindicate and verify and qualify your beliefs. If you do, it doesn't sound like a good belief system to me. To me, it doesn't. I know what I know because I've experienced it. I've gone through it. You cannot tell me what I did not experience. You cannot tell me what I did experience. I know what I experienced. Whether or not you want to believe me doesn't change the fact that it happened. Nor does it change my attitude if that experience was a good one or a bad one, because you don't believe me or you disagree. I don't care. Changes nothing. And I would hope that you'd have the same attitude when you speak to others, especially in exchanging ideas. That's what freedom is all about. I mean, if we all thought the same and did the same, this would be a very boring place. So for me, an attractive person is, and again, it could be a male or a female. The people I am drawn to, for me, are the people who tickle my brain. If you can tickle my brain, I'm going to like you. And by tickling my brain, I mean that you're presenting a concept I'd never considered before, or you are presenting a perspective that is not my own, yet I can totally see where you're coming from. And if I were in your shoes, I would also have your perspective. And it's just not something that would occur to me because I'm not in your shoes. So until you express that to me and I go, oh, I'm not going to adopt that as my own, but I totally get why you share that, you have that perspective. That draws me to people. I'm like, wow, that's a very interesting way to look at it. And I understand how you got there. I wouldn't go there, and I certainly don't plan on adopting it, but I totally get why you do, and I respect that. And I wouldn't change it, because by changing it, I would change who you are. And if that's the thing I like about you, now I'm not going to like you anymore. If you start adopting my way of thinking, then you're going to be boring to me. So forcing you to agree with me or arguing with you if you don't agree with me and I win, then I actually lose. Because what will happen is the very thing that drew me to you, which is your difference, once you start agreeing with me and you start being on the same page with me, I'm not interested in you anymore. You're not unique anymore. Well, now you're like me. I have enough of me. There's no shortage of me. I'm looking for somebody to challenge me. I'm looking for somebody who's open-minded and thoughtful, creative and imaginative, somebody who tickles my brain. And by arguing with somebody until they agree with you, when you win that and you do it enough, that person will just become you. And whatever drew you to that person will vanish. You will have destroyed it. So embrace those differences. Don't feel as though your opinion is less worthy. Your opinion is yours, and your experience is yours and yours alone. And nobody will truly understand them in the way that you do. But it's nice to be able to share them with others without seeking approval. And if somebody doesn't approve, that's not your problem. That's their problem. And don't treat them the same way. If they want to share their experience with you, don't judge it. Just go, hey, that's interesting. And feel free to ask questions until you understand why, if they're willing to engage with you on this level, to share these perspectives without challenging them. Oftentimes, winning an argument is losing the relationship. There is a high expense for it. At least, that's my perspective on it. Just looking through the chat here to see what we're talking about. Where did our friend go? I haven't seen anybody banned in a while here. They didn't give up already, did they? Maybe YouTube's AI kicked in. Sometimes they give up early. Those are the smart ones. And sometimes YouTube, just the AI kicks in because they're abusing it so much that it finally kicks in and it just locks them out from any account. And if they're clever enough, they can work around it. But again, it's temporary because now the bot is sort of looking for it. They're training it. They don't realize they're training the AI when they do this. And in a way, it's making it harder for people to do what they're doing. The more they do it, the more training the bot, the AI, YouTube's AI gets, which then makes it smarter and faster reacting. So they don't realize what they're doing is helping train the bot to identify bad actors. So by doing that, it's helpful to YouTube. The sooner YouTube gets to a level of AI that's really effective and accurate, the sooner it completely disarms them. And the more they do it, the sooner the AI gets to that level of intelligence through enough data. Again, it's just in every way you look at it, it's a losing game. Luke Greenia says he deposited $20 via PayPal. Hey, Luke, it's good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You guys are amazing. And thank you again to Madi. Madi Yoel has contributed $5 and $2. Madi said he needs to get his wisdom teeth out because he's not mature enough. I had to get my wisdom teeth out when I was 18 or 19 because I was getting braces. My teeth used to be terrible. Too many teeth and too small of a mouth. And what they wanted to do is surgically remove my wisdom teeth and then push my back molars further back not to where my wisdom teeth were, but definitely intersecting with where my wisdom teeth used to be, to make room for my teeth on the front and bottom rows of my mouth, the upper and lower arch as they're called, to not be so overcrowded. So before they put the braces on my teeth, and I had everything, I had a tooth growing out, I had a tooth growing in, I had a tooth overlapping another tooth. There was just too many teeth and too small of a space. And though my wisdom teeth were not a problem, they needed to make space. And so the way they made space was by surgically removing the wisdom teeth, and I had to wait for that to heal up for a couple of weeks. And then they put the braces on, and I was on braces for about a little over 2 years. And then after the braces came off, my teeth were marked up from where the braces sat on the tooth. And so then I went for teeth whitening and all this other stuff, and et cetera, et cetera. And I got another dentist appointment coming up. And that one, I've got an old filling that needs to come out, because the filling, the material they used to fill cavities back in the 70s or early to mid 80s isn't a material they use anymore. And it's over time has caused that particular tooth to crack. And now the dentist is worried that that will eventually become a root canal if it's not dealt with. So lucky me, when I go in for my, every 4 months I get my teeth cleaned. So when I go in to get my teeth cleaned on the regular 4-month schedule, they're going to keep me there for a second appointment while I'm there to basically drill down that tooth, get that cavity out of there, remove the area that's cracked, and then fit me with the crown in order to preserve the root of the tooth, which sucks. I hate it. But if you ignore it, you know, tooth pain is really, really bad. And, you know, when you wait until you need it, and then you have to wait for an appointment, you have to live with the pain until the doctor has time to see you. I'm much more interested in being proactive, so I'll undergo this unpleasant, you know, drilling and filing, because that pain is much less so than waiting until I have to have it done, and then it potentially becomes a root canal or something more costly and more painful. And again, you know, waiting until there's an availability for an appointment for that. So, you know, I'm proactive not only on the computer stuff, but also with regards to health, especially my teeth. Joe says mercury was used in old school filling. Yeah, I don't know what they are, but they were like lead, I think, or something. But now they use a material that's the same color as the tooth. You know, they hit it with some light, you know, infrared light, blue light, and the material's soft. And then when the light hits it, it hardens and it becomes like you'll see people open their mouths and you can see the colors of the fillings that they've had over the years. Nowadays, with modern filling technology, you really don't notice it. You'd have to look hard to notice, because it may not be the exact shade of white as the rest of the tooth. It's pretty darn close. It doesn't stand out as a gray or silver like fillings of my day did and still do to some extent. But yeah, so that'll be fun. Marco says they're ceramic. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they're ceramic now, if I'm not mistaken. We still calling the number, guys? Steve wants a long haul on the an update on the long haul build, as the parts are no longer available. All you need to do, Steve, is use the I did an update on this already. There's a video where I update the long haul build, but you're just going to change 2 parts. Just change the motherboard to the H470. Oh, sorry. It's a B460 HD3, and any socket 1200 10th generation Intel chip you want. So if we're looking at the same price range, you're probably looking at a 10700K with the Gigabyte B460 HD3 motherboard. The reason I picked that motherboard is it's right in the same price range and they're available to buy. Everything else is the same. Same RAM, same storage, same case, same power supply, same everything. This is my appointment at 2:30. Tooth hurty. My tooth hurty. I've heard that before. How old is the B450? Is it a 450 or 460? One is AMD and the other is Intel. It's obviously the Intel one. It's brand new. It's 10th gen. What do you mean, how old is it? I don't understand that question. It doesn't make any sense to me. I guess it'd be brand new if you bought one today. It's current. It's a current model. I don't know how to answer your question. If you want to rephrase your question, I don't understand your question. Arnold says, still not able to take call. Yeah, they're probably going to give it a rest for a few hours, but be sure to give them a call tomorrow or later tonight, later in the week, later next week. Make sure that they really don't want to use that number anymore. In the meantime, that also means that other people, potential victims, will also get that message and they won't be able to get through. GoPro Everything contributes $5 and said they still will not take my call. Good, so that's 2 of you, 3 of you that have said that. Which GPU do I recommend? Whatever one you can afford. Whatever you can afford is what you should get. The 450 is AMD. Thank you, Arnold. Yeah, I thought I was thinking in my head is the 460, which is what I said, right? I said the 460 B460. I think it's a B460 HD3 from Gigabyte. It should be like $100. And then just pair that with any socket 1200 10th generation Intel chip. When I say socket 1200 10th generation, it won't be a 10th generation if it's not a socket 1200. So I'm kind of saying the same thing. If you're buying a 10th generation chip, it will only be a socket 1200. It's the only kind of socket that chip will fit in. So saying socket 1200 or saying 10th generation is saying the same thing twice. So any socket 1200 Intel chip will be a 10th generation Intel chip and will work universally with the B460 HD3 motherboard. Not that complicated. So now you get a more powerful rig for about the same price. You gotta love evolution, right? Progress. Fly Guy 23, post the link that I was just referring to called the long haul build for 2021. That is the updated list I just described that was in the video I posted several weeks ago. Thank you, Fly Guy 23, for posting the link. Everything is exactly the same. The build process, the way the chip goes in the socket, the heat sink, that's all the same. You just change the motherboard and just change to the compatible 10th gen chip that goes with the socket. You know, any socket 1200 chip from Intel is a 10th gen chip, so you have to get a socket 1200 board. Same RAM, same cooler, same storage, same case, same power supply. Super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Jim says, given GPU prices are ridiculous, I can't afford any new GPU. The GTX 1650 Super I bought back in 2019 for $160 is now $50+. I don't know what you're trying to tell me. $450. Who cares? So what? So what? Is it life-saving? Is it something you need to survive? Is this a shortage on insulin? I don't understand why this is a problem. It's an inconvenience. Oh no, I can't extend my luxury gaming time because graphics cards are too expensive. Well, you can either spend more for a graphics card or wait. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Here, let me just change the economy for you. It is what it is. I have no control over it. It's not just affecting you, it's affecting all of us. If all of us can wait, I guess you can wait too. Or if we want it bad enough and we want to pay extra for it so we can have it now, that applies to all of us equally. It's not just you. Chris Garrett's contributes €10, and he says, just because, and want to give you some financial support. Hey, Chris, thank you for that. It's very kind of you. Carey, where are my bottles of Coca-Cola? It's not the same without the Coca-Cola. I'm just trying to cut down the amount of sugar. I'm just getting fatter and fatter. Go look at a video that I did 10 years ago and look at it today. I'm undeniably getting fatter. And I think, because I don't eat very much, I think it's got to come from the soda. Or at least it's got to play a big enough role in it. And honestly, it just isn't tasting as good to me now. I think after I don't know, 40 years, 45 years of drinking Coca-Cola in great quantities every day, because it was so restricted in my teenage years. When I became an adult, I'm like bathing in it, and it's taken a long time, but it's finally kind of taken its toll, where it just, I'll have a Coke once in a while, but it just, I don't know, getting older, and it's not bringing me the joy it once brought me. So I switched over primarily to Gatorade. I really should just be drinking water, but I'll eventually get sick of the Gatorade. I might have one Coke, like a small one, during the day. But I'm proud of myself when I don't. It's almost like an addiction. Ryan one says, I look thinner now. Well, my face doesn't. For some reason, whatever my metabolism is doing, it seems to want to put it all in my face. Not my choice. I would rather it went somewhere else than my face, because that's the part the camera's looking at. But, I'm sure everything I eat is very high in carbs. And if I cut out the carbs, I would probably see a difference, more so than cutting out the Coca-Cola alone. But I'm not doing it for health reasons. It just doesn't appeal to me like it used to. And it's taken a long time. Most people probably would have gotten sick of it a long time ago. But, what can I tell you? I'm stubborn. But it is finally sort of not, it's taken a toll where it is just not bringing me the joy that it once was bringing me. If anything, it doesn't taste refreshing anymore. More than one or two sips and I'm like done with it. So the Gatorade, I'm enjoying that now. I've moved into a different phase of life, I guess. And I'm actually proud of myself. If I can go a whole day without having a Coke and not craving one, and I, like I'm laying in bed, or I wake up tomorrow and I realize I did not have a Coke yesterday, I think that's good. Mitch Morrison and I were talking about this. He was cutting out all the sugary drinks. And Mitch's advice is the same advice I would give to myself, which is, hey, if you can go a day, maybe you can go 2 days, right? Why not? But I go based on how I feel. It just doesn't feel rewarding anymore. I'm not feeling refreshed like I used to when I have a Coca-Cola, so I don't crave it. So I don't feel like I'm sacrificing anything. I'm following what my body wants. I kind of feel like, when your body craves something, there's probably a nutrient or something it's missing. And if your body is saying, I don't want this, it's probably a reason that your body's talking to you. It's telling you you're getting too much of this. This is not healthy. Stop. And so I just listen to my body. And as a result, I've just kind of reached a burnout with the Coca-Cola. It doesn't do it for me. Sometimes, during the transition, I would drink a Coke because it was a habit. Like, I'm supposed to do this at some point today, so I'll just have it because that's what I always do. And then other days I get really busy and I don't think about it. And then the whole day goes by and I go, oh, I didn't have a Coke all day today. And I don't want to have one now because it's late at night and there's caffeine in it and I won't sleep. So I'm fine. I don't miss it. But if I wake up the next day and I feel like at some point in the day I want a Coca-Cola, I'm not going to deny it. On the other hand, I don't feel the need to do it because it feels like something's missing out of my day, which is kind of how it started, right? When I first started like not craving the Coke, I would have one anyway because it was a routine or a habit that at some point in the day, I would reward myself with the Coca-Cola. And now it doesn't feel like a reward I want anymore. And so I was doing it because, well, this is what I've always done. And then I wasn't liking it. I would dump 3/4 of the can down the sink. So I'm like, I'm wasting it now, you know, better off just not to have it. That took a couple of weeks. And now I can take it or leave it, honestly. It doesn't, you know, maybe if I don't have any for a long time, it'll be great to have again. It's not a bad thing. It's not good for you. So you should be congratulating me, not telling me you miss it. What are you trying to do? Yeah, a lot of people like to see in the comments about coffee. I've never liked tea or coffee. I think coffee smells great. It just tastes horrible. In tea, blah. Christopher G says, I'm upset that they discontinued Tab. I have some friends that drink Tab. I didn't think anybody really drank it anymore, but apparently they don't sell enough of it. So they've discontinued it. You can get, if you can find Detroit or Michigan brand called Faygo, they have a diet. If it's Diet Rockin' Rye or Diet Cola, one of them tastes very similar to Tab. But outside of Michigan or that area around Michigan, it could be hard to find that Faygo. Joshua says, congrats, Mr. Carey. Keep up the good work. And that's what I'm talking about, right? Don't tell me you miss me poisoning myself. Come on. You know, pat me on the back and say, good for you, man. Even though I didn't consciously do it, I'm also not fighting it. Like, I'm not trying to convince my body to have it anyway. My body says it's not craving it. I'm not going to. I mean, like I said, I was kind of forcing it because it felt like this is what I'm supposed to do. I do this every day for years and years and years and years and years. And then eventually I started asking myself, why am I doing this? Because I would drink 2 or 3 sips and dump the rest of it down the sink. And I pat myself on the back. I'd say, well, on the one hand, I'm wasting money. On the other hand, I didn't ingest all that sugar. And then that led to me eventually saying, okay, I'm not going to do this unless I crave it. And then there was a couple days where I think I crave it and I pop open a can and drink it and I go, oh, dump it down the sink. Why people think I look thinner is beyond me. When I look in the mirror and I look at my videos, my face feels fatter than ever. Remember, what did the tech support scammers say? He saw me on the YouTube video and he goes, "You look fluffy," and I was like, "Yeah, that's because we have food here in America." This is what it looks like when you can eat a proper meal every day. I was really trying to give that guy a hard time. I had a good time with that. So then I started calling myself Fluffy. The Fluffy Tech. Look at how I have a fluffy face. That's what he said. Is that you on YouTube with the fluffy face? Yeah, that's what they call me, old fluffy face. And so for a while the chat room would come in, hey, old fluffy face. I mean, look, I don't get to wake up in the morning and decide the form of my face, okay? So it is what it is. If you can't laugh at it, you know, what are you gonna do? And if it matters that much to you, you know, do something by changing diet or I don't know, how do you exercise your face? I don't know. I have a few ideas. Change the name of my channel to Old Fluffy Face. If you understood the way that I grew up and the bullies and all that, you'd understand that that's not hurtful. You know, what they used to do to me as a kid and the way that I was teased and the names I was called, those things were hurtful. But maybe it's a good thing those things happen because it's given me a great sense of humor. It's a coping mechanism. And, when there's things beyond your control, what are you going to do? Just be miserable? You laugh at it. Find some humor in it. And like I said, if it really bothers you that much, then do something about it. So obviously, when it starts bothering me enough, if it's something I'm ashamed of or embarrassed of, I'll make a change. But the changes I've been making, I've not been conscientiously making those changes. I'm just following the cravings of my body. And I believe that my body does crave things it needs and pushes me away from things it doesn't want anymore. I think cravings, I think there's more to a craving than we really give credit for. And I think there's been some scientific studies from universities on this whole concept, but I don't know where it stands today. It's been a long time since I've read up on it, but it's always worked well for me. So I'll just keep doing what I'm doing until a doctor says otherwise. Bill wants to know what I think of gaming chairs. I wouldn't waste my money on a gaming chair. Just buy a chair. What's a gaming chair got other than an inflated price that an office chair doesn't have? Can anybody let me know? I mean, I know there's some RGB chairs, and you're not going to find an RGB office chair. That's like a gaudy thing, no office. Maybe a game, developer might have it, but like corporate America isn't going to have RGB chairs. I don't know what a gaming chair is, other than it's a chair that says gaming. It's like a VR ready anything. This is VR ready. What does that mean? I don't know, but we sell a lot more units when we put this on there. You know what I like about my gaming chair? It's optimized so I can sit faster. I don't know what that means. I would not buy a chair with an inflated price knowingly. Am I still going to do a radio show? When the YouTube channel is small and you don't really have many viewers, sponsors can't be bothered to so much as answer your emails most of the time. But as your channel gets bigger, you'll start getting emails and messages from all walks of life regarding, little Chinese corporations that essentially want to ride on your coattails of all the hard work and effort you put into your channel. They wanted nothing to do with you until you put the blood, sweat, and tears in to make something. And rather than them recreating it and putting the blood, sweat, and tears in to recreate their own, they want to jump on to what you've already done and then ride the momentum that you've created. And they'll often tell you that they'll trade you the product. And it's a manipulation. It's a marketing manipulation that only foolish content creators would take on. And the reason I say that is, like one time I had a guy reach out to me and he said, at the time, this was like 4 or 5 years ago, this person, I don't know who they are, they reach out to me from a legitimate corporation, said they'd like to buy my most popular video, which at that time was my Scamming the Scammers video. And I said, oh, you want to buy it like in the sense of like licensing it for a while? And they said, no, we want to outright buy it from you. So it'll no longer be yours. And again, this was like 4 or 5 years ago. And I said, well, for how much? And they said, we're prepared to offer you $2,000. And I said, and he said, and that's it. I said, so $2,000 for like a year exclusive owner, you can have it exclusively for a period of time, like a year or 2 years. He goes, no, in perpetuity. It will switch ownership. You will no longer own that video. You will no longer be able to post the video. The video will become ours to monetize. I said, well, why would anybody take that deal? He says, well, content creators can just make more content, right? They can take the $2,000 and use it to make more content. I go, yeah, but not every video is going to be popular, right? So you're picking my most popular video at that time, and you're offering me $2,000, saying this is all the money I'm ever going to make from this video is $2,000. And then the reason you want to buy it is you believe you can make the $2,000 back and then some without having done any of the work. You can take all my hard work, you can sift through hundreds of videos to find the one that actually works, the one that's getting the most views. You can cherry pick that one video so you don't do any of the work of creation and experimentation and posting and getting it out there in the public. And now that it's moving with momentum, it's just starting to move. You've noticed that. And you know that if you give me $2,000 for that, you can make back $2 million, potentially, or more. So why would I sell you a $2 million video for $2,000? Doesn't make any sense. Now, if you're going to give me royalties, or if you want exclusive ownership to it for a period of time, we can discuss that. But the ownership needs to return back to me after that time. If you want exclusivity, I'm open to that, but I'm not open to just selling it. Because I said, here's my debate. When that video went up 2 years prior, you had no interest in it. It's only after the 2 years since it's been posted that it's starting to perform, that now you're paying attention. You didn't want to invest in it to believe in it. You've waited until it can prove that it can earn, and now you want to lowball me at your advantage, to take advantage of me if I'm stupid enough, because this video is only getting more popular. It's growing in popularity, and the more popular it gets, the more money it makes, and there's no end to the amount of money it can make. There's no end to how popular it can become. You know this. So if you were coming at me when I posted the video and not many people were watching it, I probably would have gone for it. I would have said, $2,000 for a video nobody's watching, take it. And now you would have made back, 20 times your money by now. So why would anybody take $2,000 up front and then never make another penny again? Like, I'm going to be hungry again once the money runs out. And you've taken, or I have sold, my most popular video, which obviously generates the most amount of income at that time. And he said, hey, you know what? Some people like it. I go, well, those people must be idiots. They must be really bad at understanding content management. But as far as I can tell, you're treating me like I'm a complete idiot and I'm offended by it. And he says, I'm sorry to bother you. I won't bother you again. And I never heard from the guy again. I found it completely offensive. You've got to think I'm a complete fool to sell you a video that is my highest performing video, and then to say, we're going to cap it at $2,000. You want to cap it at $20,000? You want to trade me a Tesla for it? Even then, I'm underselling myself. Because even if the video only makes $2 a month, let's just say, or whatever, it's going to be month after month after month, year after year after year. It never stops. And if anything, it's going to grow. It's going to get, the more people watch it, the more it shows up in search engines. So if it only gets 2 views, then it'll get 4, then it'll get 8, and then it'll get 100, and then it'll get 1,000, and it'll get 10,000. It snowballs. So just as it's starting to snowball, you want to leap in, not do any of the work, lowball me on the value so you can increase your profit line without having done anything. So the company that reached out to me about the radio thing basically was doing the exact same thing. They have a new startup, and I'm not going to talk about what their name is because I don't want to give them any attention, because I don't like what they're doing. I disagree with the morals and the ethics that they're using to avoid a typical marketing campaign. So what they're doing is they're saying, in this particular instance, hey, we're a big fan of your channel. We like what you're doing, and we're starting up this new, it's like a radio station, but it's online, and we think you'd be really good at it, and we'd love to have you aboard. Let me translate this for you. Let me tell you what they were really saying, but they were choosing marketing words. Here's what they were saying. We scoured YouTube viewers that had a certain minimum number of subscribers. And we threw them all in a bucket. We have no idea who you are, and we've never ever seen your content. but you meet the criteria that if you were to join us now, and we're an early startup, you will tell your viewers, your hundreds of thousands of viewers, to come listen to you on our platform. And when your viewers come to our platform, we're going to make money from it. And perhaps they'll find other things on our platform that they like. They might even abandon you altogether because of our other offerings. And here's what's in it for you. You can monetize your content. So you can make money just like you do on YouTube videos. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You want to do a live call-in show. You want to go for 10 minutes once a week or for an hour a day every day. It's entirely up to you to do as much or as little as you want. And you know, the payment is less than YouTube, which isn't much. But we're just starting out, so you can be there in the beginning, you know. So in other words, so you don't have to spend any marketing money. You want me to use, you want to use me to tell the audience I built over the last 13 years that they should all leave this place and go to your place so that you can make more money, but it's all for me, right? So tell me about the platform. How does one record the radio show? What software do you use? Well, right now, you use an iPhone. It's an iOS-based app on an iOS-based, and I said, stop. I go, you don't know anything about me, do you? Well, what do you mean? I said, well, your email said, did you like my content? But I've never done anything about Apple. I despise that, and I chewed him out about how terrible a company Apple is. I said, so you're not strictly Apple though, right? Oh, no, we've got the application on Android and on a web interface, but there's no means to record yet, but we're working on it. I said, hey, you know, I get it. You're just starting out. You got to start somewhere. You focused on the Apple side of things. But, you know, recording a podcast on an iPhone or an Android, on any smartphone is amateurish. I've got $20,000, $30,000 worth of professional recording equipment, and you're telling me I can't use it. I don't want to sound that terrible. Now, when you guys have an interface where I can perhaps attach with OBS, or I can use, you know, a $1,200 microphone and all this fancy snobbery crap I've invested in, so my podcast or my radio show, as you want to call it, can sound as good as possible using the equipment I already have, reach back out to me. I'll certainly look at it again. But you're Apple focused, which is I'm anti-Apple, number one. Number two, you're implying to use a consuming-based device for creation, which is horrible. And she goes, oh, you can buy these kits that plug in microphones and things. And I go, yeah, you have to buy the kit because the device isn't designed for that purpose. So it's a kludge, it's an engineering kludge to get by with this little device. Now, maybe someday smartphones will be powerful enough that you can hook up proper microphones and studio equipment. But right now it's all kludgy, and it's all more investment in equipment I don't have. I want to take the investment of the high-end equipment I have now and utilize it on your platform, but your platform has no means to accept anything but what somebody could talk to in their phone, which is too amateur for me. And I realize I might sound like a snob, but you know, if you talked to me 13 years ago, I'd be maybe a little more open-minded about it, but then smartphones didn't really exist like this that long ago. So I think you need more time to develop your app. You need to have an interface that's more professional, that can accept professional studio recording equipment. And when you get there, if you want to reach back out, you're certainly welcome to. But all they were trying to do was to avoid spending marketing money by having me market for them for free and then convincing me it was in my best interest to do that for them. So that's how companies will attempt, in my opinion, to take advantage of your success. And you know, there are people that'll look at my subscribers and say, well, you know, he's 300,000 subscribers, you know. Big tech channels have millions. I'm not even at a third of a million. I guess I'm at 1/3 of a million. And it's taken me 13 years to get there. And you can just imagine if you have 1 million or 2 million or 8 million subscribers, how common this occurrence must be to those creators, because it was new to me. I never had anybody offer to buy a video before. By the way, it's never happened since. This is the stupidest marketing I've ever heard of. And this is a whole new marketing technique that I didn't quite understand until I was really reading between the lines, and I realized this company is a startup, money is tight, and they're looking for free advertising. And they're looking at doing it by telling me that they're a fan of mine, when in fact they know nothing about me and they have never watched one of my videos. Because if they had, they would have known I don't like Apple, I don't promote Apple, and if the only way to make a broadcast on your station is by using an iPhone, I'm the wrong guy to talk to. So they clearly were looking at nothing but numbers, and that's probably an email they sent out thousands of, because people with these subscriber numbers that I have, it's not hard to find channels of my size, right? Channels of millions or more are few and far between in comparison. And so even companies, corporations will try to swindle you if you allow it, and they will convince you it's in your own best interest. They'll try. I'm like, well, you know, try again. I've worked too long and too hard to build up an honest community in a natural and organic way. I've not manipulated anybody. I've not done search engine optimization. I've done no social media marketing. You guys have found me. I don't even know how you found me, but it's all been natural. Perhaps YouTube recommended my channel because you watched something else. I think a lot of people find me that way. Or maybe you type something into a Google search and my video was one of the many other responses Google search. And then maybe you liked what you saw and you stuck around. That makes me a unicorn, I've been told. That nobody does it that way. Everything's done through marketing manipulation, trending search words, and tags and search engine optimization to manipulate your viewers. That works, by the way. The only way you get to 1 million subscribers as fast as these other channels have done it is through playing that game. So I'm the idiot. Let me make it clear. If I was financially smart, I wouldn't diss search engine optimization and viewer manipulation, because those who do that make way more money than I do. I'm just not comfortable earning viewers that way. And that will always leave me less successful, always. It is morally right and financially completely wrong. Do not follow in my footsteps. Do not let your morals guide you to your success, or your success is going to be far more difficult than your peers who have far outpaced you because they have no such morals. So which one of us is the idiot? I can't help it though. That's how my mama raised me, you know. That's what she did. She instilled that in me like nothing else. And I realize that you might say, well, that's really noble. But noble doesn't pay the bills, and noble doesn't get you a media group like other YouTube content creators. That's all right though. I'm okay with it. I sleep well. I don't have to worry about, you know, I have a conscience. I guess that's my problem. Damn it. Why'd I have to have a conscience? I could be scamming people right now, making way more money. Stealth Mode said, I found you through word of mouth from the tech community. That's cool. Yeah, you know, having the respect of other people who actually work in tech is flattering to me, because that's what I'm out to achieve. I'm out to achieve a true representation of the work, not of the hobbyist enthusiast. And again, not because of snobbery, not because I'm better than that, but solely because there seems to be a sincere epidemic-like gap on YouTube where the enthusiast content creators outnumber the actual workers by like 1,000 to 1 or worse. So when you want to find a channel that's, you know, having fun, goofing around, you know, trying to set an overclocking record or lapping a GPU or creating a custom hard loop liquid cooler. And this isn't stuff we do in the real world in the corporate IT. We're not installing RGB lighting. We're not doing any of this nonsense. And while it might be a fun hobbyist activity, I have no doubt it's an expensive one, and it's more than saturated here on YouTube with that type of content. And likewise, if the opposite were true, if the majority of the popular YouTube content creators in the tech space were actual working technicians, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be doing something else. I don't want to do what everybody else is doing. I'll find the gap, and then I'll do my best to fill it in the way that I would like it. No differently than this tool. This tool doesn't exist. Nobody's made one, and I need one. And with the help of AC's Drafting in the chat room and a friend of mine, Jesse, who actually 3D printed it, I'm going through prototyping right now. I need this tool. It doesn't exist, so I guess I'll make it. That's how I do everything in my life. I see a gap, something's missing here, I will fill that gap. That's what I do. And if somebody steals my idea, great, then that means the tool exists. Whether or not I have credit for inventing it, I don't care. Whether or not it's patented and I need to make a royalty, I don't care. I just want this tool to exist. I don't care if somebody wants to steal the idea. Steal it. If you can bring it to market, I don't know how to bring it to market. It's not my expertise. I just need one for myself. And if I can figure out a way to make them and sell them to people who also see the value in this tool, I will. But I have to get it figured out first. You know, I got to try it. I got to prototype it. I'll probably have to go through a couple revisions before I get one I like. And then we can look at the possibility of not mass production, but maybe like 100 units or something, you know. And then I expect, you know, somebody like iFixit. I mean, I offered this to iFixit and they couldn't be bothered. But I think once word gets out, I think iFixit will develop their own. They'll say they don't even know who I am and they don't know what we're talking about when I say you stole my idea. They're most likely the first people to steal my idea. And if they want to, I'm okay with it. Just make the damn tool so I don't have to. A lot of things I do because I feel I have to, because nobody else will do it. If nobody else is making content on YouTube showing what it's actually like to do real IT work, I feel it's my obligation. If nobody else changes the air conditioner filter, it's my obligation to change it. I do what nobody else does or very few people do. And the minute everybody starts doing it, then I'll move on to the next thing. There's always something else that I will recognize is a gap, is missing. And if I can, I will attempt to fill that gap until it no longer needs to be filled. And I will continue to do what I'm doing on YouTube until I don't need to do it anymore. And then I can shift to doing something else on YouTube. We can talk about cooking, we can talk about more car repair, we can talk about scams. There's so much more to talk about besides computers. But as long as there's few and far between actual IT workers demonstrating real IT work on YouTube, then I feel what I'm doing here is important. Land Cafe Man says, just get an existing manufacturer to rebrand a run for you. Yeah, I've tried that. They're not interested. I specifically went after iFixit because they're the perfect company for me. And as far as I know, they're a community-based company, but they express no interest whatsoever. None. And then if you look at other tool manufacturers like, I don't know, in general, just tool manufacturers, they don't see value in it. They specifically have to be a computer tool company to understand what it is. I mean, if you know, please tell me, because my mind is completely blank. And I know I can have it manufactured at a factory in China and have them shipped over. What factory? Who does that? How do you reach out to them? How do you communicate to them? No idea. It's not my wheelhouse. This is not my level of expertise. I just know I need a tool, okay? I don't know how to design the tool. I don't know how to make the tool. I don't know anything about marketing. I don't know. I just need a damn tool. So a viewer called AC's Drafting says, here, I understand what you want. I can draft that for you. All you gotta do is 3D print it. I don't have a 3D printer. He says, buy one. I'm like, no. That's the last thing I need to get myself involved in that. That's not what I do. I'm not a fabricator, but I have a friend that is. So I call this friend, I go, hey, this guy drafted this tool I want. Could you print it for me? He says, I'd love to. Would you be open to some improvement ideas? I said, yes, please. So what's my role in all of this? I'm just the guy with the ideas. I know what I need. I know it doesn't exist, and I'm just doing what I can to force it to exist. But when you talk about mass production and distribution, I have no idea. I don't know who does that. I don't know how you establish that relationship, or how you reach out to them, or who you talk to, or how much it costs, or what the time delay is, yada, 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 yada. How do I do that and run a business and do a YouTube channel, even if I could? So if you know something about that, please share what you know with me. If there's a factory you know that will make tools to spec, then I can look into what minimum quantities and prices would be and determine if that's, if making this is going to cost $80 and then there's shipping on top of it, and then once I get it, I have to reship it back to somebody else. Then there's the cost of shipping it to the end user plus the packaging, and it's $125. It's not worth $125, so I'm not going to do it. You understand what I'm saying? And if in order to get the price down, I got to order 10,000 units, and I got to pay for it all up front. I don't know that I can move 10,000 units. And where am I going to put it? So again, it becomes a whole nother. I mean, that could be a full-time career, just figuring that out. Could I make it available to print? Well, of course, yeah. I mean, I could, once I get the design down, right? Once we've nailed down the right length, the right thickness, the right flexibility, I still can't control what material you choose to print it with. So you might print it with some crappy material that just breaks immediately, and then tell me my tool sucks, right? But I could certainly make the 3D print files available. Absolutely. However, that's not my first choice, because there's two other people in mine. I mean, there's the AC's drafting and my friend Jesse, and basically what I'm telling them is, you won't make any money. I mean, I like the potential of being able to share the rewards of the work by having an end product I can sell, and then being able to give a commission to those who help bring it to life, instead of me just being like Steve Jobs. It's saying, look what I invented. Steve Jobs didn't invent any of that. Steve Jobs wasn't down there with a soldering iron. Steve Jobs just said, I want a device that plays all my music. It's got to be this big. Now go to work. Then the people, they go to work and they break this, they break it out, they get it working, and then Steve Jobs comes on stage and he goes, look what I've got. And you don't see the engineers who actually made it. He doesn't give credit to any of those folks. He just goes, I'm so excited. Tim Cook does the same thing. So excited about, this new product, with no credit at all to the actual people who did the work. I don't want to be like that. But I will remind you, Steve Jobs was way more successful than me. So for me to suggest what he did is wrong, well, I suspect I will not die as rich as he did. Larry said he found my channel because he was wanting to learn more about PCs, and I was showing a step-by-step video, and he was hooked. That's cool. Yeah, so I like that. I like that you weren't manipulated into finding my channel, that it was something that appeared naturally in a search that you naturally did, and you became a viewer organically because you enjoyed the content. Again, those in the industry refer to me as a unicorn. It's a very slow process to build a channel this way. It's 13 years to get where, if you were more marketing savvy, you could achieve 300,000 subscribers realistically in under 2 years, not 13 years. But I've allowed it. It's been important to me to allow this channel to be whatever it is, instead of for me to manipulate into forcing it to be what I want it to be. I'm kind of going with the flow and seeing where it goes and seeing how big it can get. I'm very curious that if you just leave it alone, I have a theory that if what I am doing is actually decent, then the expression is the cream will eventually rise to the top. If the cream never rises to the top, then it was never cream. And in that case, it means my content is just not that good. And I can accept that. I'm okay with it. I would much prefer to get to the top, to get to success, to get to 1 million subscribers, because my content is compelling enough, not because I have engaged in marketing, trending keywords and tags that are constantly manipulated and keep going through my video library to change thumbnails and change titles and experiment with whatever words work better for the number of views and just keep modifying pre-existing content, rephrasing it, retitling it, re-thumbnailing it, keep watching the analytics, figure out what's working, what's not working, find out what's trending this week, make sure you put those words. It's not what I'm not interested in that. I'm not opposed to hiring somebody to do that for me, but I'm not interested in it. I just want to make the content. Somebody else could do that nonsense. That's all administrative work that never ends. It's always changing. It's always in flux. And to stay on top of it's a lot of work. And it can pay off quite well, by the way. If you're good at it, then that means the result will be more views, which results in more money, more sponsorship opportunities, more subscribers. Yes, there's a lot of money potentially in it if you do it well. But I think I've made it pretty clear I'm not in this for the money. Money's good. I like money. But it's not more important to me than the community. The community's priceless. M. Cochran says, clickbait does that. Yes, clickbait works. The reason clickbait exists is because of how effective it is. And as long as people keep falling for it, you're a fool to not use it if you're a content creator. Because you're not playing the game by the same rules. So how can you win that game? How can you even compete in it if everybody else is playing with different rules? So you need to play by the same rules if you seriously want to be a competitor in the game. It's not a question of what's right or what's wrong. It's a question of keeping up. And until the cultural behavior changes to not be so gullible to clickbait, you are a fool to not use it. If your goal is to gain in popularity, subscribers, and views, you will not get there, statistically speaking, unless you engage in clickbait like everybody else is doing that has more subscribers than you. Hey, there's Planet Cryos with a $50 contribution. Very kind, generous. Thank you, Planet Cryos. Says, good evening, Carey. No need to say how great you are. Oh, wait, I just did. Hey, flattery will get you everywhere. Thank you for your support and your generosity. Planet Cryos has been contributing a lot lately, and it has not gone unnoticed. Thank you very much. Tim Buck said, Carey, YouTube recommended your channel to me because of my impeccable taste for quality. See, that shows you how screwed up the YouTube algorithm really is. Can you explain what the tool does? Yeah, here. I'll show you what the tool does. This is the motherboard out of the Xenos build. I had to pull it out because I'm waiting on a fabricated part for Xenos. So in order to change the part, I had to pull the motherboard out. So let me get rid of the phone number because you probably can't see what I'm doing. Okay. One of the problems we have, we being IT folks, and even home users will encounter this from time to time, depends on the part selection. But if I can zoom in here, this might be more, moving this camera may be more complicated. Something like that, okay. So right here, this is where your graphics card goes. Right? And when you put your graphics card into this slot, it locks in. That little lever right there, you see that lever? When you put the graphics card in, that lever locks the graphics card. If you look at a graphics card, Here's a graphics card right here. If you look at a graphics card, you'll see that there's a little cutout right there where my fingernail's going inside of. And that latch, if we put this card in, I'm going to have to hang this over the edge. So let me move this way. Let's move this to the edge this way, and then I'll move the whole Lazy Susan. When I put the card in, okay, we have to open that up, and then we put the card in. And then when you push the card down, that latch comes up, and now the card is attached to the motherboard. You see that? Because that little latch just held it down. How do I get the card out now? How do you get to the latch? It's under there. Now, if you come at it from this side, you might say, well, Carey, just come at it from the other side, right? The latch is right there. I can push that with my finger. But what you're not considering is, what if you have a big Noctua or other large tower cooler right here? The cooler is often just maybe just a little air gap away from the top of the GPU. I know many of you have to have experienced this. So now you've got to take your whole cooler off in order to get to this latch. So what I need is a tool that can get between the cooler and the graphics card, yeah, slide down, and it can't be made of metal because we don't want to scratch the board or cause a short circuit. Not all video cards have a back plate. And I need to be able to, this is a little too flexible. I need to be able to push down while I can wiggle the card at the same time so that I can release the card. And that's why this is still a prototype, because it's not quite right. The idea is to be able to push down on that tab. See, now I think I've adjusted, I pulled the card out now and it's on an angle and it's not going to come out now. I really need to release this. That looks pretty open, but I need a better design. This is close though. Aha! They got the card out. How do you take a graphics card out if you can't reach the lever? Come on now. Most of you must have encountered this at some point with some design of a build you've done. I don't know how you do it. Some people say they use a screwdriver, but I've got screwdrivers that are not thin enough. Let me grab Threadripper and I'll show you what I'm talking about, because Threadripper is a perfect example of this. I don't want to lift this thing up, so maybe I'll just take the camera over there. Hang on, guys, we're going to go for a little walk. Oh, I can't remove this camera. I would have to take a different camera. Just opened a can of worms here, guys. I guess I can lift it up. It's going to suck. Well, hopefully I had my Wheaties today. Let's not lose my back. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so this is Thready's Revenge. And I need to pull that graphics card out of Thready's Revenge. Okay, here's a perfect example of why I need a tool. This is real world, real technical work, a real technical challenge that no tool exists to help you with, that I'm aware of. The release mechanism for the graphics card is right under there. And I don't have a lot of space. So I need the heat sink out. To take the heat sink out, this fan's got to come off. For this fan to come off, I've got to remove this metal latch up here, and there's another metal latch I cannot get to because the graphics card is in the way. So I can't take out the graphics card because the heatsink's in the way, and I can't take the fan off of the heatsink because the graphics card's in the way. Now, what started all this is I was adding more memory to Thready. This is Thready's revenge. So I had 2 sticks of RAM on this side and 2 sticks of RAM on that side. So I bought another kit to fill all the RAM modules. These are 16 gigs each. So 16, 32, 48, 64, another 64 on this side, 128 gigs of RAM on this machine, except there isn't because I cannot get to the last RAM module slot because the fan is in the way. And I can't take the fan off because the video card's in the way, and I can't get the video card released because the latch is underneath the heatsink. So what do? What do you do? Now, Greg M. mentions a black spudger from iFixit, which is 6 inches long with a flat end on one and pointed end on the other. Now, yeah, I get it, right? You can use a tool that's not designed for that purpose to MacGyver it. I'm not arguing that point because that's the only choice, that's the only way you can do it. So I asked Anthony Remus over at Remus Computer Solutions, what does he do? And he said the first time he encountered this problem, he looked around the house, to see what he had. And his dad used to do drafting, and he had a lot of these thin rulers laying around the house. And he would use one of these thin rulers to get in between, because this can be a really tight spot. And that's what he's been using ever since then. No tool exists for this specific purpose. I do understand that you can use a ruler, you can use some spudgers depending on the depth of the card you're trying to take out. See, this card has no backplate, so the circuit board is completely exposed. So, if you want to drag a piece of metal across that, that's your business, but I'm not going to do that as a professional technician responsible for, this rig is $6,000. I'm not dragging anything metal anywhere near it. So I want a tool like this that is designed specifically to do this one job. You ever see that meme? You had one job. Once I release this graphics card from here, which should be super easy and barely an inconvenience if you have a tool designed for that purpose, then it's no big deal. It's just pop it right out. Take 15 seconds. Then I can access the hooks on the fan. I can pull the fan off. I can put the memory module back in. Then I can put the, not back in, I can put the memory module that goes in there. I can put the fan back on. And then I'm also going to replace that 2060 with this 3070. But understand that when I change the graphics card out, it may change the depth. So some graphics cards are deeper than other cards. It's not like a 6-inch tool is going to be universally good. Not only that, depending on the size of the heatsink, that heatsink sticks out. That's got to be 3 inches away from the end of the graphics card. So if this tool's not long enough, then this handle is going to bump up against the top of the heatsink before it hits the back of the board. It will not reach. This is a 10-inch driver, and it's not long enough because the heatsink's in the way, and I can't get the heatsink out of the way until I remove the fan, but I can't remove the fan until I pull the graphics card, but I can't pull the graphics card unless I have a tool that's long enough. And 6 inches, you hear that? I'm hitting the top of the heatsink. There's nothing I can do about it. So, well, that might work on some configurations. I need a tool that is designed to work on all possible configurations. And so that 6-inch iFixit tool would be useless to me. Or if it is long enough because it's thin enough that it doesn't have a handle on it that I can get underneath the heatsink, I'm going to scratch my knuckles all up against this, and it's going to be unpleasant, and I'm not going to have much leverage to push that lever down. So the longer the tool is and the more leverage I have, the less physical effort it will require. And nobody's developed a tool for this. So with AC's drafting and my friend Jesse's help, we have our first prototype. We've already got version 1.2 done. I just don't have it yet, which should be a little less flexible than that. Once we have a good design, then we can work on a better handle. Like this thing probably only weighs 2 ounces. There's nothing to it. The handle is hollow. But that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm not trying to do it to make $1 million. I'm trying to do it because I need the damn tool. So if somebody wants to copy it or somebody wants to come out with their own, please do it. I would rather buy a tool than have to invent it myself. But I'm not sticking around waiting indefinitely for somebody to see the opportunity, because clearly if they haven't done it by now, they're not going to do it. But once somebody else does it, then they might go, oh, I guess there is money to be made in it. And, you know, then they'll probably jump on board. I'm fine with it. Whatever it takes to get the ball rolling. What I do is not dependent on somebody else. You understand? I don't care whether or not somebody else thinks it has value. It's not important to me. I'm not making it for them. I'm making it for me. I know what I need. And if you're going to tell me that I don't need it, then I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you're wasting my time. I'll just do it myself. Then after I do it myself and a bunch of people buy them from me and you go, oh, we should probably make one of those, I'm not going to sue you. I'm going to say, well, you know, I'm glad you got there, man. Good for you. I don't even need credit. You never even have to. You can play stupid and pretend like you never heard of CareyHolzman and it's just coincidence that you just came out with a GPU tool after I've already invented and sold mine. Won't bother me one bit. Society benefits from it, and that's all good enough for me. Seriously, I'm not chasing after the money. And people think I'm crazy. This is why Carey's not rich. But I think a tool manufacturer has the potential to make a better quality tool than I can make. And for me to be selfish and hoard all the money and say, you have to give me royalties, impedes progress to the community. So I'm not for that. I'll consider it flattering. And when it happens, all of us here know the truth. That's all. It won't just be me being a crazy person going, hey, I invented that. And why would I even care to say it? Because I'm looking for your approval? Hey, I invented that tool. That company copied it from me. Okay, so does that mean you're not a jerk? Oh no, I'm still a jerk. Yeah. Anyway, this is Thready's Revenge. This is the other video I wanted to make today. And basically what I have to do is I have to get this graphics card removed. I've got to get the fan off so I can put the one remaining RAM module, which I still have back over here, because I can't get to it. So I've put all the other RAM modules in it. And then I'm going to pull the 20. I'm going to leave the 2080 out and put the 3070 in. This was the 3070 that originally was going to go in the little red and black computer, but it just doesn't fit well. And the owner of this computer will really need that much power anyway. They're just going to like stream movies on it and stuff. So they're spending way too much money for something they don't even need. So I'll put this in. No, I'm sorry. I'm not putting this in Thready. This is going in an AMD build I got coming up. You see this chip right here? Be Quiet sent me a PureBase 802. So this card is going to go into that build. This card, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know yet. It was originally for Thomas, now it's extra. And then this is the 3090. Then 3090 is the one that's going in Threadripper. The one that's coming out of Threadripper is going into the AMD. I might put the 3070 in here where there's a 2080, just because this is the streamer and the editor. I really don't need it though. And then I have a brand new 2080 Ti blower style that's never been out of the box, was $1,200, waiting for Xenos. So I'm like up to my ears in graphics cards, but it's like a musical chairs. Once they're all in place, then I'll be up to my ears in computers. I'm not interested in selling the graphics cards, don't ask me. I'm interested in selling the computers the graphics cards are going into. If somebody wants to drop $6,000 to buy Thready's Revenge with a 3090, 128 gigs of RAM, a 350 watt Seasonic Prime power supply, this bizarre Antec Torque case, what else does it have? Samsung 970 Evo 2 terabyte. I think I just knocked over my Intel chip. I'm trying to remember what the storage is. Once again, if you had to do anything with the storage, you'd have to take the graphics card out to get to it, right? You're with me on this. How are you going to get that graphics card out? It's not easy. When you're using another tool that isn't designed to do what you're using it to do, it's a struggle. And if you're a technician and you've got to go on site and work as the customer's looking over your shoulder and you're futzing around with a ruler, you're not getting a lot of respect from your customer. What did I do? Did I just hire like a garage mechanic? You don't have the proper tools? There is no such tool. That tool doesn't exist. Well, why not? I don't know. I don't know why not. So I'm going to make it myself. Everything I have done in my life, I didn't do it because I wanted to. I did it because nobody else was doing it. Or somebody was doing a terrible job at it. When I started DJing like weddings and parties and bar mitzvahs, I didn't really think I'd be a very good DJ. I didn't have any experience in that. I just really liked music and I had a vast music collection. But when I would go and see a couple of DJs perform at weddings and parties that I was invited to, they were terrible. And I just thought to myself, I'm no DJ and I can do better than that. And it all started with a science fiction convention where this guy was basically playing a bunch of ZZ Top songs off the same album with speakers that were tinny and had no bass. And I reached out to the science fiction committee and they said, come to a meeting and tell us in the meeting, don't tell us now. So they invited me to the meeting that they were planning for the next sci-fi convention. See, I'm a real nerd. I was going to sci-fi conventions long before Comic-Con was ever, like Comic-Con was just comic books, right, back then. And these were local science fiction conventions held by CASFS, C-A-S-F-S, Central Arizona Society, I don't know, something. Anyway, they were like CopperCon, LepreCon, WesterCon, there's a bunch of them. And I said to them, I said, look, I'm not a DJ, but I can do better than whoever this guy is you've got doing it is terrible. Like, I've got better equipment and a better array of music assortment. Please let me do it. And they said, okay, sure. And they paid me to do it. And on top of that, some friends of mine were like, hey, can we do that too? You need some help? I'm like, yeah, I need help. So my friend John and my friend Ravi, I had another friend whose name I can't remember, and he had access to a fog machine and lasers. And like, we completely transformed the science fiction dance. The dance that occurred at the convention was like an event now with fog machines and lasers and, pumping out music. They were complaining the music was too loud. And then it got to a point where they said, after like 5 or 6 or 7 conventions, they said, we don't think we're going to have the dance anymore. It's become too popular. I was like, what? They're like, yeah, it's people are complaining that it has nothing to do with science fiction and it's too loud. And so we think we're just going to forego the dance from now on. So I completely ruined it. Like, I made it an event that people went to the convention and would look forward to the dance. And they said, there's nothing about the dance that has anything to do with science fiction. I'm like, yeah, we play the Time Warp and Sweet Transvestite, Rocky Horror Picture Show stuff and heavy metal. There's a lot of sci-fi references in many of the songs that I play from movies. They're like, sorry, man. Hotel's not liking it. It's too many people. You guys are going till 3 a.m. It's too loud. And we really feel, the committee feels like we're losing our focus. This is not meant to be a dance party. This is meant to be a celebration of sci-fi, and we think we've lost our way. Congratulations. So yeah, that all started because this guy was just terrible. So did I succeed or did I fail? I don't know, but that I enjoyed it and I wanted to continue, so I reached out to some local mobile DJ companies that were hiring. And because I had a truck and I had equipment, I was a contractor and they would just send me the jobs. And I was doing, at that point, weddings, bar mitzvahs, and parties for a while. When I started my first job at a computer repair company, I said, I'm a computer hobbyist. This was 1991. I said, I'm a computer hobbyist. I'm not a professional, but I really would like to get my foot in the door at a computer company so I could get some experience because I'm really interested in this. I enjoy it a lot. And they said, well, we have a position in inventory control. And I said, hey, you know, that's perfect for me. I'm very detail oriented and I would very much appreciate that job. And when I went to the interview, I was in a full suit and tie and nobody in the building, like I looked like I was more important than everybody. Like I interviewed with the owner of the business and he's just in a button-down shirt and slacks. I've got a blazer and a tie, slacks. They're looking at me like, boy, did you overdress. Where do you think you're going, son? I was just trying to impress, you know? So I stood out as like, you know, who's the guy in the suit? Who's the young looking? When I was 19, 21 years old, I looked like I was 16. In fact, right up until I was about 30, I looked about 3 to 5 years younger than I really am. You know, buying beer or alcohol when I turned 21, they didn't believe my ID. It was like, this has got to be a fake ID. I'm like, no, I'm really that age. Don't worry, it caught up with me. Anyway, I did the inventory control job for about 6 months. And this factory, it was a factory, they were going to open a retail store for local sales. Instead of shipping everything to Phoenix, why not just have a retail store where local customers could buy? They would advertise, TriStar Computer Corporation was the name of the company. They're long gone, but Bob Powers was the name of the CEO. And back then, Tim and Eric Crown were forming or had formed Insight Corporation. Previously, they were just selling hard drives. And Tim and Eric Crown and Bob Powers were sort of friendly competitors. And so they were commonly in meetings discussing ownership. One buying, you know, Insight wanted to buy TriStar. They wanted to work with them. And Insight became huge, gigantic company out of Tempe, Arizona. TriStar was out of Chandler. It was a long 32-mile drive. Well, no, it was about 30 miles to the house, from work to the house and back. Very far away. But it was an opportunity for a job I really wanted to explore. So there I am, I'm working on the factory floor. I've got a desk facing a wall in a huge open factory with no walls. And there's an assembly line behind me. It's kind of in the shape of an S. So I hear all the noise of the factory, of people building computers and sliding them down. It's not an automated line. It's a line that has little roller wheels, and you push it along the roller wheels by hand to where you want it to be. And then it goes through the process of building, and then it goes through the S to software installation, and then overnight burn-in testing, and then over to shipping or packing and shipping, and then out the door to the big garage doors where the FedEx and the UPS trucks would back in, and we would load these things up to be shipped all across the country from sales on the computer shopping magazine, Computer Shopper, big magazine. What was the name of Insight? Hard Drives International was what they used to be called. That's a fascinating story with how they started that business with money that was a loan, I think, from the government for college, and they spent it on a hard drive. It's pretty fascinating. Anyway, a different story for another day. But after about 6 months of this inventory job, I was watching the lead technician. Anytime something wouldn't pass quality control, it was this guy's responsibility to determine the fault and correct it, because otherwise it was held back from shipping until it was resolved. And this was this guy's job. If he wasn't diagnosing something that was broken, then he was part of the assembly line building. And he was just making stuff up. Like he didn't seem to really understand what he was doing. And I was like, whoa, that's the lead computer guy? I know more than that guy knows. Remember, when I interviewed, I'm like, hey, I'm just a hobbyist. I don't really know all that much. Then I'm working there, and I'm like, that's the lead guy? I know more than that guy does. So it's like the DJ thing. That's the DJ? I mean, I'm not a DJ, but I could do a better job than that. Everything I've done in my life has been done because somebody else wasn't doing it or did a really crappy, did such a crappy job. Even in my imagination, I could at least do that. That's pretty sad. I never really believed in myself. I didn't say you could do it. I just went, wait a minute, that's your lead technician? I could totally do that easy. I could do way better than that. So what happened was they're going to open a retail outlet, and they wanted a technician specifically to build and service the computers that were sold locally, separate from the rest of the company. And they said, you know, you might be good for this position, Carey. Are you interested in it? And I said, Ed, yes, 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 yes. You know, you'll be working alone. Yes. You know, there'll be nobody to help you. Oh, even better. You just keep making it better. There'll be nobody to look over your shoulder. Yes. You'll have your own office with a door that closes. Uh-huh. Do you like that? Are you kidding me? Can I start now? And then they came back and they said, we cannot give you the job. I'm qualified, I'm eager, I'm ready to rock. What's the problem? Well, the problem is we've had inventory control issues until we hired you. You do an amazing job at what you do. Our inventory has never been more accurately accounted for in the history of the company, and therefore we don't want to move you out of that position. And I literally said, you're punishing me because I do too good of a job? And they said, well, that's a hell of an attitude to have. I said, well, what choice? I mean, how else do you see this? You're telling me if I did a terrible job, you would promote me? And they said, that's a really twisted way to look at it. I go, no, whatever way you're looking at it is twisted. You're telling me that because I do such a good job, you don't want to replace me out of that position. You don't want to promote me. He said, I see what you're saying. Let me go back to the boss and we'll discuss it. I was livid. So then they came back and they said, okay, you're right. Maybe they didn't say you're right, but they said, okay, we'll promote you. And that was my first technician job. And nobody understood what I did. Basically, computers went into my office and I would close the door. More often than not, I would close the door to be left alone so I could focus without interruption and squirrels. So broken computers would come in and fixed computers would go out. And nobody understood what was happening because the door was closed. All they could tell you was, if you put a computer in that office, it'll come out. If you put a broken computer in this room, when the computer comes out of the room, it's fixed. And so what was happening, I was getting old hardware. Like some people would bring in stuff they didn't buy from TriStar. And they're like, yeah, we'll bring it in. Carey can fix anything. And I remember they used to bring in some old like 80, 86 stuff, with RLL, MFM. I didn't know what this stuff was. And there's no Google, there's no internet. So I had to call technical support and get on the phone, and they didn't know what I was doing. They didn't know what was going on behind that door. But I saw it through. I did whatever I had to do to get the information I needed to get it fixed. And then I remembered it the next time, so I didn't have to, you know. And then we had an office that was all technical support phone call area that we fielded technical support calls in. And sometimes I'd go pick the brains of some of the people that were there for a while. And some of those people didn't know what the hell they were talking about. So they, all you got to do, Carey, is do this and this. And then I do it, and then it made the problem worse, or you know, was completely wrong. And then I learned, don't go to that person for advice anymore. Despite their position in the company, they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. On the other hand, there were also people who were very helpful. And then I learned, okay, they're helpful. Go back to them again if you need help. But again, the bosses didn't know any of this was occurring. So nobody knew I was learning on the job. It was all kept secret. And nobody knew how long something was supposed to take to get it fixed. So it wasn't like there was any sort of a precedence to be met. If a problem took 4 hours or 8 hours, then that's what it took. It didn't have to do with any iota or question of my ability. They didn't know I was on the phone with technical support. They didn't know, like I was like an investigator when I would solve these problems. I would ask people, I would call support if I didn't know it, but every single computer problem that ever came to me was fixed. Some problems took longer than others, and those that were the most difficult to fix, those were the lessons that stayed with me the strongest, right? So the first time it might take you a long time, but the second time you're much faster, and people are like, wow, look how good he is, you know, because they weren't there to watch the struggle. They just saw the lesson that was learned. They weren't there for the learning part of it. And what a great opportunity that was for me to be able to have that freedom and to not have anybody with a stopwatch, nobody was micromanaging me, nobody had anything to complain about. The amount of time it took to repair a system on average was 24 hours. I wasn't going to fix it while you waited. You drop it off today, we'll have it ready for you tomorrow. That was good enough. The only reason I got that position was I realized I knew more than I gave myself credit for. I didn't go into the interview going, I am a computer guy, I know everything, like a lot of kids I see on the internet doing now. I was very modest. And I said, you know, I really want to learn more about the business. I'm sure I could, you know, I'm going to eat this up. I'm going to love it. And then I go there and I see the people working there. And I'm like, wow, these people aren't that smart. Like I thought you had to be smarter. Turns out, not so much. So either my perspective was skewed that I thought you had to be smarter, or that I was smarter than I thought I was. Like I was hard on myself. You understand? Like I wasn't giving myself enough credit for what I knew. But if I say that, it sounds narcissistic and egotistical. I'd much rather be modest. But it hurt my career because I didn't self-promote. I just went, oh, I could do better than that guy. I worked at, one time I had no work to do, so I went out to the factory floor and I brought my radio, which they weren't allowed. And I'm like, screw it, I don't care if it's allowed or not. And I brought my radio out and we jammed out on the, and like, I'm not picking out music other people in the factory want to hear. We're hearing what I want to hear. So I put on some Beatles because it's kind of universally loved, right? And we went to work. And the boss came over and he said, I really, really appreciate you helping us get caught up with our backlog, but the radio's got to go. I'm like, let's just keep it for the rest of today. I won't do it tomorrow, okay? We compromised. I'm like, we're not hurting anybody. Is anybody complaining? Well, we just don't want to set a standard that people think they can do that. Like, but it's me. If I'm helping, I want to, come on, let's have some fun. I was a pain in the ass to the bosses, but other workers love me. So anyway, we did that one day, and then they sent me a nice little thank you note that everybody in the factory signed. I still have it today. That just says, thank you for helping us with the backlog, you know. I built a couple computers. It was fun. I had nothing else to do. I was all caught up on my repair work. There was nothing to fix. Another day I went into the technical support room and I said, could I start answering some phone calls? No training, just put me on the phones. They said, yeah, have a seat. And I took calls and I just had a good time with it. Customers would call and instead of saying, what do you want? You know, I was like, hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm having this frustrating problem. It's really got me upset. I'm like, hey, relax. It's fine. Everything's going to be fine. We'll get you through this. You can fix it. I'll show you how. You're like, well, you sound awfully upbeat. I don't know if I believe it. Well, you know what? You don't have to believe me. I'll prove it. I want you to do this. Can you type that for me? Oh, you did? Fantastic. And do this. You do that. Now, what happened? You know, remember, this is before the internet. I'm like, all right, now you see this? Now you type this in. You type that, and you go here and you type this. Okay? Right, now see, you're doing this. You are doing this. No, you're doing it. I'm like, no, you're doing it. You're doing this. You're fixing your own computer. We're almost there. Now click this and click that. Are you kidding me? It works. I'm like, hey, you did good work. They're like, get out of here, man. You just told me what to do. I'm like, yeah, but you're the one who did the work. So well done, man. Well done. Thank you for calling. Is there anything else I can help you with? Nope. Next call. And I spent like 2-3 days just, for me, it was fun because I wasn't being measured on how long my calls took. I was just handling overload that they didn't have enough employees for. And so, you know, the customers love me. Now the boss will say, you know, you answered like 30% of the number of calls that everybody else took. I said, yeah, but I was having fun. And everybody who called, nobody asked to speak to a manager, right? I solved the problem that they were having and they were happy. Tech support was always a grind. Oh, I got to call. If you were a customer and you had to call technical support, you just loathe it. Oh, I got to call support. I made it fun. Customers enjoyed talking to me. I just made it all lighthearted. It's not a big deal. We'll take care of it. Whatever it is, it's super easy. We can figure this out. Don't worry about it. If you just follow my simple instructions, you can do this. And it takes more time. But I had higher customer satisfaction, I guess. I mean, I'm guessing. No customer hung up with me upset. No customer ever asked to be transferred. No customer called to complain. But you're right. I did a third of as many calls in that time period as the other people around me, because they're trained to get people off the phone, and they have to keep the calls moving so that your call volume goes up, so that you appear to be more productive. My argument is you're more productive if you can solve the problem so the customer doesn't have to call back anytime soon. So if you took 10 calls that day and I took 4 or 3, but of those 10 calls, 3 or 4 of them were people calling back because the original issue wasn't resolved. It seems to me that's costing you more money and taking you more time than just doing it right the first time. But I don't have any evidence to support that. It's just the way I see it. It's anecdotal. But I do believe it's true. So I have never gone after a career where I said, I'm going to get myself an education in this and I'm going to pursue this as a job. Although I started out that way, if I had seen that through, I would be an ASE certified car mechanic today. That's what I went to college for. I also went to college for video editing. Computers were always my hobby. Now computers are my hobby. Now cars are my hobby. Computers are my job. And I use the video editing lessons I learned in college here on YouTube and video. It's all sort of come together, where I even make videos showing car repairs with Subaru Mike, utilizing my knowledge of engines and mechanics along with my camera skills and editing skills, partially learned in college. And as a career, I fix and upgrade computers. That was my hobby. And I make videos. And it all naturally came together because these are natural interests that I have. So I stumbled into it, but I didn't stumble into anything I wasn't interested in. Do you understand? But I didn't do it with intent. I didn't say 25 years ago, I'm going to make a YouTube channel on a thing that doesn't exist called the internet, and I'm going to use the video editing skills and the car repair skills and the computer skills and combine that into creating another form of a career on a platform that does not yet exist that I have no point of reference to. I mean, that's impossible. How can you plan for something that doesn't exist? How can you even have the imagination to imagine it existing when you've got no point of reference for such a thing? Does that make sense? I saw an opportunity. Somebody else looked at it, did not see an opportunity. My Gmail address doesn't have any numbers in it. I adopted that early. I said, I better get a Gmail address now because it's only going to get more popular. And then people are going to have to start adding numbers after their name. My Gmail address has no numbers in it. Yeah, I'm not giving that up. And there's a lot of CareyHolzmans out there, so I get a lot of other email or Gmail from folks who put numbers after their email name and then they forget to put the numbers in. Either they forget when they fill out the forms, or the people who translate the forms into a database leave it off. They say, hi, Carl. I'm not Carl. And so there's a couple others. And I forward the emails to them. I go, I don't know if we're related. We have a similar name. And by the way, they're both, the two guys are like 60, 70 years old. So they have a hard time, generally speaking, grasping the technology. So I think they're just forgetting. And I'm like, you need to put the numbers after, I'm getting your stuff, man. And it's really getting annoying. And I would appreciate if you would, out of courtesy, I'm letting you know. Most people would just delete it, but I'm telling you, every time you shop at Harbor Freight Tools, I'm getting an email of a receipt of everything you bought in Pittsburgh or in Virginia, wherever the guy is. This other guy, he's like in Ohio. I'm like, it's really nice to meet you, but I have to tell you that it's really getting annoying to receive your emails. And I know you don't know what's happening because you're not getting them. So your alarm company emailed me today to let me know your alarm went off. And I'm telling you that so that you can contact your alarm company and make sure that they fix your email address, because I think this is probably important information you want to know. And I want you to know, most people would just delete this, but I've gone out of my way to look up who you are, reach out to you. I know this is weird for a complete stranger to call you on the phone, but you're using my email address, and I would appreciate it if you'd stop. And they're like, well, I guess it was nice to meet you, you jackass. They didn't say that, but you could kind of read it between the lines. Like, is this guy being nice to me or is he a jerk? I'm not exactly sure. That's okay. That's what everybody has to say. Hold on a second. Yeah, so if I had numbers in my name, chances are I'd be less likely to be mistaken. But I didn't create a Gmail account thinking, hey, my email address will be valuable someday. I mean, how many others could there be with my name? Well, it only takes one or two, and suddenly, you're getting a bunch of messages you don't want, or somebody's missing messages they do want, and they don't know they're not getting them. And the people sending it don't know they're sending it. Sometimes it's the sender's mistake, and sometimes they're filling in the information wrong. No doubt it's a combination of both. So, again, I didn't plan for that. I just said, hey, it's Google, it's Gmail. Everybody's going to want one. You better get one now, or you're going to end up with some crazy, because we already experienced that with AOL. AOL got to a point that when it asked you to create a username, you could punch your keyboard, just random characters, and then submit it, and it'll go, that name has already been taken. It's like, everything's been taken. Get in now, And the same with YouTube. I didn't create YouTube videos thinking this will be a career for me. I just felt like there's no good tutorial on how to build a computer. Nothing is thorough. Nothing exists in 2008 on YouTube that thoroughly describes how to build a computer, and it's pretty rare even today. It's a lot of, well, once you get your motherboard in the case, well, hold on, how did you do that? There's no, once your chip is seated and the RAM is put in and the operating system's installed and everything's plugged in, that's pretty much all there is to it. Well, that was quite helpful. You told me nothing. But that's what most, you know that. Now, with as many content creators as is out there, you can certainly find videos that walk you through step by step, but they are still not the normal. And once I made that video back in 2008, it was a series of videos because they had to be 15 minutes. I think there were 6 pieces that were 15 minutes long, and then there were 2 of them. I didn't have any more interest in YouTube beyond that. I'm like, okay, this information's not out there. I'm going to make it. I'm going to put it out there because nobody else is. And then that led to this. Tom Brown said he found a website for sale called careyholzman.co.uk for only 99 pence. Yeah, you should buy something nobody wants. I'm just going to keep knocking that Intel CPU over. Maybe I should pull this back a little bit. I knocked it over again. See, the glass panel will go on. There's another glass panel that goes on this side, but I'm obviously not putting it on until I get the RAM and GPU done. But I did do all the cable management. There's not really any way to hide the cabling with this case design. Antec really screws over the end user by showing marketing images that cleverly have the cables hidden. But there's really no place for you to replicate what you see in those photos because they're at such angles that you don't notice it. But you cannot hide the cables in this case. So I just tried to clean it up as best I could, but that's just terrible that they didn't give us any cable routing for this at all. And just like that helicopter case, the back is wide open. I hate that. But yeah, it's about $6,000. Once you get a certain depth into it financially, I knew the power supply wasn't going to be enough. That's a $335 power supply. What are you going to do? It's 1,300 watt Prime PX Seasonic with like a 12-year warranty. You know, 3090 graphics cards like $1,700 if you're lucky. Did I do PCIe Gen 4 on this? I don't think I did. I think I've got a Samsung 970 EVO. I'd have to turn it on. I can't remember what I put in here. There's a video of me building this, so it's there. You're not going to see it in the case, but you're going to see me build the whole motherboard. If you look up the last Threadripper video I did live back in September, I built this on a, you know, just on the surface of the back at the kitchen and did a test fire of it. And I'd have to go back and look at the video. I work on so many computers, I do so many builds, I can no longer remember what I put into it as far as storage goes. I cannot remember. You guys would have to tell me. But I like this Threadripper far better than the original Threadripper. This thing was fast. This feels like a fast computer. This feels like a $6,000 rig. The other one was about $4,500 and it doesn't feel faster at all to a $2,000 rig, honestly. It doesn't. If anything, it almost feels slower and louder. So I was really turned off with Threadripper. But now we got something. Now we have something worth doing. And what I'll do with it when it's done, I have no idea. I have no plans for this. I do not need it. Strictly made it because I could. Like, hey guys, you want to see something cool? Let's make a cool video. Once it's done and that project is done and there's no more videos to make with it, I have no use for it. None whatsoever. I mean, I could make it a streamer. It's way overkill to stream. But this is doing such a good job and it's much more pleasant. Wouldn't you rather look at this than look at this? I would. And then there's Xenos. When Xenos is done, that could be a streamer. And that's like a 9900 KS chip too, just like this one. Only need one streamer. And then I have the Nuka-Cola case with the 8086K I built like 2 years ago that's still not finished. Like, it's all booting and it works, but I haven't done any cable management and I wanted to switch the fans out to Noctua fans. I haven't had time. And even if I finish it, then what do I do with it? I don't know what to do with it. And it's expensive, so it's not like people are knocking at my door clamoring to throw money at me to say I'll buy it. If I put this for sale for $6,000, how many of you have $6,000 and want to buy it? And how the hell am I going to pack and ship something with the glass and everything like that so it doesn't get broken on the travel? It would be almost, well, it wouldn't be impossible, but it'd be very expensive to ship this. So I'll probably just be stuck with it. I know, life is hard. I don't know what to do. I'm serious. It's big, it's heavy. I don't know what to do with it. I built it just so you guys could watch a cool video. And I wanted to give Threadripper another chance. Because people are like, oh, Threadripper's great, you're crazy. I mean, it's not great, it's a piece of crap. You can see it's a piece of crap. Just watch 2 years worth of videos of me trying to get the thing to work reliably. And then once I got it working reliably, a 3900X from AMD is faster at a quarter of the cost. So I was pretty burned. And then I talked to Anthony Remus, who builds and sells Threadrippers professionally, and he told me the secret sauce was the motherboard and the RAM, and if I picked the right motherboard and RAM combined with the natural evolution of the Threadripper, that I would have a good experience. And I took his word for it. I said, we'll give it one more try. And I built it live on camera, unboxed everything for the first time live on camera, and it all worked perfectly out of the box, like an Intel system would. That very rarely happens on AMD builds on this channel. I don't know why. And just a lot of times the system won't boot the first time. There's RAM incompatibilities or BIOS updates or something that's preventing it from working. And most of the repairs you'll see are all mostly more AMDs than Intels that need repair. I don't know why. Mostly it's motherboard or RAM related, not chip related. And I just don't have motherboard and RAM related problems as frequently on Intel based systems. So it's not fair to focus on the chip, right? Because the chip is usually not the problem. It's the board and the RAM we're plugging it into. That's where the problems come. Same with Ready. When Anthony said if you use this RAM and this board with this chip, you will have a good experience, he was right. But I'm not used to that with Intel. You pretty much buy any Intel compatible board and any RAM you want. It works. It just works. You don't have to do any research. That's the right CPU type, the right socket type, and the right DDR4 RAM. Doesn't even matter what speed it is. Doesn't even matter. 2 sticks, 4 sticks, whatever you want, slap it in there. It'll just work. So my argument against AMD isn't against the chip. It's against everything that supports the chip, the motherboard, the RAM, and all the issues that cause it. So, somebody who has to eat the cost of warranty repair because I'm a professional system builder, I lose money when I have to go back and fix something under warranty. And so I am reluctant to sell any AMD systems until I feel like it's not going to put me out of business to support them. And my business clients refuse to have AMD systems. They refuse. I've offered it numerous times. One customer got so upset with me, he said, "Don't ever ask me again." Drop everything. One customer said, he says, "We've talked about this in the past. I'm not interested. We've used Intel. We've always used Intel. We're always going to use Intel. And I don't care if it costs me twice as much money. We're always going to use Intel. I'm not going to gamble with my business. I have no reason to. Intel's not done anything wrong. We don't have any problems, and I don't want to experiment with my business to save a few dollars and only to find out that we're losing productivity or, to enter unknown territory." Every one of my business clients, without an exception, has expressed, not with that much passion, but they've expressed no interest in moving away from Intel because they've grown to depend on Intel. They're familiar with it, they're comfortable with it, and they have no motivation to explore or experiment because it costs their company money when things don't work. Now, when somebody's at home, when they're messing around on their home computer, who cares? They can have problems and then not tell you about it. When people tend to be a zealot or, somebody who's an evangelist for a particular brand, I don't know why people do that. But they'll often excuse things for the company they like. "Oh yeah, well that happens. But they're working on it, it's fine." But then the company they don't like could have, some minor little flaw, and they'll blow it up like it's a huge problem. So they're very, very biased as though they're an investor. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me why somebody would be emotionally invested into a cold, heartless corporation. Not many Gen Xers have that kind of loyalty to a soulless corporation. My generation is pretty rare. But the younger generation, they seem to somehow be connected in the same way somebody likes a sports team. "That's my team. It's not your team. That's my team. We won." No, you didn't win. They're a team that exists in the city you live in, but you're not a part of the team. You don't play on the team. You don't coach the team. You have no involvement. It's not your team. "They're my team and we won." It's not your team and you didn't win. Whether they win or lose has no impact on you. "Oh, I'm not going to eat this week. My team lost. I'm so upset." It's out of your control, man. It's got nothing to do with you. Whether you eat or not eat, it's not going to make your team play any better next week. I grew up in Detroit. We got the Lions, okay? We understand. It's not your fault. Nothing you can do about it. They did their best, man. It had nothing to do with you. Well, on the nerd side of things, there's some hardcore nerds that, for whatever reason, have this weird sports-like fanaticism towards a manufacturer. That's just weird, man. What do you care? What do you care? If I like Intel, if I like AMD, what difference does it make in your life at all? Zero. I'm not going to watch that guy anymore. He's too hard on AMD. Yeah, I'm sure AMD's going to write you a thank you letter. Never. AMD could give a rat's behind about you. They don't know who you are. You could be like, "If you don't like AMD, I'm going to boycott your company." And AMD's going to be like, "We got nothing to do with that guy." You tell AMD, "Hey, you got a zealot out there threatening to boycott companies on your behalf," and AMD will probably send you a cease and desist letter and threaten to sue you for supporting their company so enthusiastically that it's causing them damage and press PR problems. It's sort of like those people that were, that believed that they were acting on behalf of President Trump and thought that they were going to get pardoned, and they're not getting pardoned. And you're like, what? He was supposed to pardon us. No, it doesn't work like that. You weren't told to do that. Yeah, he said it. If you listened, he really said it. No, he didn't say it. He never said that. He didn't say storm in and, hurt people. He just said to protest. Go over there and protest. That's what he said. Anything that you did beyond that was not what he said. So you think so these AMD people or Intel people, it goes both ways, by the way, but it's usually the smaller AMD crowd tends to be a bit louder. And they'll be like so shocked when AMD completely dismisses the acknowledgement of their own existence. Write AMD a letter and see if they respond to you. They're a big company like any other company. They don't know who you are. They don't care. Whether you like their product or whether you evangelize their product, they don't know who you are. They do not care. If you hate their product, they still don't care. I promise you, they don't care. But you keep doing that. You keep having a loyalty to a company that completely doesn't even know you exist and will not help you if you ask for it. They will not reward your loyalty. You won't get a discount. You won't even get an acknowledgement from AMD or Intel that you exist. But don't let me get in your way, man. You keep rooting for your team because that's what you do. You do you, man. But for me, I'm going with whoever is available to buy, whoever has maturity in the space, who has a product that's refined and not new and experimental, and is reasonably priced for what you get. And that's how I stay in business. And sometimes that's AMD. Like I said, I used to install mostly AMD Athlon XPs because Intel's offerings were not good. And that lasted for a number of years. And when the Intel introduced the Core Duo, AMD couldn't compete anymore, or they chose not to. And that went on for the next 15 years, where AMD wasn't worth even considering. Now AMD's come back and they've got some nice offerings. They do. But the motherboard and the RAM manufacturers have not gone on the same page. Needs more time. Once they have that time to mature it, I'm sure it's going to be equivalent to Intel in almost every way, shape, and form. We're just not there yet. And so people think they're saving money, but they're not. When you price out the AMD systems and then you price out the equivalent Intel system, I think there's a $20 difference. People will pay more for RAM and they'll pay more for the board and they'll pay more. Oh, but the chip was cheaper. Yeah, okay. They just choose to see life as they want to see it. And that's okay, but don't let them fool you. Think for yourself. If you like AMD, then you like AMD. And if you like Intel, you like Intel. And don't let anybody tell you what you like is wrong. That's my advice. You do you. Don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't look for other people's approval to ensure that you're right. You're never right. You're only right for you. And you're never wrong. You're only wrong from somebody else's perspective. There is no right or wrong in the sense of choosing computer parts. You choose for whatever reason you choose. Your reasons are your reasons. Your money is your money. Best advice I can give you. Matt Power says, if I really need a computer, I don't care if it's Intel or AMD. Amen. I totally agree with you. If I was in a position where I had to have a computer, I wouldn't snub my nose based on manufacturer. It's sort of like if you're hungry, you'll eat what's being served. If you're not going to eat. My mother sort of raised us that way, right? It was like, hey, Mom, the dog's not eating. Don't worry about it. Well, I mean, the dog hasn't eaten for 2 days. The dog will eat when he's hungry. I don't think he likes the food. Well, then he's not hungry enough. That was the answer. That's how I was raised. John Lewis says, my wife married Mr. Right and I married Mrs. Always Right. I don't think it's important to be right. When you think about like how in arguments, my mother used to love to argue and I used to get so frustrated because I'd sense a pattern and I just hate that. So I would just rack my brain like, oh, I'm sensing an argument's beginning. How can I subvert this? How do I disarm this argument immediately? Because what's coming is going to be unpleasant and futile. I remember my mom, it's like an inertia because she's ready to fight. Well, if you fight, I mean argue. First of all, none of her kids were as smart as she was, nor would they ever be. She made that clear. And the best thing that you can answer to her when she said that was, yep, you're right. She wasn't prepared for that answer. I remember we were at a restaurant. This was closer towards the end of her life. And we were at this restaurant, and I had kind of figured out her game because I didn't want to play it anymore. I was sick of playing this game that I grew up playing, trying to outsmart her, and it wasn't working. No matter how much logic I used, it did not work. So I had to come up with another strategy. So we're at this restaurant, the family's all together, and everybody's looking at the menus for a while, and I looked across the table at my mom and I said, what do you think of this place? She goes, oh, it's nice, you brought me here before. I said, no, I've never brought you here before. She goes, yes, you did. Now that right there is the beginning of the argument. Okay, so I got smarter. It doesn't matter if I'm wrong, if I took her there before and I don't remember, or if she's confusing it with someplace else I took her, is irrelevant. It is nothing worth arguing about. It is completely pointless. It is a moot point. I recognized that right in that moment. And I got to the crux of why I initiated that initial conversation, which was to say, did you find anything on the menu that you want to order? Are you ready to order? Is basically, I didn't want to come out and say, are you ready to order? So what I said was, what do you think of this place? And then she was going to say, oh, it's pretty nice. And say, well, you've looked at the menu, you find what you want. Because then, I think the rest of us are ready if you're ready, right? That's how I was getting there. So the way it went down, I said, what do you think of the place? She says, well, it's nice, but you brought me here before. I said, no, I didn't. But you know what? Like I stopped. I go, it doesn't matter. What I really just want to know is did you find something on the menu you want to order? And she said, yeah. Boom, nipped in the bud, no problem. No argument, no fight, no debate. And I remember the first time I tried it, I was in the back seat of the car with my stepsister, and my stepdad was driving and my mom was in the passenger seat, or the kids in the back seat. I was probably 17 years old when I figured this out. And I thought I'd experiment with it. And my mom said something that was completely wrong. And you could just tell, here it comes, right? She's ready to fight. She's already lining up the next thing she's going to say in retaliation. And whatever you have to say, she's already in her brain focused on what she's going to say. That's how she would argue. Like you could see her brain she's ready. She's already prepping for the next round. I said, okay, Mom, you're right. She was completely wrong. But because what I realized is, whether or not I get her to admit she's right or wrong doesn't change anything. It doesn't make my life any easier. It doesn't mean I make more money. There's no benefit in it to me. There's nothing for me to lose. There's nothing for me to gain. So why would I engage in this futile, frustrating experience? So I just said, yeah, you know what, you're right. And my mom just broke out in laughter because in her mind, I'm guessing, she didn't tell me, but I think what happened was she was ready to defend her position. She was ready, like she had put some thought into what she was going to say. And I completely disarmed her with what she didn't expect, and she didn't know how to respond, so she laughed because there was nothing to fight for. And that's when I knew I was on to something. I'm like, all right, that works. Much more pleasant ride in the car after that. Living to Live contributes $5. Says Carey, appreciate very much. Built my first PC last year. Upgraded multiple laptops. Thanks for the push. Succeeded. I have 2 new coolers to send if they can be used. I appreciate the offer, but right now, like coolers is pretty easy to acquire coolers. They're cheap and readily available. What's not available are graphics cards, power supplies can be hard to find, and those aren't things I want to use used. You know what I mean? So when we do the giveaways and stuff like that, we're just doing stock stuff. We're not giving away anything fancy, over the top, custom cooled. So the cost of shipping these coolers quite often is more than the coolers are worth, or close to what the coolers are worth buying them new on Amazon with free shipping. You and I don't get free shipping. So, well, I appreciate the offer. I don't have any use for them, but maybe you can use them for something locally that you can help somebody you know, a neighbor, or just put them in the closet for spare parts or for a friend or something like that. But I appreciate the thought, and I appreciate the contribution and support to the channel. And, congrats on building your own machine. Welcome to the club. You now know something the rest of us who've done it know. And those of us who are thinking of doing it or haven't done it, there's something that they don't know that we cannot tell them. It is something that you get through you only get it through experience. And now that you have that experience, you know what it is now. And you know what us others know. And it's very addictive, and you probably want to keep doing more if you could afford it, right? That's usually what I hear. It's fun. It's rewarding. Speaking of giveaway computers, Michael Dane, who's a member of our community here, has given away like 50 computers to his community over the last couple of years. He's just contributed $5. He says, here's another 500 pennies for your Gatorade fund. Right on. Hey, thank you, Michael. Have you done number 51 yet, Michael? Last I heard you were working on number 50. Can you imagine building and configuring 50 computers to give away? I mean, didn't do it all at once. Just one at a time. It adds up. Very proud to have people so thoughtful and considerate, not only in this community, but in their own communities, right? I mean, you'd be lucky to know them. And you would only know them because of the proximity of where you live to where they live, where they would be able to, you're one of those 50 recipients, you're somebody who obviously lives fairly close to where he lives. So we're very fortunate that we have folks like that here in the chat room, because we're not limited through, locality to whether or not we have generous people in our community or not, thoughtful, kind. So this is an amazing community because these folks like Michael are so rare that we can accumulate a bunch of rare folks like most of you who are like-minded, and we can all collaborate together and hang out together here virtually, because I'm sure most of us don't live anywhere close to each other. And this is the only way we would ever get to know each other. That's pretty cool. I've never been in a community where everybody is helpful and thoughtful and considerate. You're lucky if there's one person in your community that way. And here in this community, we have many, 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 many of you. And hopefully, it'll continue to grow, and there's more undiscovered, helpful, thoughtful people out there that just haven't found us yet. Birds of a feather. Okay, about 4.5 hours into this stream. This is not how I was planning today to go, but that's okay. Is Carey dumped his shares in Coca-Cola? I never owned any shares in Coca-Cola. Probably should have back in the 80s if I was smart enough to know how to do that. And if I had any money that I could have invested. I lived off $1 a day, $1 a day for years in a house with no air conditioning and no heat in the desert, with freezing cold winters under an electric blanket every winter for a couple of years, to 100+ degree weather for over 100 days in a row, with nothing more than a fan blowing on me by the side of my bed to keep me cooled down, which wasn't, blowing hot air isn't very refreshing. That's all we had. We didn't have a choice. That was it. Dishwasher didn't work. Faucets dripped. I don't know, something flipped in me, and some switch flipped in me, and I said, I don't want to live like this anymore. I guess my mom and my stepdad thought it was good enough. And just one day I had enough. I just said, there's no reason that we have to live like this. And I remember one day, I've told this story before, I pulled the dishwasher out. We hadn't used the dishwasher in years. Everything had to be washed by hand. It stopped working, and nobody in my family could be bothered to try to fix it. What do I know about a dishwasher? There's no internet. I can't look it up. I don't know. But I remember one day I was bored. I was probably 18, 19. Well, let's see how this thing goes together, because that's how we used to learn how to fix stuff. We used to just take stuff apart, see how it works. Today that's called reverse engineering, but back when I was growing up it was called breaking stuff. But it was already broken, so I didn't have to worry about breaking it. And I was amazed by how simple a dishwasher is. It's incredibly simple. And I just looked at it. Just, how does this work? Okay, it's plugged in the wall. That makes sense. It's plugged into the water line. Well, that makes sense. It's got a drain hose. Well, I mean, if it's got water, it's got to drain it. And that's it. That's all there is. And 2 screws under the counter. Take the 2 screws out, little short screws, maybe about that big. 2 screws, super easy. Whole dishwasher slides right out. Okay, so nobody could do this for 2 years. My parents don't know how this works. I'm a child with nothing to do. So of course I overthink it. There's one solenoid. That's all there is, just one solenoid. My stepdad worked at a company where he had the ability to test electronics, and I took the solenoid out and I gave it to him. I said, I'm going to fix the dishwasher. I'm going to try and fix it. Okay, whatever. He says, if you give me the solenoid, I'll take it to work and I'll test it tomorrow when I go to work. He took it to work. He came home from work in the evening. He said, solenoid works. Okay, that's not the problem. I'm looking at the dishwasher. There's really nothing else to fix. That's all there is. I said, I thought to myself, I wonder if the hose is plugged up. Like, we know the dishwasher can get water. We know it's got power. But maybe it's not draining. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know. It's been broken for 2 years. I don't remember what's wrong with it. It just doesn't work. So I took the hose, because I had disconnected it from the wall, so I took the other end of the hose off from the bottom of the dishwasher. I took it out into the front yard where I had a garden hose and a pressure nozzle. And I put the pressure nozzle into the hose and sprayed into it, and all this disgusting crap came out of the hose onto the patio. A lot of it. It was not recognizable. I don't know. Old food waste material for years was sitting in that pipe. Black, goopy algae. I don't know what it was. It was disgusting. So I kept spraying it until stuff stopped coming out, and turned the hose around the other way and sprayed it the other way, and I think a little more detritus came out of it. And then I hosed down the patio and pushed it all into the lawn. I guess that's good fertilizer, right? Put the hose back on the dishwasher, slid the dishwasher back under the counter, put the 2 screws. No, I didn't put the screws back in it because I wasn't sure it was fixed. But I definitely hooked the hose back up. The drain hose was hooked back up, plugged the power back in, and hooked the water line back up and turned the water back onto the water. It's got a little valve you turn on. And I ran the dishwasher and it worked great. Never had a problem with it. So we went without a dishwasher for 2 years in my family because nobody could get off their butt to look at it. What do I know about a dishwasher? I didn't know a thing about it. By taking it apart, I learned how a dishwasher works. Just think about that. For 2 years, a family went without a potentially perfectly fine working dishwasher. We washed all our dishes by hand.
because nobody could be bothered to do something simple. And that has stuck with me for the rest of my life. It's like somebody who, you ever been in somebody's house and their smoke alarm is beeping, it's chirping every so many seconds? How can you live like that? How does that not drive you crazy? I've seen people on TV during interviews on nationwide TV, and as they're talking, you hear chirp, chirp. You're on nationwide TV. You can't get a step stool or a ladder and change the battery. It's a 9-volt battery. It's super easy. Chirp. Do something. Chirp. Do you know why that's beeping? Do you know why it's annoying? Because it's telling you this smoke alarm may not go off and you might die because your smoke alarm doesn't work. So in order for you to not die, your smoke alarm is designed to alert you to smoke that you're a human being. You get carbon monoxide poisoning, you would never know. That's what your smoke alarm has hopefully got, carbon monoxide sensor. Chirp. Yeah, it's not going to happen to me. Okay, it's not. Fine. Just change the thing so it stops chirping. For the love of all that is holy, I will pay for the battery. Give me the ladder. I've got 95 seconds to spare. I can do this for you, so you're good for another few years. Chirp. How can you live like that? How can you tune that out? That's insanity. And just because you can tune it out doesn't mean that you're not putting every visitor or guest or family member in your house under unreasonable, torturous circumstances just because you can tolerate it. For God's sake, have a little consideration for other people. Sure. I mean, if you don't treasure the value of your own life, then for the sake of just being polite, change it. It'd be no different than having a stereo blasting. You're home alone, you want to blast your stereo, have a good time. You got guests over, maybe they don't want to hear your stereo that loud, have a little consideration. Sure. It's effortless. It's simple. It's cheap. Why would you continue to live with that? Sure. It never stops. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Sure. And you can tune that out? Maybe smoke alarms need to just start smoking for people to take them seriously. Maybe they need to just, the chirp is not enough. It's not enough. They need to, I don't know, start a small fire. That would be ironic. What happened? Well, I just ignored the battery warning on my smoke alarm and it caught fire. Why did it do that? Because I didn't change the battery in 90 days of it chirping, so it just self-destructed to put itself out of its own misery. Now I'm in the hospital with 3rd-degree burns. So you could have avoided all of that if you'd have just changed the battery? Yeah. So how hard is that? I don't know, I've never done it. Love it. I love it. That's why the dishwasher stayed broken for 2 years. There was a family in Texas that decided during the storm that it'd be a good idea to heat the house with the car exhaust. And they died of carbon monoxide poisoning. There's things I think are common knowledge that most people old enough to own a car in a house or rent a place would know. And the smoke alarms are there for people who aren't paying attention or people who lack an education of basic things. And clearly the smoke alarm didn't work. Maybe they didn't change the battery. Sure. I don't know. Not all smoke alarms detect carbon monoxide. Maybe that was the case. I don't know. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe anybody could be that devoid of common sense. You just don't suck on a car tailpipe and think it's healthy. That really happened. You guys know Weird Al Yankovic? His parents died of carbon monoxide poisoning. He started the fireplace and forgot to open the flue. And his mother and his father both died from carbon monoxide poisoning from the fireplace. Again, carbon monoxide detector built into the smoke detector would have sounded an alarm, hopefully, before it got so bad as to render you unconscious. Chirp. And I think the smoke alarm companies made that damn chirp so annoying and so frequent that it would drive you crazy if you didn't change it. And somehow, some of us have figured out a way to tune that out of their daily life. Chirp. How would you like to be a crying baby? If your mother or father could just completely ignore your crying, I imagine they could probably easily be the same people who ignore the chirping smoke detector. I just imagine, like that makes sense to me. I think those are the same people. I find it offensive. But it's their smoke detector, it's their fire, it's their life. I just feel bad for anybody who lives with them, especially a child who doesn't have the means to change it themselves. And they don't know how important and how serious that chirping sound is. And they're being taught by their parents to ignore it, and their parents don't care enough about their own children to do it for the kids. What's a battery cost? It's a 9-volt battery. It's under $2. You don't have a friend or a neighbor that'll change it for you if you asked? Crazy. Solo says, I'm amazed at how many people survive living. It is kind of impressive, isn't it? Like, how have you lived this long? How have you not stabbed yourself in the face repeatedly while learning to eat with a fork? Should you be wearing a helmet right now? I don't know. It's okay. If you need to get one, let's go get one. I mean, there's just some basics, just, simple stuff. I don't think it's unreasonable. People should have a basic common knowledge that's to their own benefit of survival and those of their family members and others that they care for. What you do if you live alone is your business. But the minute you have guests over or you have family that you're responsible for living with you, and you don't take that responsibility seriously, that's what you're training your children to be like. Hey, you're kids. I just don't want them to rob me later on, okay? I'm not sure what that had to do with the smoke detector. I just thought that was funny. All right. Squirrels. William wants to know, what tech job, by the way, William, thank you for changing the subject back to tech. What tech job did you enjoy the most? Easily, that would be Intel. I had the most rewarding experience at Intel. I've got a lot of stories, shocking stories at Intel, stories where I expected one thing and the exact opposite happened. Made some great friends. Had a very rewarding career there while I was there. I made a difference. I felt like I made a difference. I was there when Andy Grove was still the CEO, one of the original founders. Right? It was Gordon Moore, Andy Grove, and Robert. I always have a hard time remembering that last guy's name. I mean, the Santa Clara office is named after him.
Noyce, Robert Noyce. Those are the three guys. Robert Noyce, Gordon Moore, Moore's Law, Andy Grove. So that original trinity of founders, Andy was the last one who participated in the company. After Andy, there was a gentleman named Craig. Anyway, Craig didn't come on until after it was about the same time they were transitioning, where Andy was going out and Craig was moving up. What's his name? Craig Barrett, I think is his name. Yeah, Craig Barrett. Craig's an old guy too. Craig's like 81 now. But anyway, is Andy Grove even still around anymore? Oh, Andy. Andy was just the coolest dude. He really was the coolest guy. And he had a fun accent because he's from Hungary. So he had that Hungarian, kind of German kind of an accent. And he was always cheerful, always smiling. If you see any interviews with Andy, he's a very laid back guy. He doesn't take anything so seriously like others. Like you look at Craig Barry, very serious guy. Andy Grove died at 79 years old. What year was this? 2016? He's such a good guy. You know, when you think of these powerful corporate CEOs, you think of monsters, soulless people chasing. Andy wasn't that way. Andy was just the coolest dude. Anyway, it was a great place to be for a number of reasons. You know, the leadership was so inspiring, so relatable. The company was just doing amazing things. The Pentium processor was coming out, or had just come out. Windows 95, we were testing Chicago. I think it was called Chicago. It was the internal code name for Windows 95. We were doing some early testing on that back in the days of Banyan Vines, and I think we were using, was it not Lotus Notes? What was it called? I can't remember. Gosh, I used to work with a guy. I never knew him, right? I mean, we didn't have any pre-existing relationship. They said, okay, here's your new job, and you're going to be working in this laboratory, and you're going to be working with this really attractive lady. Her name is Monica. Don't worry, she's out of your league. Don't even try. And then this guy's name is John, and the three of you will share this laboratory space together. And Monica, I don't know what her job was. Didn't care. It was great to have her there. And John's a little older than I am, but John was hilarious. And then across the hallway was where they did all the hard drive demagnetization. The hard drives had to be, there's a word like degaussed before they, if they were bad or they had to leave the building, all the data had to be destroyed. And they had this giant power magnetic machine that ran them through a conveyor belt. And it was all in a fenced-in cage with a lock on it. And the guy in the cage, his name was Brent. And Brent was hilarious. So Brent and John, and then it was me, and then Monica. And man, we had so much fun. It was just sort of like unsupervised children. We had so much fun. It was a great job. And I really felt like I did something there that, nobody else would have done if I hadn't done it. And we've already revisited that, and we've already talked about that. I would not have left Intel, but unfortunately, I didn't have a choice. It wasn't Intel's decision. It was a contractor that I was working for, and my level of education did not meet Intel's requirements for hiring consideration. It didn't matter what I was capable of. It didn't matter what I had proven and what I had done that other highly educated coworkers did not do. Because they're a corporation, they don't evaluate you as an individual. Like you won't even be you're not even worth consideration if you don't have a minimum certain degree. I think you needed a bachelor's degree in a specific field. I don't remember what it was.
And there was no option to say, hey, I'll go get the bachelor's degree. If you hire me now, I'll go get, no, we're not. Who said that? I don't see anybody. Do you see anybody? So the only way I could get into Intel was through a contractor. And when the contractor became problematic, I had to go to a different contractor. Well, a different contractor doesn't service Intel, so then I went to work for the large power company. Well, there's two big power companies in Phoenix, APS and SRP. And I ended up doing about a year at SRP. That was an interesting job. It wasn't one of my favorites, but the people I worked with were a lot of fun. Frustrating job, didn't pay well, and we were constantly threatened that they were going to replace us with contractors if we didn't increase our output. Just constant, over and over and over, just berated. We're going to just outsource you guys. This was in the 90s. And then APS, Arizona Public Service. I worked there for about a year and a half, 2 years. I went through 3 contractors at that job. I liked that job so much that when the contractors lost the contract, I applied for a position with the new contractor to keep doing what I had been doing for basically the same pay. The only thing that changed was who my paycheck was being written by. But I did the same job for the same company in the same way, but I had to quit and get rehired by another company to keep doing the same job for the same pay. But the name on the check was different. That's all it changed. I did that 3 times. And but the third time, the contractor tried pulling a fast one on me, and I said, you can't do that. And I said, we can do whatever we want, and if you don't like it, you can get your things and go. I think actually what they said was, why don't you get your things together and go? And I said, you're right. I agree. Why don't I? And then they escorted me out of the building. That wasn't how the conversation started, but that's how the conversation ended. And that's unfortunate because it has nothing to do with the quality of my work or the work relationships that I had with the actual employees of that company. It was just a really bad contractor called Microage, who was long since gone out of business, and how they stayed in business. It's funny, I had a really bad feeling. I knew Microage was a crappy, terrible company. I wanted nothing to do with them. I know they abused and neglected their employees and underpaid them and overworked them. They had a reputation in the industry for being one of the worst companies you could work for in the technical industry. So how they stayed in business as long as they did, I never could understand. But I really wanted to keep my job there. And I had to go work for Microage because of political reasons that they dropped the other contractor. The contractor didn't do anything wrong. I think they got bought out by another contractor, and APS had a previous experience with that new company that took ownership, and they no longer wanted to continue the contract because the ownership changed, and they already had a previous bad experience with those new owners. So they went to Microage, and I went, no, don't go to Microage. Please don't go to Microage. Well, they're not listening to me. So if you want to keep your job, you didn't hear this from me, but you go interview over at Microage. And I didn't want to. I'm like, this isn't gonna be pretty. And I asked for some reassurances. In the interview, I said, Microage is known for doing this and doing this. In the industry, this is what you're known for, and this is why I've never applied here. And I'm really scared that if I come work for you, that you're gonna do these things that you've done to others. And oh no, we don't do that. We're not like that anymore. Yeah, I admit we were like that, but we're not. No, they lied to me. They told me what I wanted to hear, and as soon as they didn't need me anymore, right? Because they just took over. They don't know how anything works. So if you can carry over employees who know the policies and the protocols and are already efficient and optimized for knowing where to go, how to get around the campus, they hit the ground running. And as soon as they got their bearings, and it took a couple of months, and they said, okay, well, we're going to shift some people around. I said, you can't shift me around. That was one of the conditions. I said, you're not going to move me. You're known for doing that. You promised me you wouldn't do that. And they said, oh, we got a dress code now. And no, we talked about this. You said you weren't going to change the dress code. I specifically asked you this in the interview. He goes, well, these things change. Why don't you just get your things and go? I said, yeah, I think you're right. And that's how that ended. That sucked. That really sucked. So all those friendships and all the work that I did, I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't know when I went into that meeting that was, I had not set myself up for that. So yeah, that was heartbreaking. It was emotional because somebody stepped in who didn't know anything about anything, decided they were the boss and they had all the answers because they're the ones in charge of the contract, and were going to tell me how to do my job, how to dress. And I was like, no. You need to listen to me. I've been doing this job. I know these people. I know these procedures. I know these protocols. I've been doing this longer than you have. And it sort of becomes this competition of pride. And, my attitude was, I don't need you. You need me worse than I need you. There's nobody else who does what I do here at the company. And they said, we don't care. We'll find someone else. I said, okay, good luck with that. Bye. And I went out and I got another job. And they went out and they got another tech. I'm sure they had no regrets, and I had no regrets. But I wasn't the one under any pressure to get jobs done until I could find an employee capable of finishing with the incomplete jobs that remained on my desk when they they absolutely with purpose dismissed me from that position, leaving projects that I had started unfinished. And somebody had to come in and figure out what the hell I was doing. And customers that were waiting had to wait longer. Again, none of my problem. Wasn't my problem. But Intel, my fondest memories, my most rewarding career was at Intel. And, I'm not going to sit here and be a shill for Intel. Not everything was great. But whatever the reason, the timing, the people, the job, everything just lined up perfectly for me. And I just really fit in there really well. And again, it's one of those jobs I start thinking, I'm not smart enough to be here at Intel. These are really smart, well-educated people. These are propeller heads. I'm not a propeller head. I don't really belong here. And then I started watching what people were doing and how they were doing it. And I was like, I know more than that guy. That's the lead tech. Same thing all over again. That guy? Seriously, he's in charge? He's an idiot. Like, the things he's saying are completely verifiably untrue. I can prove it. So he didn't like me. But anyway, yeah, it was a great job. And then, once you're around a bunch of idiots, then you go, oh, I guess I'm not as dumb as I thought I was, because there's a lot of idiots that work at Intel. In fact, there's a lot of idiots that work everywhere. You can't get away from them. Robert Lutz was the CEO of GM and many other car companies. He's got a great biography that he's written. And he said no matter what job he's had and no matter how high up he got into many companies, he's a CEO of many different car companies, very successful, smart, MBA, educated, flew Swiss fighter jets. I think he was in the Swiss Army or something. Anyway, he bought he's so wealthy, for fun, he bought a Swiss fighter jet. And he flies it for fun. He's a smart guy, right? And he said about 20% of the employees I worked with were they're idiots, they're morons. And I thought if I, got into management, I'd be surrounded by more intelligent people, but still about 20% of management were complete idiots. And then when I get to the board of directors, I'll be surrounded by, the think tank, brains. But then you find out some of these people on board of directors simply because they have money or their parents had money or it's because they know somebody and they're just complete idiots. They don't belong there. He said you can't escape it. No matter how high up you go in a company, about 20% of the people you work with will be idiots. Just they have no business being there, they're not qualified, and they cause more harm than good, and you cannot escape it. You cannot reach a position of authority where other people in that arena that you work with are all going to be at this high level. And that kind of took the wind out of my sails. I was like, really? I was kind of hoping. And his book is like, no, it doesn't matter where you work. It doesn't matter what level of personal promotion or growth that you achieve, raising up in the company, being promoted. When you get right up to the top, there's still about 20% of the people at the top are complete idiots and don't belong there. And I was like, okay, so on the one hand, it's not just me. on the other hand, that kind of sucks. Marty's posting a squirrel. Was that a squirrel? Squirrel. And then that's about the time like the Dilbert books came out, the Dilbert principle, where people that were ineffective and inefficient were promoted, and the people who worked hard and were honest were let go or you know, not promoted. And I was relating to all of it. It was very sarcastic, but it was true. Like I witnessed it, I experienced it. So I really enjoyed those Dilbert books. The Dilbert principle was very true of the 90s. Now, I haven't been in the workforce like that in corporate America for 2 decades, right? I work for myself, but I mean, ultimately I work for my customers, and my customers are these, you know, medium-sized businesses. That's the bread and butter of my business. Yeah, of course I do, you know, some small office or home office or residential stuff, but much more rare, especially since the pandemic. I'm not going over anybody's house. So these medium businesses, these small medium businesses, they have, you know, on average about 8 employees full-time in an office. They're not working out of a house. We don't deal with any of that corporate bureaucracy. They're not big enough, you know, to have that. But a friend of mine was showing me that YouTube video about the red line. Have you guys seen the video about the red line? He goes, Carey, do you know what you're missing out in corporate America today? Let me show you this video. Well, I'd seen the video, and it's all just gobbledygook speak about red lines. Like they represent something, but they're not specific as to what they represent. And then they start literally talking about how we make the red lines bigger on the chart, because bigger red lines are better. And we've got a red line special. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about. It's a popular YouTube video. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I could flourish in that environment. I was really upset when I worked at Newegg and the person in charge liked to use a lot of gobbledygook speak instead of just talking normal. And I didn't understand why this was necessary. It was the person in charge was a very LA trendy kind of a person. Nice person, don't get me wrong, nothing against her, but she just seemed to think that coming up with clever wording for ordinary things made her out. Look, I don't know why she did it, but to me, it's like you think you're smarter because you used. I have to take I'm going to take a bio break. You're going to use the toilet? It's a bio break. Okay. Enjoy your, you know, bio break. Taking a leak? How crass. Oh, it's a bio break. What the hell's a bio break? It's in my late 40s and no one's ever used that word. Hey, why don't we come into this office? We'll do a little ideation. Is that legal? The hell is ideation? You know, we're going to have ideas. Oh, you're going to spitball? Ideation. Why don't you just say what it is? Why do you have to make up words? This is stupid. Every single time I went to Newegg, there was some new word I'd never heard before that was completely nonsense. It made something simple sound fancy. It's a bio break. Yeah, be sure you flush your bio break, okay? Jiggle the handle. I just don't do well in that environment. I don't like that. It's like putting on airs. It's like fronting. You know what I mean? It's like trying. I'm not a trash collector. I am a sanitation engineer. No, I remember when you had to go to school to get a diploma or a degree to call yourself an engineer. Now we're all engineers. I'm not a secretary. How dare you? How dare you call me a secretary? Oh, I apologize. What's your position? I'm an administrative assistant. And what do you do as an administrative assistant? Well, mostly secretarial work. I think I'm going to leave now. I honestly don't know what the heck Monica did. John and I developed John did more software solutions. I did more hardware solutions on laptops. And Monica was like someone who assisted us. Like when we needed something, I'm trying to remember what she did. She was really pretty though, so I'm not complaining. She was really nice to look at. Is Monica not coming in today? She's sick? Aww. In IT work, it was pretty uncommon for there to be many women in the 90s in IT. And so the fact that there was one, and the fact that she was very, very attractive, and she was in my office, I was like, oh, this is cool. And yeah, I mean, it was never anything romantic about it. It was just weird. Wow. Of course, nowadays, there's certainly more women in IT than there was. There's still not enough. I mean, there's no reason it shouldn't be like 50-50 like any other job, but for some reason, it just doesn't seem to attract many females. But I hope that changes over time. And not for any other reason than there's no reason for there not to be. Doesn't make any sense. It was very unusual back then. You didn't see that every day. Monica's probably watching going, I didn't know he liked me. You don't want to date anybody you work with. Never do that. Sherry McFarland is telling Stealth Mode, I was a stay-at-home mom for 30 years. I remember saying domestic engineer to some detractors. Roseanne Barr, when she did her stand-up comedy in the late 80s, early 90s, she used to call herself a domestic goddess. It was hilarious. She used to be so funny. If you watch old Roseanne Barr stand-up comedy, like when she was young, wow, she was hilarious. And she'd talk about stuff like that, about equality in men and women and stuff like that. And I think it's just as true today, unfortunately. Solo said, I dated a coworker once, never again if you like your job. Yeah, what do you do when you break up and you still got to go to work and see each other? Especially if you work in the same department and you have to interact together. That is going to make your life miserable. CCTV user says, thank you for part 1 of the Subaru video recently posted. So nice to see Mike again. Yeah, Mike is the man. Someone's saying the cam is out of focus. The cam may be focusing on this big rig here instead of on me. That may be what's happening. If it's on autofocus, not really a whole lot I can do. It looks good to me, though. Looks pretty focused to me. What do you guys think? Is it focused? Ricky B says, I remember my brother took a lot of bull because he said he was a house husband. His wife made real good money, and so he stayed home and took care of the kids. I have to tell you, ever since I was a child, I never had an issue with having Like if I thought of myself as an adult being married, having my wife work. But I was raised where my mother was a stay-at-home mother and my father was raised in the 1950s, where if your wife had to work, then you were not, as a man, capable of supporting your family. So my father sort of refused to allow my mother to work whether she wanted to or not, because he was afraid that others would think that he was not a man and could not solely provide for his family. You know, when you care about what other people think to that level, you know, I don't know. I just didn't want to grow up like that. So I remember, you know, mama's boy. I'd help mom cook. I'd help mom clean. I was very interested. How do you make this at a very young age? How can I make a grilled cheese sandwich? You know, I want to do it myself. And my mom would say, someday you're going to make a lovely wife. And I thought that was great. I would love that. And it would tease me like it was an insult, but I heard it like it was a compliment. Like I still do. Like, okay, I don't see what's bad about that. I had Star Wars figures growing up, and my dad would say, oh, my son plays with dolls. Okay, so now I'm going to make somebody a good wife, and I play with dolls. Hey, you're not causing any psychological trauma from your parents talking to you that way, right? That will have no lasting effects whatsoever. So I simply said, Dad, these are action figures. These are not dolls. And then when I grew out of that stuff, my sister found my Star Wars figures, because I had them all collected, you know me, right? But I wasn't using them, and I didn't care about them anymore. But when I cared about them, they were all in the right place, and they were all put away. Well, my sisters found them, and she might even have asked me, like, you know, can I use these? And she was a child. She's like, you know, 7 or 8 years old, and I'm 9 years older than her. So I'm like, I don't care. Like, I was raised like, oh, these are going to be worth money someday. No, they're not. Everybody bought them. You know, do what you want. So she started playing with the Star Wars figures with her Barbie dolls, and I was like, you can't. What are you doing? She's like, oh, you know, she got Han Solo playing with Barbie. I'm like, they're not even to scale. What's wrong with you? This is a blasphemous. You can't do that. And she's giggling because she thinks it's hilarious. And I'm like, seriously, something's wrong with you. How can you interact Barbie, who's this big, with Han Solo, who's this big? They're not the same scale. It doesn't make any sense. Han Solo would never interact with Barbie. It just wouldn't happen. And I just like, you know what? I don't even want to look at this. She'll tease me to this day. Remember when I used to play with your Star Wars figures? Don't even talk to me about that. It's not how you play with Star Wars figures. You did it wrong. Michael Dane said he had a 2012 Subaru Tribeca, and when the check engine light comes on and every other light starts flashing, it seemed like the car is getting your attention. It drove me nuts, and all it was the gas cap. Well, that's not just Subaru. The gas cap is an important part of the emissions system. And if you fail to secure the gas cap, pretty much after you drive the car for a couple of miles, your check engine light will come on. That's pretty much any modern car. Now, the good news is Ford started, and I don't know who else does it, but my Ford Mustang does not have a gas cap. The fuel door, when you swing open the body panel, you know, the little fuel door, it seals against the opening of the fuel filler and becomes the cap. There's no cap to remove on many Ford vehicles. And I think other manufacturers have adopted this. My Mustang's a 2013, so they were doing this at least back in 2013. And it's so convenient to not deal with the gas cap because the seal on the gas cap gets bad, or the little plastic tether breaks. And when the plastic tether breaks, where do you put the gas cap when you're getting gas? Typically, you put it on the pump. And then what do you forget to do? You get the pump back, you get your receipt, and then you forget your gas cap because it's sitting on the pump. So at least if it was dangling by the little plastic tether. And then you can't just buy the plastic tether. Typically, you've got to buy a whole new gas cap, which you probably need anyway. If your gas cap's that old, you probably need a new seal anyway. So they're not expensive. They're like 20 bucks, whatever. Then you buy and you put it on there. But if you never have a gas cap, if all you've got is the fuel door, that's a problem you'll never have. So I think Ford's design on that is brilliant. Troll McTrolling, was it? CCTV user says, I wish all cars were fitted with heated front windscreen. Usually, you just put on defrost and then move the airflow to the front, and you can switch your selector to heat, and it'll blow air right up against the front windshield, the inside of it, which should heat up the glass on the other side if you let it run. Michael Dane says his 2015 Ford Escape has that gas door. Yeah, so it's still Ford though. I'm sure others have to do it. Michael Thomas says he had a 2005 Chevy with the same gas flap. That's cool. I never saw a Chevy with it. Solo says he's got a locking gas cap. Hey, remember when you used to have to buy gas caps with a key because people used to siphon gas to steal it? Nobody does that anymore, huh? KP Tech Help and Reviews contributes 10 Canadian dollars. Thank you, KP. These days, most people don't have a gas cap that locks. They have a fuel door that locks. Of course, those are easily broken, but I don't know why. I'm not aware of anybody siphoning gas anymore. I'm not sure today's kids would even know how, or if they had it, what to do with it. How does this go in my phone? How does this get me where I need to go? It's gas, right? Does it go in the phone? What do I do with it? You're not supposed to drink it? Well, they told me to suck on the hose. What do you mean siphoning? What's that? Is that an app? Planet Cryo says, are the gas prices going up near you? $2.75, he says, in upstate New York. Pretty much $2.75 here in Phoenix. I just got gas today at Costco at $2.55 a gallon, so about 20 cents cheaper. Yeah, it sounds like you have the same price as we do. California is usually more money. They have much higher taxes there. Remember, green is not sustainable. Is that a reference to the Texas politicians complaining about their windmills freezing as though they get 100% of their power from renewable? Yeah, politicians. You know, they're paid by large corporations to have an opinion. They don't have any. They're not experts in that field. They're experts in politics. That's why they're politicians. They tell you what they want you. They tell you what they're paid to tell you. That has nothing to do with the facts. Let's make sure we turn KP Tech and Reviews blue in here. Thank you so much for your kindness and your support. He says, you're amazing, Carey. Thanks for the amazing content. We referred people to your channel and put a link to it on my website. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that. CCTV user says, I don't think kids in their 20s would even know how to cook a raw chicken from scratch. But that's not ready to eat? Tyson Foods chicken is not a ready-to-eat product. 3 more people were poisoned with salmonella today. What does Tyson Foods have to say about this? What we have to say about it is you're supposed to cook the damn chicken. We never said it was a ready-to-eat product. The only way salmonella exists in that chicken is that you failed to properly cook it the way we tell you on the instructions when you bought the chicken. We are not issuing an apology. We are not going to pay anybody for undercooking a chicken. This is not a ready-to-eat product. The Tyson guy actually said that. He said, not word for word, what he said was, how do you respond to the outbreak of salmonella with your product? Our chicken is not a ready-to-eat product. Is a brilliant answer. If you'd have cooked it, you'd have cooked the salmonella out of it. You wouldn't have had an issue with salmonella. That's why you cook it. Raw chicken is not a ready-to-eat product. I love that. I just think it's great. KP Tech Help and Review says, Carey, I have even sent clients to your channel. Thank you. I don't know what they did to deserve such cruelty, but I appreciate it. Arnold Fossman wants you to see his first video. Arnold, if you post a link, you're blue, you're allowed to post links. You're certainly welcome to share your video with the community so they can watch it. Please do. Ron, Computer Tech, contributes $5. Thank you, Ron. No, it's cool. KP Tech, I was just teasing, man. It's cool. I appreciate it. They're all just jokes. They're not all good ones. You know? You miss 100% of the pitches you don't swing at. Is that how it goes? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take? Something like that. I don't know. So, you know, swing and a miss sometimes. Sometimes it takes a while. They're like joke grenades. And if you think about it, then you realize how funny it was like 30 seconds after I said it. Other times they're just complete duds. You sound like a blank teacher. I don't know what a blank teacher is. Arnold says, by the way, I hope to do better next time I try to make a video. You and me both, my friend. That's all I ever do. Every time I just try to do a little better, and I'm always disappointed in my own. I'm like, I could have done that different. I could have said this different. And at least when they're live, there's nothing I can do about it. So otherwise, I'd be in editing, fixing everything, and then nothing would ever get released because everything can always be improved. Even when it's improved, I can still improve it. And then by the time I release it, I'm like, here's my new video, putting together a 4625. Well, that took a long time. Yeah, well, I was in editing for about 25 years. It's more than 25 years. 30 years? The PC, so Fred Adcock says the PCV valve started in 1968. I have no recollection of 1968. I was just out of my mother. My memory starts, like, you know, there's a man on the moon in 1969. I was one. Maybe I was one. I had just turned one because it was in July, right? 69. No, my memories start at around 4 or 5 years old. Anything prior to that, I have no memory of. And then From 5 to about 19, my memory is very spotty. I was a very different person. It's almost like it was somebody else. I don't feel connected to the memories. I don't have any feelings attached to them. And I maybe have a few hours of memories combined. If I told you everything I can remember from the age of 4 to 18, there's not a lot there. A lot of negative. I probably blocked a lot of it. It's a lot of negative stuff. My life didn't really start, I think, until I was about 19, when I decided to take charge of it. Other than that, I was kind of letting the environment, my parents, the people around me, the students at school, tell me my worth, tell me what to do, tell me who to be, tell me what to be like. And when I failed to meet those requirements, I was accused of being on drugs. If it was my parents or teachers, I was accused of, I don't know what the bullies accused me of. I guess just being a loser. So because you're a loser, you deserve to get beaten. So you better run, because if I catch you, I'm going to beat the living daylights out of you. So I was a real fast runner, you know. But at some point I had enough. Like at some point I just cracked. And then I decided, yeah, it's my life. We can only live once. It's mine to do with what I want. And I'm not out to hurt anybody. I always have the best of intentions. My decisions, my consequences, my life. And I don't need anybody's approval. And that's when things started to improve. Once I decided to take ownership and responsibility for the quality of my life and to put the work into what I would need to do to be where I want it to be, then the memories start. And, you know, it's interesting because a lot of times people might have told me, or I might have heard that, you know, just cut negative people out of your life. You know, somebody, I didn't know how. How do you do that? And then I figured it out. You just do it. You don't think about how. You just stop talking to that person. And if you see them go the other way, try not to do what you can so they don't see you, that they don't approach you. If they do approach you, make up something that, I'm sorry, I'm on my way somewhere, I gotta go. Don't have time, gotta go. And eventually you forget about each other, right? And you move on, they move on, and suddenly, without all those negative people bringing you down, once you've removed them, then the idea is you surround yourself with more positive people, or be alone. And yeah, that's when things got better. Once I realized I didn't have to be around these terrible people. I was making a choice. I didn't realize I was making it. I didn't realize that was a choice. And I didn't understand how can you change that? You don't change it overnight, but you just start by making yourself unavailable to around certain people that drag you down, you know, sort of like, you know, start feeling a certain way, start having anxiety thinking about somebody, and you're like, I just got to stay away from that person. And then you'll meet other people who are super kind and really cool and generous and friendly and supportive, and you go, man, where were you 5 years ago? And it's really, really neat when you run into somebody like-minded who says, well, where was I? Where were you? You're a cool dude. I really like you, man. I wish we were friends 5 years ago. You know, they feel the same way. It's so rewarding. And you're like, I don't feel so weird anymore. You know, somebody likes me for who I am instead of what I'm supposed to be. Wow, I didn't know people like you existed. And they're like, well, I didn't know people like you existed. I've been looking for you my whole life. Well, you're my new friend, you know. And then you're like, oh, there's another one. And over time, I didn't meet a bunch of people in 1 week, but I have met some amazing people in my adult life that I would have never met if I had continued on the path that I was on. And when you surround yourself with good people, it absolutely affects who you are. My best friend involved himself with drug users and became a drug user and became an addict, and you know, he's still my friend, but he's he and I, our lives turned out very different. Despite that we worked the same jobs, we went to the same school, the same classes, lived a couple houses from each other. You think, you know, we DJ'd those sci-fi gigs together. We did everything together. And the drugs, I didn't know those people. Like those friends he was hanging out with that were doing the drug, I didn't know who they were. He didn't invite me. So he would just go away. And then he'd be at like a behavioral health center for drug addiction, and then he'd be out and he'd be back hanging out with those same people again, getting back on the drugs again, and eventually started having long-term health issues due to it after decades of drug abuse, near overdoses countless times, and neglect to his children, many of whom don't, you know, harbor anger against him because he prioritized getting high. And he's a good guy. He's an absolute good guy. He just got caught up in something. And I'm so grateful. But this is the influence the friends you pick can have on you. The reason I didn't get addicted to drugs is nobody offered me any. Probably would have taken them. I was pretty miserable. But I didn't know anybody. Where am I going to get drugs? Am I going to just go to some random stranger on the street that looks like he's a drug dealer and say, hey man, can I buy some drugs? And he's going to say, I'm an undercover police officer looking for people soliciting drugs. You're under arrest. Turn around and place your hands behind your back. And that will be my first and only experience. Is it worth the risk? No. But if you just happen to be around people that have drugs and go, here, you want some? That's a lot of pressure. Why not? You're with friends, you're having a good time. And then the good time becomes an addiction. You can't live without it. You start selling everything you own and stealing from people. And it's sad. When my friend started going down this path, first time he was at the behavioral health center, I said, you know, I don't have any opposition to recreational drug use. Personally, I don't care. But the minute it's not recreational, the minute that you are living for it, that's the purpose of your life, is to get high, to escape reality. If all you're doing is looking for an escape to reality, that's what death is. When you die, you'll no longer be in reality. You're leaving reality as we are aware of it when you're dead. You're no longer just recreating. You're not visiting. This isn't some time off. This is now your permanent residence. So you're dead. You're already dead. That's what you like? That's what you're seeking? I said, I mean, you don't see it that way? But it was, you know, stronger than him, I guess. Easy to talk about it and be logical about it. But if there's an emotional connection, it's nothing logic's going to do with emotion. Not for me, anyway. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. But he is forever changed. The drugs. It'll catch up to you. You never think, you know, it's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to me. Tick tock, keep doing what you're doing. Well, I'm 45 years old. Hasn't happened yet. Oh, I guess it's never going to then. You know, it's and you're just helpless. You know, it's a very helpless feeling to watch somebody do that. One of the conversations I had with him one time was, I said, I can't talk to you anymore, and it's not because you've upset me. I'm not mad at you. I just can't watch you self-destruct. I can't watch you destroy yourself. It's too painful. I said, you're way too old for this, you know. And it's emotionally, it's something I can't handle. I can't watch somebody I care for self-destruct. You're just destroying yourself. And as long as you continue, which looks like you're going to keep doing it, I said, you know, you can call me anytime. I'll always pick up the phone, but I just want you to know it hurts me to watch you do this to yourself. And so I'm going to be avoiding you. And his attitude was like, okay. Planet Cryos contributes 20 bucks. He says, making videos is easy until you actually talk and get in front of the camera. From there, you just learn from mistakes and move forward. That's what I've learned anyway. But I very much enjoy editing and sharing with people. That's cool. I hate editing. But it's hopefully you're always learning. And Marty contributes $2. He says, good night, Carey and chat. Hey, Marty, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. It's a couple hours later there in Florida. CCTV user says, I'm sure Marty has been to Carey's home and on camera before. No, Marty's on the other side of the country. I've never met Marty face to face, but maybe, well, not maybe. The next time I'm in Florida, I'll definitely make arrangements to visit with Marty because he's a cool dude and very much would like to meet him in person. Aaron, Computer Tech, wants to know if there's any budget remote desktop that you recommend for a one-man tech. Let me turn you blue there, Aaron. A budget desktop for Computer Tech. I don't really know. Like most mechanics, folks like Subaru Mike generally buy new cars. Like Scotty Kilmer's never bought a new car in his life. They'll buy something they can fix and make it run. And a lot is true in the technical arena where a lot of techs just have old computers somebody threw out and they just fixed it up so they can use it. My friend Jesse came over and saw my rigs and he went, you know, I could do that, but what would I do with it? It'd be a complete waste. All I do is office work. I'm like, yeah, but look how cool it is. He said, yeah, but it's really expensive and I really don't have any use for that. I go, yeah, but you're admiring mine, right? He goes, yeah, but you know, logically it doesn't make any sense for me to have it. That's the problem with technicians, or very logical folks. You can't justify this expense. $6,000, man, you can totally cover that. And what do I do with it? My 3D printer is not going to print any faster. My invoices aren't going to be done any quicker. I'm like, no, I hear you. I mean, you're preaching to the choir, but do you like it? Yeah. You want one, don't you? You know, I don't know what I do with it. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do with it either. You're making an assumption that I have something to do with it. I have nothing to do with this. So I guess depends on what you want to use the computer for. You know, if you're just looking to do billing and invoicing, stuff like that, design a website or, you know, put yourself on social media, you can do all that pretty much with a smartphone. So I don't really think you need a computer at all. But not that a smartphone isn't a computer, but I mean in the traditional sense of a desktop or a laptop. You know, when you're just getting started in business, I wouldn't worry too much about spending a lot of money of things you don't absolutely have to have, right? Because your business needs to generate money. When your business generates money, then you can look to stuff like that. For example, I'd go take care of a client and they want some systems upgraded. And I go, what are we doing with the old systems? Well, don't you normally just get rid of them? I'm like, well, they're not mine, they're yours. If you'd like me to get rid of them for you, I can. And I'm not going to charge you anything for it because secretly I want their old stuff, but I don't want to tell them that because I don't want them to then try and sell it to me, right? Well, if you make them aware, hey, I would really like to buy your old hardware, that's a bad business move. Just say, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll relieve you of the hassle of, you know, getting this recycled properly. And I'll take it out of the building. I'll pick it up and remove it. And I'll make sure any data on there is securely erased. And I'll recycle it for you. No charge. It's part of my service. So you make it out like you're doing them a favor. And if their machine's 4, 5, 6 years old, it's perfectly feasible for you to turn it into your workstation. And you did recycle it. You did exactly what you said you were going to do. So, you know, it's not deceitful. It's just business as far as, you know, you're helping your customer solve a problem, but don't offer them money for it. And before you know it, you'll be asking me, what do I do with all these extra computers I've got now? I've got too many. Like, I've got way too many computers, but I didn't start that way. So don't try and anticipate your needs, because you won't know what you're going to need until you need it. And if you spent all your money on stuff you didn't need, there's no money left to get what you do need. Everything I've got was purchased as I needed it. And over time, it's become all these tools. But they're tools I use. There's no sense in me getting an office chair I'm not going to sit in, or an office desk I'm not going to sit at, or a certain computer I'm not going to use. The only reason these two computers exist is because I have a YouTube channel to showcase them as a means to garner views. I would never build something like this for myself if I was not presenting it to the public for presentation. It's a complete waste of money. Give me a Corsair $200. Give me the very thing that I build for my clients. And even then, I would have a hard time justifying the latest and greatest. I'd probably, I've always kind of kept it down below the top level because I'm not rich. So I would get some i7 or something, never a Threadripper or Xeon, nothing like that. What's my favorite thing about being a PC technician? That's what Richard S. wants to know. I guess my favorite thing is being the hero. Somebody says, oh no, I've lost data that's really, really important to me. I don't know what to do. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. And then I sweep in and I go, there's your stuff. And I'm like, I don't know how you did that. You're a magician. You're a wizard. You're amazing. You're incredible. You're the best. I have no way to express how relieved and happy I am because of what you just did. And it feels good. It feels good. Know I helped somebody that really, really appreciates it, sees a value in what I just did. They don't know how I did it. It's all a mystery to them. It's like magic. And you and I know it's simple stuff. Anybody can do it. Yeah, that feels good. Like, well, if you really appreciated it, you'll pay the bill. But for me, that's secondary. Having some appreciation is important to me. If you don't appreciate me, I have no motivation to work. You don't care, I don't care. That was a problem at Intel. The employees that worked directly for Intel, the management appreciated me. My management at the contractor did not. And when I brought the subject up, he said to me, did you get paid this week? I said, yeah. He goes, that's your appreciation. I get back to work. It was literally what he said. Did you get paid this week? Of course. You have to pay me. It's the law. You don't have to appreciate me. That's not the law. You have to pay me. And they made it clear, we're not doing anything we don't have to do. He made it clear that we wouldn't even pay you if we didn't have to, as though I was working there as an indentured servant of some kind. I'm like, are you crazy? Are you insane? You think I'm somehow a slave? You know I can quit, right? Did you get paid? Yeah. Well, then that's your appreciation. No, it isn't. That's not appreciation. That's your legal obligation to our contractual arrangement of employment. It's that we've agreed that I will do a certain job for a certain number of hours, a certain number of days a week, and in exchange for that, I will get a salary or an hourly rate for the time I spend to do those tasks that are assigned to me, that I have responsibility for. That's what the job interview was, remember? What appreciation is when I do a good job and you like it and you want me to continue, you motivate me by letting me know from time to time that hey, it's good work, good job today, well done. But if saying good job and well done is an unrealistic expectation, then why is it okay for you to tell me when I did not do a good job? You certainly don't hesitate to let me know that. Hey, you really screwed the pooch on this one there, buddy. Okay, well, did you get paid? It doesn't work, does it? Yeah, or what's that person's name? Maybe they give you a bonus or gifts. Yeah, we didn't get that. No, we didn't get any bonus or gifts. We were told we'd get a raise, and then we got excuses on why they weren't giving us raises that had nothing to do with us. Well, we don't decide who gets raises. I'm not in charge of that. Well, then why did you tell me you'd get me one? Just dangling a carrot, you dumb tech. You guys are dumb. That was the way the manager treated the people he was in charge of. All the techs were simpletons, morons, socially inept, naive, and it was mostly true. But the same guy said to me, he was like I said, management mostly didn't like me. Employees, coworkers liked me, but management generally didn't. Customers loved me. This guy said to me, techs like you are a dime a dozen. This is like a threat. He's telling me I have no value, I'm worthless and easily replaceable. I have nothing unique that I bring to the table, that he just can't just replace me. I'm a pawn in a chess game. I have no power, and nobody's going to miss me when you're gone, and I'll just, kick you out and get somebody else in here super easy. I could just pick up the phone. I'll have your replacement here by the end of the day. You want to keep going? That was effectively what he was saying. And my response was, companies with attitudes like yours are also a dime a dozen. So what I was saying was, I can open the newspaper, because that's where they used to have jobs listed. It was a wanted section or jobs offered section in the newspaper. And in the newspaper, any given day, there's just half a page of tech jobs. So I could just have another job by the end of the day. That's super easy. If I want to work for another crappy company like yours, they're a dime a dozen too. If you want a crappy tech, they're a dime a dozen. You're absolutely right. So the conversation basically was, techs like you are a dime a dozen, and I said companies with that attitude are a dime a dozen. That was the actual conversation. But what he was really saying and what I was really saying, and we both really heard what each other was saying, is, I don't need you. And I made it clear I don't need you either. And then they didn't have anything else to say after that, because I wasn't wrong. And he wasn't wrong either. Of course you can replace me. Of course. Everybody's replaceable. But you're the one that's got to go through the trouble of training and background checking. I mean, I'm already through all that. You want to go through it again? That's your problem. It's not my problem. I don't care, right? So management didn't like that. They thought I'm supposed to be grateful to have a job. I'm like, you should be grateful to have me as your employee, right? And how you show your gratitude is, you don't belittle me. You don't think I'm obligated by law, like I'm joining the military, to be here every day. You have to be aware I am legally able to walk out of here with no notice. It's a right to work state. And I am at an at-will employment. And if you upset me, I'm just going to walk out. And it never occurs to management. Management, in my experience, thinks you can't walk out. You have bills, and this is your only source of income. And I would tell management, you don't know my financial situation. For all you know, I am a wealthy trust fund baby, and I'm just doing this to keep myself busy. You're making a very big mistake if you think I work here for the money. Have you seen what you pay me? I am not here for the money. I had one guy in particular threatened to fire me, we're going to have to let you go. You keep that up, we're going to have to let you go. And I said, you don't pay me enough that I'm going to miss it. So, I think the argument was over pay. And I said, if you're not paying me a lot, then it's not a huge threat that you're going to let me go, because there's not a lot I'm going to lose. Think about it. And they never really considered that. What have I got to lose? Minimum wage? I can go get minimum wage anywhere. What's the big deal? You're not doing me a favor by employing me. Are you out of your mind? We're doing each other a favor. I'm filling a position that you need filled, and you're giving me money. It's an equal, reciprocal opportunity for both of us to help one another. You're not doing me a favor, and I'm not doing you a favor. This is a reciprocal agreement that is decided in the interview. And after the interview, you do not get to change those terms. And if you do, I'm going to resist. And if you think I'm a pain in the butt because I'm just supposed to do what you tell me to, then you and I have a different idea of employment versus, being enlisted in the military. You seem to be confused with that because the military will clothe me and house me and take care of my medical needs. You understand? And if I don't show up one day, I'm not going AWOL. I'm not breaking the law. I'm completely capable of just not showing up to work without any notice. I'm under no obligation to give you notice. I can leave right now. This is a right to work state with at-will employment. You can fire me at any time for any reason, and I can quit at any time for any reason. It is completely level and balanced. And the minute you start shifting the balance where I'm suddenly your servant, and you're going to change the rules after the agreed upon interview to change the responsibilities and not compensate me for the additional responsibilities or assignment, we're going to talk about it. And if you think that discussion is unreasonable, I'll go get a job somewhere else because you're not paying me enough. I can go get the same amount of money anywhere. Pay me enough that I don't want to leave. Pay me enough that if I leave, I'm going to lose a significant amount of money. But if you don't pay me enough that I'm going to miss it, when your unemployment check is darn near as much as your employment check after taxes, being unemployed suddenly seems like a pretty feasible thing to do if you don't have to get up early in the morning, get dressed, sit in traffic, and you can collect damn near the same amount of money after taxes, and you don't have to do anything but say, I went on a couple job interviews this week. And granted, you can't ride that out forever, but if they're paying you that little, come on. What do they think? Are you that dumb? I guess they think so. Field Flights wants to know, contributed $1.99 with a question, what CompTIA certifications would you recommend? For the years and years and years, I have answered this question, and the answer is always the same. You should have whatever certifications your employment requires you to have. That's it. Certifications are worthless unless an employer or a job opportunity requires them. So if you're applying for a job and the job person says, we'd love to hire you, but you don't have A+ certification, you tell them, I'll get it. I'll go get it. And then go get it. But it doesn't do you any good to have it if they're not looking for it. You just wasted your money. Michael Dane says, computers were his hobby, and my job was a volcanologist and geologist. I used to work with geologists. One of my first clients was a hydrology company. Am I saying it right? It was one of my very first clients were hydrologists. I think I'm saying it right. Michael can correct me. So there was sort of that geologist kind of thing. Great job. Now I'm retired and just someone who messes with computers. Hey, right on. That's cool. And before someone says it, Michael Dane continues, he does in fact have rocks in his head. When I was growing up in Michigan, in Detroit, I had this teacher in 3rd grade. Her name was Mrs. Billingsley. And Mrs. Billingsley, well, she was a riot. So I'm 8 years old, and she, more than once, she said to me, you're a hard-headed child. You're a hard-headed child. That's exactly the way she said it. You are a hard-headed child. Nice for your teachers to talk to you like that, right? Hey, it's a different time, it was 1976. Yeah. And then Angel, again, I'm not quite sure how to say your name. It looks like Angel Eyes Queen, but I'm not quite sure. You can tell me how to say your name. Contributes $5. Thank you for that. Says, just because I feel like it, Angel. Well, thank you. There was a time when teachers were allowed to backhand you. Not in Michigan, not where I grew up. They weren't allowed to. I was shocked when when my parents moved, to Phoenix, and the school would threaten to paddle children, and I'm like, that's not. I mean, I was 12. You can't paddle children. That's illegal. No, it isn't. Not in Arizona. I'm like, what? You can physically hit a child with a board? Yeah. So you better behave. What? You can physically beat a child with a piece of wood. You go to the principal's office, you can get paddled. What? And I guess that was partially true. I think they needed parents' permission. Can we beat your kid? And I guess some parents said, yeah, my kid needs a beating, beat him. And you would get a paddle on the butt. Happened to friends. They never did it to me. I don't think my parents ever gave them permission for that. I'm like, this is barbarism. That's insanity. You're going to beat a child? What is wrong with it? Like, this was unheard of. In Detroit, that was unheard of. But Phoenix, yeah, there was a paddle on the wall. Act up. We'll use it. It's a constant reminder. Misbehave, you're going to get the paddle. You can't beat children, man. That's illegal. I was 12 when I knew that was, like, that's not right. But they were paddling some kids. Crazy. My parents did not believe in spanking their children. Never once were me or my siblings ever spanked. Never. We were threatened a lot. You were threatened a lot. You just wait till your father gets home. And my father had a belt. And he could fold that belt. He'd grab both ends, he'd fold the belt, grab both ends of it, squeeze it together so it had like a loop, and then he'd snap it. He never used it. Kind of wish he did, because those wounds would have healed. Those mental scars, that trauma, stays with you for life. I can still hear it snapping. I can still see him doing it. They think they were more humane. I think that was cruel. I think that if you'd have just hit me, that would have been over much faster and it would have gone over. It would have bruised or whatever and it would have healed, just like any other injury. But snapping that belt, very psychologically disturbing. Stays with me today. I think that's like, just hit me. Just hit me. Get it over with. It never hit me. I didn't know that. When he snapped that belt, I honestly believed he was going to use it. And it sounded like a whip. It was like, maybe that's why I'm not in jail. Maybe that's what I needed. G.W. Eisen says Michigan banned spanking in 1989. Well, this was the 70s, and they weren't doing it in the 70s. Not in Detroit. Not where I was. I didn't ever hear of that ever in my life in any school. I attended 3 different schools. Never. 2 different schools. 2. No, it was 3. It was 3. No such thing as spanking. Doesn't exist. Wasn't even up for discussion. Wasn't even a possibility. Let's see. Angels says, I see the last few letters are just a few letters of, I'm going to guess his last name. Angel could be either way. So could Carey, so don't feel bad. My actual name is Angel Izquierdo. Was it close? Good luck pronouncing it, LOL. I think Angel Eyes is appropriate. Angel Eyes-y. Angel eyes. Sounds good to me. Thank you, Angel. Diane says, my dad never hit us, but my mom got the iron in the belt. Angel says I was close. I probably don't have the pronunciation, the way, the syllables, the syllables. I probably have it all wrong on the syllables. Bradley wants to know how the memory diagnostic included with Windows compares to memtest 86. Well, do you ever see me use the diagnostic memory tool in Windows for RAM or for anything? How can you ask a broken operating system what's wrong with itself? I mean, think about the logic there. If you run a resource monitor because you want to monitor your resources, you are consuming more resources to run the resource monitor. You understand that, right? It's like this weird circle logic, catch-22 they call it. And for me, as a technician, it doesn't seem possible that you can run a test on a broken piece of software, potentially a broken piece of software, that can properly identify what's wrong with itself. I mean, if that were possible, I wouldn't have a job. Memtest 86 is a specific diagnostic tool specifically for testing RAM, and even it can't be trusted 100% of the time. I've told you guys many times that if Memtest 86 says you have a bad RAM module, about 99.9% of the time you have a bad RAM module. But if Memtest 86 says none of your RAM is bad, about 80% of the time it's accurate. There's still a good 20% of the time where there's something wrong that Memtest 86 just can't determine, and that's where a hardware memory tester comes in handy. Now, a hardware memory tester is around $4,000 or $5,000, and every time memory goes from DDR3 to DDR4 to DDR5, you have to buy a new tester. So unless you're a memory manufacturer or a mass, like you're an IT of a corporation with thousands of computers that would make that investment worthwhile, it's just cheaper to replace the memory. Pop a module out. Most people have more than one module these days, and typically it's one module that's bad out of as many as you've got. Most people have two. Some people have more than two, but few people have one these days. And so it's just easier, faster, and cheaper, rather than waiting for a test and spending the money on the test and then trusting the test is accurate. Rather than simulating reality, just take the memory module out and go back to using the computer. If the computer works, well, guess what? It sounds like you got a bad memory module, maybe a bad socket, whatever. So, you can check that. If you want to continue to pursue it, shut the computer back down, move the memory module into the socket you took the other one out of, fire it back up. Problems come back, you got a bad socket. Problems don't come back, you got a bad module. Cost you nothing. Just use your brain. It's the best tool you got. You don't have to worry about upgrading it. You don't have to worry about whether or not you can trust it. It's yours. It's fully under your control. And how good it is depends on how much you use it. The last thing you want is a piece of software to tell you what's wrong. Because the minute that happens, that's the beginning of Terminator, man. You're going to go to the grocery store. They're going to say, why are you buying all this bacon, Carey? Your last blood test results showed your cholesterol levels are off the charts. We're not selling you this bacon. You're not allowed to eat that. Then I'm going to go home, and they're going to tell me what time I'm supposed to go to bed. The Internet of Things thermostat's going to turn off to save electricity, so I better get under the sheets and get warm before I have the heat going down. And all of a sudden, I become a slave, and technology is ruling my life and dictating to me my happiness. Hey, how are those benchmarks on your computer? Oh, I'm really unhappy with my computer. I'm really upset. Oh, is it broken? Something's wrong with it? No. Well, kind of. Well, what do you mean, kind of? Well, the benchmark numbers aren't where they're supposed to be. Oh, so you're not able to get your work done? Oh no, it does the work just fine. I just don't know why those software numbers are not where they're. Like I look on YouTube and I look on the internet and other people have bigger numbers than me. So what's wrong with your computer? Well, the numbers are wrong. Well, I mean, so what are those numbers, what do they mean in reality? Like, are you incapable of doing, is the computer not doing something it's supposed to do? Yeah, it's supposed to show me these bigger numbers. No, but I mean, like, if you didn't have that software and you didn't know about these numbers, like if you can just imagine that that didn't exist, and it was just you judging your computer based on how you use it every day, what would you say is wrong with it? Well, the only thing wrong with it is those numbers. So again, so if you didn't have those numbers, if you didn't have the benchmarks, you'd be happy. Well, but something's wrong with it. No. The only reason you believe something's wrong with it is because you're comparing it to somebody else's computer who's getting bigger numbers and synthetic software benchmarks. Yeah, I mean, why is it doing that? Who cares? Well, I care. I should see numbers like they're saying I have the same stuff they have. So you're going to let a piece of software dictate whether or not you're happy with your computer. If the software gives you numbers that are bigger, would that upset you? That'd be great. Okay. So some piece of software, you don't know how it works, you just know, okay, these people run it, it gets these numbers. Yeah? Well, I mean, it runs benchmark, yeah, but you don't really know what's the code, right? You don't know the developer, you don't know anything about how software works. You're not a developer. Well, I know how to use the programs I have. No, but you don't write programs. You don't understand the complexity of the math and the testing and what's being done, nor do you understand the complexity of the different types of hardware and the potential for, fraudulent benchmark results for certain manufacturers that has been documented in the past, right? You're just assuming everything's fair and everything's equal and everything's the same and everything's true and everything's honest. It isn't? No. But let's just say your benchmark numbers come in low, you think there's something wrong with the computer and you're not happy with your computer. The benchmark numbers come in where you expect them to be or higher and you're happy with your computer. So you're letting a piece of software dictate your emotional state. And you don't see that's potential for your mental health? You think that's healthy? Do you think it's a good idea to allow a software developing company to determine your emotional state? That's weird, man. That's a weird voluntary thing to hand over to a corporation. Well, I didn't pay anything for it. It's still a corporation. They're still making money. And if it leaves you longing to make more purchases, I mean, maybe there's a deal going on. Maybe every time some RAM manufacturer sells a stick of RAM, maybe that benchmark software gets a cut of it. You don't know, do you? Oh, that's not happening. Are you sure? Well, if I've got the same RAM and the same processor and the same motherboard and the same NVMe drive as this guy on the internet, and his benchmark numbers are higher than my benchmark numbers, how do you explain that? Honestly, I wouldn't give a rat's behind. Why do I care? I would care if my computer is not meeting my needs. I would care if my computer is not doing what I need it to do, if it's crashing all the time or it's running too slow. But you're telling me the computer's running too slow based on benchmark numbers, not based on actual usage. You're not saying your computer is slow, and when you ask it to do something, it's taking too long. You're expecting that whatever it is could be better because somebody else online posted something that you assume to be true and honest. Well, other people say they're getting those numbers too. Why is this so important to you? Well, I don't understand why mine is not as good as theirs. I'm going to go stand over here now. You enjoy your pursuit of madness. I have things to do. It's crazy. Hey, listen, hopefully somebody will write a piece of software that'll make you happy. And when they do, you let me know. In the meantime, I rely on my own attitude for my own happiness or sadness. I don't let a piece of software tell me what mood I should be in. But that's just me. I'm a weirdo. I get it. Christopher G contributes $3. Hey, Christopher, thank you for that. And KP Tech Help and Reviews contributes $5 Canadian. Says my actual name is, I can't see it. It's too far away. Christian? Good luck pronouncing it. Christian, Croissant? Croissant? It looks, from a distance, it looked like Christian. Christian, looks like Christian. Christen, looks like either Christian or Christen is what it looks like. Brian Burns says he was finally able to get a haircut today. All right, but there was a mess on the floor, huh? Michael Dean says he wants to let everybody know that from his sheriff's department, there's a scam saying the IRS needs your name and banking info for stimulus checks. Don't give out the info. Just hang up. Wouldn't it be kind of funny that, you know, the IRS has your phone number, but they don't know anything else about you? It's like, hey, we can't deliver this package. You need to call us. Really? So you have my phone number, which is nowhere on the address that the package is supposedly being shipped to, but you have my phone number, which is not on the label. But you can't find the address that is on the label? Like, seriously, that's the best you can come up with? Yeah, it's the IRS. We don't know your bank account number. Really? You took the money out just fine. Anytime anybody asks you for a credit card or even the last four of your social, don't give it out. Do not give it out. Don't give it out. You see, you'll be punished for your greed. They're being greedy by being thieves, and you're being greedy by thinking you're getting money for nothing. So karma takes over and says, that's what you get for being greedy. You know, people often look back regretfully and say, I should have known better. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I know this. I just thought it was money, you know. Hey, you won the lottery. It's just being held up. One scam they showed on the news was pretty interesting. This guy was, you know, getting close to retirement, you know, and he's got a modest living. And he gets a metal suitcase delivered to him. A metal suitcase with a combination lock. And there's a letter saying, congratulations, you've won this lottery, a Mega Millions lottery, pretty popular lottery. And the suitcase contains your money. However, if you force open the suitcase, a die pack will explode because we need to collect the taxes on it. And once we collect the taxes on it, we'll give you the combination to open the suitcase. And there's a $500 processing fee you have to pay. I think that's how it started. So the guy sends the $500. He's like, wow, this is incredible. And it looks all official. And then, well, we need another 500, or we need 600, we need 1,000. So about $24,500 later, he starts thinking, I think this is a scam. And the suitcase is heavy. There's something in there. He doesn't know what it is. It's a metal suitcase. It's a pretty expensive, nice suitcase. Once he realizes they just keep asking for money, he's giving him 500, he's giving him 800, and he's taking notes, 500, 800, he's adding it all up. And so far he's given like $24,700, or close to $25,000, I think. And he says, you know what? I'm a mechanic. I've got tools. I want to see what's in this suitcase. So he takes a little pry bar at the back of the suitcase or the side of it, and he pries it. And he's got one of those little cameras that you could like stick down to an engine cylinder. You know, it's got a little screen, and he shoves the camera in there, and there's a bunch of Better Homes and Gardens magazines in there. That's all it is. Not even current. So then he pops the suitcase up, it's all filled with magazines. And he's like, I'm such an idiot. And he called the news, and the consumer advocate on the local news station, I think it's at kpho.com down at the bottom. I think it's still a listed story you can watch. This just recently happened. And he's like, I just want to put my story out there. I should have known better. I was greedy. I should have known. At my age, you know, I should have known better. And that was on my retirement. I thought my life was finally going to get better. I was going to retire a little early. So, you know, they really took advantage of me. They knew my weak spot. And I never seen a scam artist go to that length where they would send a metal suitcase and fill it with the magazines. Like, that's crazy, because the expense on that, you know what I mean? Like, to buy the suitcase, to pay for the shipping and the weight of the magazines in the suitcase. Suitcase has to have a combination on it. That's a hell of an investment the scammer's making. Very, very unusual. And that's part of what got him to think it was real. And Mega Millions is a real lottery, multi-state lottery. That fan in your crazy PC to your right, well, it's my left, it's your right, is bigger than your head. When did my head become like the measuring? Hey, look at that tomato. That's as big as Carey's head. Hey, what you got there? Soccer ball or Carey's head? I can't tell. Suddenly my head has become a form of measurement. And it had to be somebody's foot, right? How many feet is that? You mean my feet? Yeah. All right, that's going to be the measure by which we compare all our measurements. Hey, if you're around me long enough and you see the size of my ego, you realize that's just a dwarf compared to the size of my head. It's amazing I can fit through doors. Arnold says, I thought YouTube wasn't interrupting live stream. Why, did an ad play? I have no control over that. Did YouTube play an ad for you in the middle of my stream? Maybe I'll make a little more money if they do that. Trolling since there's an ad played. Huh. That's interesting. Sean Taylor says, Carey, I'm looking to switch away from LastPass with recent changes. Yeah, LastPass has taken away a lot of the free stuff. That's in the news now. Could be a good time for RoboForm promotion. The RoboForm promotion will be in April. That's already set. Can't change it. KP Tech Help and Reviews contributes 20 Canadian dollars. Says, Carey, maybe we can collaborate on a build sometime. I don't build computers for my clients, but I provide managed IT support. By the way, you pronounced my name correctly on the first try. Mazel tov. Nice. I don't really have a lot of time to get involved in any more projects, but maybe in the future, if things slow down and I can get caught up. Doing this isn't helping. But I like it. And if I'd rather do this. But I will have to buckle down here. I mean, I've got stuff to do, big time. I'm just going to keep procrastinating. Sherry McFarland says she finally got 1 year of RoboForm, and on the next promo for RoboForm, she's hoping to add more years. Yeah, you'll be able to add up to a total of 5 years. You might have to email them to do it. It's like not defaulting on the website properly, but Simon's a good guy. He'll take care of you. You just have to email him if there's a problem. We'll do April. We'll do it in April for the entire month, I think. I think that's the plan. Where is a good place to get a Ryzen 9? I looked on Newegg and they're way overpriced. Yeah, you know, AMD processors are hard to get right now. Just not a good time to buy one. I just think patience. Be patient. If what you've got now is working, I leave it alone for now. This is not a good time with the pandemic and everything happening to be messing about with upgrades. I do not recommend it. I mean, unless money is no object, I wouldn't do it. Mortmont 1210 says he got 5 years of RoboForm. Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a deal. It's a hell of a deal. Richard said Simon is nice. He did 1 year, then added 2 more. Yeah, Simon's a good guy. I really like Simon. And I like the product. You know, I like RoboForm. I use it myself. Patrick says, I remember when you built 14 computers in one day. I believe it was Windows 7. Those computers are still in use today. Built those for the dentist. When I go to the dentist, there's my computers right there. They've upgraded them to Windows 10, and I don't know if they upgraded any of the hardware, but it's still the same Corsair 200R. Was it? No, those weren't 200Rs. Those were cheap Antec cases. They're terrible cases, but they're still using them, and they're not calling. In 14 years, they've called twice with a computer issue. And one issue was that the solid state drives back then were still relatively, you know, expensive. So they were like 120 gigs or something. And they ran out of space on one of the computers. Most of the computers, they have what they call, you know, the room you go in and you sit in the chair, that's called an operatory. I didn't know that. And most of the computers are in operatories, and they just run the Dentrig software. There's not a whole lot of demand on space or resources. But on the main administrative computer, they filled that drive up, and they were running into errors related to running out of hard drive space. Does that count as a problem? It's not my fault. So anyway, they paid me to bring it up to a 250, clone it over to a 250, and then when I was in there, I discovered their CPU fan wasn't hooked up. These were Core i5s. I said, you having any heat problems or crashing? No. I go, you know, this CPU fan is not plugged in. It's not plugged in. I know I didn't give it to you this way, but it's not running. I don't know how long it's not been running, but I've never had any problems with it. These people are obsessed about temperatures, and this office has been running without a working fan for God knows how long. Never had a problem. They still wouldn't have known if I didn't point it out. Like, well, I'm going to go ahead and plug that back in before I leave if you're okay with that. They're like, you know, should it be? Like, you never had any problems? Didn't shut down? No blue screens? No. Okay, well, it's good to know. They ran that computer for months without any fan plugged in. Never a problem. Thermal throttling, my friends. It's doing what it's supposed to do. All these people are obsessed with their temps for no reason at all. Carey, I'm looking to get my mom a new hard drive for her desktop because the current one is almost full, but I'm looking for an SSD. Any recommendations? No. I mean, they're all pretty much the same. Pretty much all have the same reliability, same warranties, pretty much the same prices. When I use solid-state drives, you'll typically see me use Samsung. I prefer Samsung. You pay a little more for it, but they've proven themselves to be quite reliable. Nothing's perfect. Nothing's guaranteed that, you know, it's not going to have a problem. I've used AData, I've used Silicon Power, I've used Team, I've used Kingston, I've used Crucial, I've used Mushkin. I've never really had a problem with any of them. OCZ, which is now owned by Toshiba, I pretty much avoid them. They don't have a good reputation, but I still have 10, 12-year-old OCD drives, OCZ drives. An OCD drive is something entirely different. OCZ drives that still work today, despite their reputation. Clearly, everything they make didn't fail, but I prefer, if it's a 2.5-inch solid-state drive, I prefer Samsung. But again, they're pretty much all warranted the same. The speed's all the same. Everything's the same. If it's an NVMe SATA drive, then I would also think of using Intel. I like the Intel 660, 665 P series. They're budget priced and they're much, much faster than SATA drives. Yeah, because they're NVMe. If you're looking at SATA, they're all pretty much the same. It's the single best upgrade. You know, if you've been running a computer with a mechanical hard drive and you're like, it's kind of slow, should I upgrade the processor, the RAM, the motherboard? You should get rid of that mechanical hard drive. Just take it out. Well, it still works. I'd like to use it as a D, storage, a D drive. No. It'll slow the rest of your whole system down. By you trying to make it last longer, you're just hurting yourself. And furthermore, it'll be the first component to break because it'll be the oldest mechanical product in the machine. So it's just a matter of time. The older it gets, the more likely it is to fail. Pretty much goes with everything in life. I mean, if you really are that hard up that you have to keep that old mechanical drive in there, just know the next time your computer feels like it's slow or there's a problem, the first place you need to go is that mechanical. It's more than likely, 9 times out of 10, going to come back to you. I don't know when, but when something goes wrong, it'll probably be related to that old mechanical drive. So if you can remove it and live without it, your machine will run faster and more reliably for a longer period of time. Statistically speaking, from experience, I can tell you this. And if you need extra storage, maybe plug in a USB drive, use it, and then unplug it. Don't always keep it plugged in. What do you guys in the chat room think? What drives do you recommend? KP Tech Help and Reviews. What is the minimum capacity you recommend for an SSD? 500 gigs. I don't want to use anything under 500 gigs. Even though some people do fine with 240 and don't even come close, I just want to future-proof them so I don't get a phone call in the next 2 or 3 years. Just put 500 in there and don't worry about it. Nobody's ever complained their computer was too fast or they had too much space. And the price is $50. You get a 500 gig drive for $50 all day long. It's not a big deal. If you can't afford an SSD, 7-Eleven is hiring. You know, people are funny with money, aren't they? I mean, I can't spend $50 on a solid-state drive. But then they spend all this money on other crap. I gotta have Netflix. I gotta have cable. I gotta have cell phone service. I gotta have a pack of cigarettes or beer. You have money for that. $50 ain't much these days. You can't pull together $50, you're full of crap. Christopher G says, Sabrent has not let me down. No, Sabrent hasn't let me down either, but I don't know of any 2.5-inch SATA-based solid-state drives made by Sabrent. I just know they make NVMe drives. Oh, SanDisk. I like SanDisk too. SanDisk makes good SSDs. Absolutely. I forgot about them. Thank you for reminding me. Plague Doctor says, Carey, I have 32 gigs of RAM. Should I upgrade to 128 gigs? I don't know what you should do. Should I get a second helping of dinner? Should I eat more french fries? Should I get another tattoo? How can anybody answer that but you? I can't answer your question. I really don't know what you should do. I don't even know who you are. Patrick says you could buy a car with what it costs for 4 cartons of Newport cigarettes. Yeah, I suppose you probably could. I wonder which one pollutes more. KP Tech continues with more questions. Well, since you're the only one asking, I guess we'll just keep talking. He says he bought a new laptop and he picked a Panasonic Toughbook and wants my opinion on them. I don't really have an opinion about Panasonic Toughbooks, but I do have a customer who is very strongly pro Panasonic Toughbook. My customer, I kept telling him, man, you got to replace this Toughbook, man. It's old, old, old. I can't keep this thing alive much longer. Captain, she's breaking up. I've given her everything she's got, Captain. He's like, but Carey, I love this Toughbook, man. I'm rough with my stuff, you know. I'm not a computer person. I break a laptop about every year. Every year. A laptop won't last me a year. I have to go buy another laptop. I got to reconfigure. I got to put my stuff all over it. It's a pain in the butt. And then I got this Toughbook. And I'm telling you, I beat the crap out of this thing. You have no idea how neglectful and abusive I am to my laptop. And it just keeps going. I said, that's fine. Buy another one, you know? Well, nobody sells them. I can't find them. I said, I don't know if they still make them. I don't even know. But you can't keep this one alive much longer. It's dying. I think this thing had Windows 95 on it or something. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. Maybe it had Windows 8. No, it didn't have Windows 8. Maybe it had Windows 7 or Vista. It's old. It needs to go. We've already upgraded the RAM. We've already upgraded the storage. There's nothing more we can do. That's it, man. That's it. It's old. What am I going to replace it with? What's the equivalent? I'm like, buy another Toughbook. I don't know where they sell them. Well, I don't know either. But if you love it so much, somebody's got to have one. Come on. I'm just a tech. I don't care what you buy. I don't sell you laptops. I never told you to buy that one. You discovered that on your own. Do it again. No, you're going to do something, man. But you need to know, man, this is like the most amazing laptop I've ever had. No, I get it. I hear you. Great. That's wonderful. I have laptops that last 5 or 6 years. They're made by Sony. They're made by Dell. I don't know what the big deal is. Well, you know, these laptops are just all crap. They all break. You know, you just bump them and they break. They should be able to take a few bumps, don't you think? No. I don't think a $2,000 piece of delicate electronic equipment should be thoughtlessly bumped. But, you know, I'm a tech. I don't see it the way you see it. Well, I can bump this one all day long. It doesn't bother it one bit. Great, I get it. You like it. That's great. Go get another one. I know you don't know where to get it. I don't know where to get it either. Use Google. Figure it out. Do they even make them? I don't know. Google it. Do you like them? Sure, why not? Would you own one? Oh, hell no. They're too bulky. They're too heavy. They're too expensive. I want a thin, light, powerful laptop. A Dell XPS 15's got my name written all over it. Well, that'll break in a year. I've had it over 2 years. Well, it wouldn't last a year if I had it. I don't know what to tell you, man. I get it. You love your Toughbook. I think that's great. KP Tech says, my Toughbook is 8 years old and runs Windows 10 like a dream. Hey, you know, what I think about, what do you think of my shirt? Do you like my shirt? I don't care. Whether you like my shirt or you don't like my shirt doesn't change my attitude of my shirt. Oh, you don't like it? I'll take it off then. Let me go change. You shouldn't care what anybody else thinks of your stuff, man. Stop seeking other people's approval. Please, do it for you. If you're happy with what you have, anybody else's opinion is completely pointless. It's like you're looking for vindication. Well, if Carey likes it, it must be good. I like lots of crap. Everybody does. What I think is great, somebody else thinks is crap. Who cares? I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. You didn't buy that for me, did you? If you bought it for me, you could send it back. I'm not a fan. But if you bought it and you're happy with it, who cares? Who cares what anybody else thinks, man? Doesn't matter. Stop seeking approval. Stop it. It's just going to lead you to disappointment. I promise. Some people are never happy. Carey can complain about anything. Hey, do I talk to you like that? Are you complaining about me? Maybe. I rest my case. Let's go ask the picky guy who's hard to please if he likes this. Give it to Mikey if he likes it. I like what I like for my reasons, and you like what you like for your reasons. Don't expect me to like what you like for your reasons. Because it doesn't change anything even if I do. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, you know, nothing's changed. Is there any relation between the title of the stream? Not anymore. That was 4 or 5 hours ago. And it's just kind of, you know what it's like? It's like your friends all want to get together for a drink. And you say, hey, when we get together for a drink, we're going to talk about where we're all going to go for vacation. And then you show up late, and now your friends are talking about sports. And because you're late, you seem to think for some reason that this is like a meeting where somebody's taking minutes. Well, I vote that we adjourn this council meeting. I'd like to bring up the subject of painting the fence. Yeah, we're not going to discuss painting fences. You can provide that suggestion for the next council meeting. And we can take care of that at 5:12 p.m. on October 7th. Do you do that when you hang out with your friends? Or you're like, hey guys, did you shift the subject of the conversation from what's on the schedule? Because I don't think you'd have very many friends if you did that. However, the beginning of the video is the subject of the video. And when the video's done, you'll be able to rewind it. I think you can't rewind past 4 hours. CCTV user says, I think Carey only goes live to spend time with us. Is there anything wrong with that? Carey, I recall in your last video you joked about a Molex watch. No, that was still this long video. Feels like it was another video though, doesn't it? It says, I remember when Molex was used in computer. No, it's still used in computers. This still has a Molex connector. It's still there. This is a Molex connector right here. That's a Molex connector. It's still used today. Stefan A. contributes 20 Canadian dollars. Says, Carey, what can cause a white noise screen on a computer monitor? That's a great question. I had that very problem on a live video about 2 or 3 years ago. I had a customer's machine that when I installed a Wi-Fi adapter, the screen showed static, like an analog TV that didn't have a signal. I don't know if that's what you're describing as white noise. I describe it as static, and it's digital. It's not analog. It doesn't make any sense. And I couldn't figure it out. I ended up changing, because it was an older system anyway, I used it as an excuse to just go ahead and change the motherboard and processor. which I think we're still using DDR3. So we went ahead and changed, probably, I'm guessing, you'd have to go back and look at the video. But as I recall, it was DDR3, so we had to go to DDR4 with a newer processor and motherboard. I never knew what the problem was. Makes no sense. So I tried multiple wireless adapters. It wasn't the adapter. I tried BIOS updates and BIOS settings, and it just didn't. I was like, what is this? So I think I had a bad CPU or a bad motherboard. And usually when one of those two goes bad, you replace them both. Because typically when a CPU goes bad, just trying to find a CPU of that era, you know, if it's out of warranty, not likely. It's too expensive. Because there's no more manufacturing, so it's a supply and demand issue. So people overcharge for old stuff that's worthless. Motherboards, same problem. They don't make them anymore, so it can be very difficult. And it's often cheaper and faster to just go ahead and order something new with a new warranty, and it might be about the same amount of money, and just change out the board and the CPU at the same time. And because it was DDR3, you know, we had to replace the RAM. It was probably a $300 job when it was maybe $400. It was a whole brand new computer though, right? Even though it's the same case, same power supply, same storage, everything else was brand new. So it was just like a brand new computer for half the price. And the problem, never seen it before, never saw it since, customers happy, still works today. And, you know, again, it becomes an issue of time versus money, and it just wasn't worth pursuing any further because it was DDR3. It was like, all right, this is clearly a CPU issue or a motherboard issue, and either way, there's no replacing them. They're obsolete, they're too old. And the amount of money that it would cost to fix it would pretty much be about the same as what I did, only now it's all new, faster, and under warranty. So I think that was a better investment for the customer, and I'll never know what cost it. I don't know. And again, if it's just a one-time thing, I don't care. It doesn't benefit me to know. It would only benefit me to know if I encountered it again. Could white noise happen because of a bad HDMI port? White noise, look, I find this a little amusing. Somebody can say, my computer is doing name anything. And could it be name anything? And the answer is always yes. My computer is doing fill in the blank. Could it be fill in the blank? Yes. Could it be the video card? Could it be the CPU? Could it be the RAM? Could it be the motherboard? Could it be the chipset? Could it be the power supply? Could it be the SATA cable? Could it be the front port header cables? Could it be the audio cable? Could it be a USB plug? Could it be something I plugged into it? Could it be my Ethernet jack? Could it be yes, 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 yes. It could be any of that. That's what diagnostics are for. You start whittling away things. You say, well, if I take this out, does it change anything? Nope. Okay, it's not that. And eventually, it'll lead you to what it is. Just a process of eliminating what's working. It's really very simple. You can speculate all day long, and you're right. It absolutely could be whatever you think it possibly could be. But until you actually do something, it's a pointless discussion. Well, I asked Carey if he thought it could be the HDMI cable. He said yes, so I'm going to start with the HDMI cable. You could have just already started with the HDMI cable. You could have already done that in the amount of time it took you to ask that question. And then you would have no doubt. You wouldn't have had to ask, because I don't know. Nobody can possibly know. I don't have a crystal ball. I did have one. I was trying to think of a funny way to end that. What happened to my crystal ball? It was totally unforeseen. I just misplaced it, I guess. I don't know where I put it. If I only had some kind of crystal ball to locate it again. Everybody's looking for a shortcut. That's all it is. Hey, could it be this thing here? Sure, why not? Does that mean you're going to do less work? Now you're just going to not have to diagnose it the way we diagnose every problem. We're just going to cut right to the source because we're that smart. Maybe. Only one way to know. Do the work. Do the work. Do the work. Do the work. The answer is in the work. The answer is not in asking random people on the internet. Hey, what do you think about this? Doesn't matter what they think about it. Hey, do you think it could be this? It absolutely could be that. Fill in the blank. Anything you say, could be. Changes nothing. You still have to do the work in order to determine the truth. If I have your machine in front of me and I see the problem, I'll look at it. I'm not going to talk to you about it because I'm busy focusing on the problem. See? I would be doing the work. I wouldn't be talking about doing the work. That's what I'm doing right now. Did I mention how much work I'm going to do? It's not getting done though, is it? It's weird how that works. Or does it? I have a customer, I have a friend who's got a really nice curved screen, like 34-inch curved screen display, loves gaming, and the computer screen will just go black. Wiggling the mouse doesn't work. Power saving isn't the issue. The power saving is all disabled. Person says, I'm going to need you to look at this computer, man. My screen just randomly goes black. I have to completely restart the computer. I said, well, just change the HDMI cable. And I said, you should make sure you get it like a 1.4 version HDMI or newer. It matters. Well, I just went on Amazon. I bought this cheap one. We'll see it when it arrives if it makes a difference. I said, well, you should have bought the one I told you. Okay, whatever. So they buy it, they plug it in. They go, oh. Blanked out on me again today. I had to restart. I was right in the middle of a meeting, a remote meeting with work. It was really irritating and embarrassing, and I really need you to look at this computer. I mean, can you make it happen? Nope, it's random. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I don't know. I said, I'll tell you what, you got DisplayPort on that monitor? Yeah. I want you to order a DisplayPort cable. And on the back of your graphics card, there's multiple DisplayPorts on modern graphics cards. Usually only one HDMI. So maybe there's something going on there. I don't know, but let's try a DisplayPort because those lock into position and it's a different input on your monitor. Because it could be your monitor. It's a brand new monitor. I'm like, I don't care if it's new. I didn't ask you that, did I? So they get a DisplayPort cable. No, I take it back. They did not get the DisplayPort. I take it back. They said, no, I will get it. And then they didn't. And then they continued to call me. It happened again. You got to do something. I'm like, well, bring it over. Oh, I can't bring it over. I can't be without this. I have to work remotely. How am I supposed to work remotely without it? I'm like, well, I don't know. How can I fix it? It's an intermittent problem. Well, I'm sure it's my graphics card. Well, if it is, then I have to mail your graphics card back for RMA, and it's going to be gone at least 2 weeks. So, do you have another machine you can use? No. So I'm like, okay, here's a new computer. Everything's brand new. Okay? Plug this in and use it, and give me your computer. So get that all set up. Call comes in. My monitor went blank again. I go, well, you know that is, there's no, we didn't carry over any parts, right? I delivered that computer, picked up the old one. The only thing that we're reusing now is your HDMI cable in your monitor. So it's one of those two things. End of story. Did you get the DisplayPort cable? No. Maybe it's, try the DisplayPort. If it's the back of the monitor, something's wrong with the controller. Like they're $6, you know. So they order it, they plug it in. Go, okay, any problems? Not yet. And that's where we stand with it. Is it fixed? I got the computer on the other side of this wall for diagnostic, but I don't know what I'm supposed to diagnose. If they have a bad monitor, there's nothing for me to fix. Sure, I can blow the dust out of it. Do a little tune-up. But it's not going to affect, you know, whether or not it causes a screen to go black. That's just weird. I think you just got a bad screen. You're going to have to grab another screen. Well, I don't have another screen. Well, I don't know what to say. What am I supposed to do? Just plug your computer in and use it endlessly? Like, until it maybe will black screen on me, but it won't because I don't have your monitor. I don't know how to fix that. You're not making it easy. Let me go get my crystal ball. It'll tell me. Oh, wait, where did I put it? But you're the tech. Yeah, I'm not a magician. So you could have a monitor issue, a cable issue, a video card issue, a CPU issue, a RAM issue, a power supply issue, a motherboard issue, a cable issue with the internal, any of the cables on the motherboard, anything plugged into the back of the board, any of that is a potential culprit. So the way you diagnose it is you remove everything you don't absolutely have to have. Unplug everything you don't need. You don't need the internet. You don't need the printer. You don't need all this stuff. Take it all out. Unplug the speakers. What's in here you don't need. We can unplug all the front headers and plugs and everything off of there. That's easy. It's free. You can do that. And then, just keep the power button hooked up, fire it up, see what it does. If it does the same thing, see if you can get another monitor, plug it in, maybe even a TV set. If you got a TV, they're all HDMI now. Plug it into a TV, move it into the other room, or TVs are flat screen, they're light, pick it up, move it to the computer, whatever you want to do. So does it still happen? Okay, that it's not the monitor, okay? Change the cables. If the cable, that's easy to do. Does it still have, okay, it's not the cable. What's left? What's left? You're whittling it down. No matter what the problem is, it is the same diagnostic process. And it takes time and logic. It's not anything, you got to be super smart. You don't have to be, you don't need a special education. It's obvious. I don't even know what this is, but when I take it out, the problem goes away. Well, replace that. Congratulations, you're a tech. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it, man. The only difference is after years and years and years of doing this, there are some problems you're going to know what they are right away that somebody else wouldn't because they don't have your years of experience. But yet there will be other bizarre problems that you're just like, I don't know. My years of experience does not help me with those problems, but the diagnostic that I've learned over this course of time doesn't change. Nobody is exempt from the diagnostic. The diagnostic is where the truth is. It's not in speculation, it's not in discussion, it's not in any other imaginary or logical means that you can think of other than doing the work and seeing the results, because your results are unique to your hardware and your situation. They're not normal, they're nothing common, and therefore, if you're going to do it yourself, then that's what you agree to take on. If you don't want to do that, then pay somebody like me to do it for you. That's it. Those are your choices. That's why people pay me, because it's not that they can't do it, they just don't want to, or they don't have the patience for it. Just here, do this. Take care of this for me, okay? They're not necessarily doing it because they're saying you're doing something I can't do. I could wash my car, but I'm not going to. I'll pay somebody to do that. I can't be bothered. I'm not going to change my own oil anymore. I'm going to pay somebody to change my oil. I'll pay you. You get dirty. I'm not going to get dirty. So a lot of times what I do isn't really, changing the oil in the car doesn't require special education. We're all pretty much the same. Pretty much. We are going on a 7-hour broadcast. Wow. I probably should eat. Is it Taco Tuesday? Taco Monday. Robert says, thank you for the conversation. Hey, Robert, thank you. Hey, I guess this people that were coming in earlier that thought they were going to get away with something gave up a long time ago. I just realized they haven't been in here in hours. When did they go? I didn't think I missed them. Damn it. I could have made so much money from them. Well, maybe tomorrow. No, on Mondays you have pizza. On Tuesdays it's Taco Day. But I had pizza Saturday and Sunday and Friday. I think I had 3 days worth of pizza. Kind of pizzaed out. KP Tech says it's Tuesday now. Not for me, it isn't. Not yet. Trust Me says it's Tuesday here in Michigan. Yeah, it is. Do I still do the Tech Vets podcast? Yeah, Mike and I should be doing a Tech Vets Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I think that's right. I think it's going to be 8 p.m. this Wednesday Eastern Time. I got to verify that, but I think, is it 8 p.m. or 9 p.m.? I'm going to say 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Mike Smith of the Mike Tech Show and myself will continue with show number 155 or something of Tech Vets. It's going on for over a decade. And we'll be using the new StreamYard software. Now, StreamYard, the professional version, is like $39 a month if you pay for a year of it. So you can do the math on that, about $428 or something. And so I reached out to, excuse me, I reached out to the folks at StreamYard and I said, I would really like to try StreamYard for interviews and Tech Vets, which is a show I do with Mike Smith. You know, I have a YouTube channel with over 300,000 subscribers, more than 56 million views. And I was kind of curious if you guys were interested in working with me. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? I just threw it out there. Otherwise, I'm spending $400 and some odd dollars. And from the looks of it, it's worth every penny. But I mean, if I can make a deal, use my celebrity as a form of payment. That's weird, celebrity. Not really, but whatever. They said, if you tell your audience that you're using StreamYard during your broadcast, in exchange for that, you can have what they call a trial version, which is normally like, a couple of days. You can have that for 12 months. And I was like, okay, twist my arm. It sounds great. I mean, I'd probably be telling people I was using StreamYard anyway, right? I mean, certainly if they asked, hey, wow, the stream looks fantastic. It's better than normal. Your sound is better. What did you change? Oh, we're using StreamYard now. But now I'll promote it. I'll say, hey, everybody, we're using StreamYard. And you can get it over at StreamYard.com. And it looks seriously like the best thing ever for doing interviews and Tech Vets podcasts, because it's no more OBS. It's no more double streams like getting Skype, and I've got to establish an audio and video connection. And then with OBS and YouTube, I can establish another audio video connection, and you have feedback loops and just delays. So with StreamYard, you log into StreamYard.com. You can create a free account. You can have up to 10 guests at the same time, change your wallpaper, change the screen layout, and it will stream on your behalf to YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, LinkedIn, and it'll do them all simultaneously in the Pro version. So I don't need any other piece of software. I can literally log in to StreamYard.com and it takes care of everything. Everything. So I worked with Mike on getting him a better camera. He's got the Logitech Stream Cam. It's about $180, same one I've got. Fantastic camera, outstanding. And then I worked with Mike on those different headsets. He agreed with the audience when we reviewed them here that the Audio-Technica was the best sounding, along with the Go XLR mini mixer, all of which I paid for, none of which was given to me. And Mike was not in any way, shape, or form being directed to choose something. I let Mike just honestly evaluate them in his own opinion without saying what the audience preferred. And it just so happened he picked the same setup. So Mike now has better audio and video. I have better audio and video. And now with StreamYard, we'll be able to convey that via YouTube so much better now. I've seen what StreamYard can do. Mike and I were testing it, and it's so much easier. And furthermore, if I bring a guest on, I don't have to set them up through some complicated thing. I send them an invite to StreamYard, and StreamYard takes care of everything. It takes care of everything. Like the guests even have a little green room, like a real studio has, until I'm ready to bring them on the show. And it lets them know you're in the green room right now and shows them, if you're a guest on The Tonight Show, you're gonna sit in a waiting lobby called a green room with other guests. And there'll be little snacks and stuff on the table and a TV showing you what's going on until it's your turn. And then they're gonna call your name. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CareyHolzman. Now, just before that, an assistant's gonna come in and say, Mr. Holzman, are you ready for in about 2 minutes, Mr. Fallon is gonna introduce you, so let's go ahead and get you ready to walk out on stage. So you're normally not just sitting there with a mouthful of cookie going, oh, the assistant comes in and says, okay, according to what's going on in the timeline here, he's gonna bring you on in 2 minutes, so you ready? Finish your eating and clean up and look in the mirror, okay, and then come over here, step just outside of the curtains, and then when he calls you, just walk out on stage. And then you're good to go. So what StreamYard is emulating here is it's got your guests who are not yet introduced. They've got them off screen. But your guests can watch what you're doing, just like in a green room, there's a TV and you can watch what's happening live out on stage, because you can't see it because you're in a green room. And StreamYard has emulated that, so you can bring on guests one at a time, just like a talk show. If a talk show is an hour long and 45 minutes in, they're bringing on the third guest, that third guest has been sitting in that green room the entire time. And sometimes the guest gets bumped because they run long and they're like, I'm sorry, I couldn't bring on Matt Damon tonight because we ran long. It's a long running thing Jimmy Kimmel does at the end of every single show. Oh, sorry, we bumped Matt Damon. It's just a long running, never ending joke. And then sometimes they do little skits where Matt Damon shows up and he's like, I've been waiting in the green room for like 10 years. Anyway, StreamYard has this virtual green room, which is a concept I never even thought of before. And I think it's going to make it more pleasant to be a guest, less technical to be a guest. As long as the guest has a good camera and a good microphone and a good internet connection, that's all they need. StreamYard does all the heavy lifting, takes care of it all. Even as the creator, it does all the heavy lifting. I don't have to configure all the things in OBS or all the things for Facebook or all the things for Twitch. They do all of that on their side, and I just say, broadcast here, 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 and here, and it just broadcasts it, simulcasts it among multiple platforms. I have to give my credentials for that, but they're a trustworthy, provider. I'm not worried about it. And then it's all their bandwidth. It's not my bandwidth broadcasting to YouTube. Now it's theirs. My bandwidth is to StreamYard. My bandwidth isn't to Mike like it is with Skype. My bandwidth is to StreamYard. And Mike's bandwidth is to StreamYard. And then StreamYard's bandwidth is also then pushing out to YouTube, Facebook, whatever I want it to, all at the same time, no longer using my bandwidth. So I'm not limited now because of my bandwidth. It's positively brilliant. If you can't tell, I'm really excited about using it. And the fact that they've been so kind is to say, hey, tell people you're using it, we won't charge you. Okay, twist my arm, right? So this should be an interesting Tech Vets. We're going to do something we've never done before, using a process I've never used before. And apart from a little testing with Mike, we had about 2 hours of testing. I think we have what we have. It's super easy, should be barely an inconvenience. And we'll just probably that's the way we do it from now on. That'll be the new standard. It's exciting. Steve says you sound almost as funny as Bob Newhart. Bob Newhart is very slow. Bob Newhart is very slow. He stammers. He doesn't stutter, he stammers. And part of his comedy is in how he delivers his comedy. It's the stammering and the hesitation that gets you to anticipate what he's going to say. And then it comes out and it's funny. If you edit Bob Newhart and you take all the stammering out and it's just setup line joke, he's not at all funny. You're like, what is this? This is just stupid. But it's the delivery. It's how Bob Newhart delivers. He's 91 years old, Bob Newhart is? And there's a statue of Bob Newhart sitting on a picnic table, sitting on a park bench at Navy Pier in Chicago. Squirrel. Tim Conway. No, that's a funny guy, or was. Bring back Steve Bass. Yeah, I you know what? Once I have StreamYard up and running, anytime I bring on a guest like Steve Bass, it'll all be through StreamYard from that point forward. I think you're going to notice an amazing quality difference. Because sometimes, in OBS, you'd see the guest video shrink and get bigger and it's just random and crazy. People are like, oh, there's a setting in OBS, you can adjust that. Like it's like a major complex thing you got to change. It's not obvious. It's not like you hit Control F to go full screen or something. And it's driving me crazy. And I won't have to worry about that. It no longer is an issue. StreamYard just takes care of that. Steve Bass and I never finished our build. As far as I know, it remains unfinished. I know he and we built a system together, virtually together. Same parts. I said, okay, I'm going to do this to the motherboard. Now you do this to yours. And he had the same board, the same everything, and he did what I did. Then we got it all installed. It ran long, and we're like, okay, well, let's just hook up the wires another time. And that was 6 months ago. So, yeah, Steve's a good guy. I miss talking to him. Things have been so hectic here, so chaotic. I just haven't had time to go back and the pandemic changed everything. Little did we know, when it began, how much worse it was going to get. Because, when it first began, it was all right, whatever, give it a few months. And now, a few months later, it got worse. And then it got worse. And then it got worse again. And then suddenly, whether you like it or not, you got impacted with it. Even if you didn't get sick, you knew people who did, or things you wanted to do, you couldn't do anymore. So because of that, and a number of other, life still goes on, right? So when you combine that with all the other challenges of life, running this YouTube channel and not having it die because I haven't had a means to broadcast has been a real challenge for me to just keep this up and running. Just to do what I'm doing right now has been months and months and months of problem solving and experimentation. If you've been watching the channel, you've seen some pretty hanky broadcasts from me because of the challenges I'm facing with internet and stuff. Which, I'm still not at a solution yet. What I'm using is mostly working. It's the best thing I've got so far, but it's not ideal, and I'm still not done fixing it. I'm hoping to have an answer next month, but it's not in my hand. It relies on the cooperation of other people, and I can't force them. So maybe you want to drive faster, but the guy in front of you is not going fast, so you can't pass him, and you just be patient. It's kind of like that. What the heck has been streaming for 7 hours? I know. Crazy. Did I look at Streamlabs? Yes, I'm going to experiment with Streamlabs for the live stuff here on YouTube, but for interviews, Streamlabs doesn't help me with interviews. You know what I mean? We're still stuck with Skype or Zoom or any of these other, just crap. So StreamYard looks like anytime I'm going to bring a guest on virtually, it's got to be StreamYard all the way. You'll see. You'll say, wow, this is like vastly better. Streamlabs, now that'll be better for the live stuff here on YouTube, where we can show the chat room in the video and contributions can be shown on the screen, so I don't have to worry about missing them. And when I have time, and I said this back in September, and I'll say it again, Streamlabs is on my to-do list as soon as I have time to, and I did get it installed, but I haven't had any, I've had such internet problems and other issues going on that it's been like way down on the list, because I got to have a good internet connection. I got to solve that. And it doesn't help me with interviews, and I have interviews immediately. I don't have immediate need for Streamlabs. That's just, it'd be nice. You know what I mean? So I'll get there. I'm just a one-man operation. I got no employees and I got to do everything myself. So I ask you to bear with me and be patient. I'm the camera guy, the sound guy, the content creator. I'm the technician. I'm the producer. I'm the thumbnail creator. I'm the person who titles the videos. I'm the person who puts the video description in. I set every freaking setting that YouTube requires every single time I go live. They don't remember the settings, so I have to do them all over again, and I have to double check them. And it's a lot, man. And I don't necessarily do any of it well. I'm not a thumbnail creator. I'm not an artist. It's not what I do. So I rely on people to help me. You know, Sherry McFarland has made some amazing thumbnails for me. Photo Ray did some great thumbnails years ago. I'd like to, for him, maybe we can work something out. Sometimes people provide their own videos and say, hey, you want to share my video? Hey, that's great. That's great. It's less work for me. It's content for you. Everybody wins. These people get more views than they would get on their own channel. And, you know, they're good people doing good work. They deserve the recognition. It gives a variety to my audience. It's just one guy. It's all I'm just one person doing literally everything. So beat my chest. Strong man, do everything. Just fire's bad. OXV Luke contributes $2.99. Asking political questions, it doesn't matter, man. Politics, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's more people looking for other people to agree with them. I don't participate in it. I appreciate your contribution, but I don't align myself with any party or any particular line of thinking regarding anything. Anything. If a group of people agree with me, I get worried. So every political group does things I like, and every political group does things I don't like. There is not one universal political group that I'm like, they can do no wrong. Therefore, I would never be so blind and myopic and tunnel visioned as to just align myself with the belief systems of any particular group. You understand? Any group. If you have an organized group for any reason, I don't want any part of it. I do not require the approval of others. I don't need anybody to assert that my beliefs are correct or my opinions are correct. I just do not care. I don't care. It is not important to me. So I cannot answer your question because there is no answer to your question. But don't let me get in your way. If you want to align yourself with a group of people and it makes you feel good because you found people who think like you do, or they tell you what to think and you're okay with that too, I got no problem with it. But do you expect me to do that? You don't know me. Clearly you don't know who I am. They got to carry. Will you write my name on the cap of your Gatorade? What? Listen, I appreciate your contributions. I really do. And I appreciate the other 261 live viewers and the over several thousand views that this video is. You know, people have come and gone in the last 7 hours. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. But please don't treat me disrespectfully, you know. I'm your master. Do as I say. I mean, if you want to be kind and you want to be generous and you want me to say thank you, of course, that's a given. But if you want to treat me like I'm a marionette, dance, monkey dance, it's kind of disrespectful. You might think it's cool, but you know, where does it lead? So, well, I appreciate the contributions. I like them better when people you know, you have a question, a technical question, and you want to draw my attention through a contribution, or you want to support just in general what we're doing, you want more of this, I really appreciate it. But if you want something specific for you, that's more of a personal consultation, and it costs a lot more than $2.99 for that, because my, you know, just, you know, what do you do if 300 people want your time and attention? How would you do that? So you can say, look, I'm going to talk to all of you at once. If you want personal one-on-one time, you're going to pay for that. Otherwise, everybody wants personal one-on-one time. And if nobody's paying for it, how can I pay for anything? How can I pay for the cameras and the internet and the lights? I mean, how does that work? You want to be nice. I'd like 5 minutes of Tom Cruise's time. I just want to talk to him for 5 minutes. What do you think the chances of that happening? Well, let's keep going down the celebrity list. Okay, well, maybe not Tom Cruise, he's too big. How about Matthew McConaughey? No, he's too big. How about Jeff Probst, the guy who does Survivor? No. Okay. Well, you can go to cameo.com and you can pay a somewhat celebrity, or used to be celebrity, a couple $100 to give you a 30-second shout-out video. You know what I mean? But you don't get to say to them, I'm going to give you the $5 and you can. It just doesn't work like that, because it can't. It can't work. So anyway, it seems easy if you're not on this side of it, but I feel bad for like real celebrities. How can you do anything? Sylvester Stallone has a YouTube page and he's been posting to it. And like, this guy can't go anywhere. He can't, like, he's just mobbed with. As soon as he appears somewhere, you know what happens? They tweet it out, and then there's a whole bunch of people. So he has to have like an escort wherever he goes, just to go shopping. He wants to go to the grocery store and pick up some eggs. He really can't do it without it becoming a public event. But Sylvester Stallone has a YouTube channel, and he posts on it, and it's amazing how he's so popular. He can't go anywhere. He's got a video where he's wearing a mask and he's in a grocery store, and I think he's with his daughter, and he like acts like he bumps into her, and he's like, oh, are you looking for throat lozenges too? And she's like, no, I'm looking for a new cane for you. She's his kid, I guess, and so she can poke fun at him. Everybody else is like, oh, would you sign this? Would you do this for me? Will you do this for me? Will you do this for me? Can I get a picture with you? Can you do this for me? Will you do that for me? And if you don't do it, you're a jerk, you know? That guy, you know, he seems like a nice guy. He's a jerk, but then he can't get anywhere. He can't do anything because everybody wants a piece. And then, you know, 6 hours later, he still hasn't done any work on a computer. I should have Sly's. Yeah, he's like an old friend of mine. Where's Sly? There he is. No, that's not him. Where's he at? I mean, it's him, but it's not his channel. Where are you at, Sly? You should be right in my recently watched list. I was surprised. I was like, wow, he's making YouTube videos? That's a far cry from Rambo and Rocky, ain't it? And they're like TikTok videos. You know, they're just like under a minute long, most a minute and a half. The Italian Stallion is his YouTube channel. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just copy the link and put it in the chat room. The Italian Stallion, by the way, the Stallion is 74 years old. Woo. I know that's what young girls are thinking. Get me that 74-year-old Stallion. He looks good, though. He does. He's born July 6th, is it? 1946. He's 3 years younger than my father. He's in better shape, I'll tell you that. July 6th. Yeah, he and I are just a couple weeks apart. Guess he's a Cancer like me, huh? Yeah, he looks good for 74. He looks real good. And he's connected, you know. He knows how to make YouTube videos and post them. How many 74-year-olds know how to do that? If there are any, they're probably here in the chat room. It's kind of fun. You can look at, you know, what he's doing, and he's just, you know, he's like everybody else, right? The only difference is sometimes you and I can do things without thinking about it that he can't do. You know, like just walk through. Like if he didn't have that mask on, and the minute somebody recognizes him, it's over. And he can't get out on his own. He's outnumbered, so he's got to have help. He's got to have like burly security guys to push people aside because, you know, they mean well, but they can really hurt you. Give me a lock of hair, you know. Give me a selfie. Sometimes people don't even ask for a selfie. They just walk up to somebody and go, selfie! And you're like, what just happened? Piano instrumentalist contributes $10 and says, beep, beep. Coming through. Good evening, Carey. Those tower builds are looking pretty awesome. Cheers for a lovely night stream. Hey, thank you. Thank you for your support, your contribution. KP Tech contributes $5 Canadian. Carey, if you want good virus protection, I sell Sentinel-1, which is top notch. Sentinel-1 stopped WannaCry in its tracks. You know, there's so many options. I'm glad you found something you like and you promote and you stand behind. I'm not familiar with Sentinel-1. I've never heard of it, and I don't really have any desire to explore it because Malwarebytes has been dead on perfect for me. They had that one issue a couple years back, but I just don't get computers with viruses anymore. Customers aren't calling and having that problem. Malwarebytes is so well done. And then prior to that, I was also recommending MCSoft, which, you know, to the last I checked, antivirus program, but you got Kaspersky and, geez, what's the other big one? Can't think of the other big one. Bitdefender. You know, of course, you've got like Avast, AVG, McAfee, and Norton and stuff like that. But I mean, the list of antivirus vendors just goes on and on and on and on and on. And viruses aren't the thing they used to be now. It's mostly malicious software, malware. So, well, I'm glad you like what you like. Don't expect me to like it. I have no desire or interest in it at all. So, yeah. If you want good antivirus, get Malwarebytes. Forget that Sentinel-1 crap. That's what I say. But you're speaking from your experience and I'm speaking from mine. And again, I appreciate the contribution. I appreciate the support. That computer on your left, this is from Diane, the computer on your left is still larger than your upper half. Who needs such a computer? Who said anybody needed it? Did I say that? I didn't say that. It's on a 4-foot high table, though. I bet if Mitch comes over, Mitch will probably be taller than that. But this is on a Lazy Susan that's 2 inches over the height of this counter. And this counter is about 6 inches taller than the counter at the other location. So there's another, you know, almost a foot. And then on top of that, the case isn't really that big. A Corsair 200R is what did I say, about 18 inches in height. So depending on where we measure from, that's 20 inches. That's 22. If we go to the back, it goes to 27 and a half. It's just a little over 2 feet. How tall is Mitch? Mitch Morrison, I think he's 6 foot, 6'2". He's 6 or 6'2". I'm only 5'4". That's if I'm wearing my thick shoes. So Mitch, you know, he's right about here. Whatever. What is this? 6 or 6'2". Catherine says, that is sparkly RAM. I know, right? Is Mitch still in Colombia? Mitch was never in Colombia. Catherine Anna Hauserman lives in Colombia. Mitch isn't traveling anywhere during the pandemic. Nowhere out of the country. Joe says, holy cow, I took a nap and you guys are still here. Yeah, we were talking about you though. Probably best you weren't here for that. It's only 2 feet tall, maybe because it opens up the way it does. Well, it doesn't really open up. There's nothing to open, you know. It's an open concept. It doesn't really have any panels. It just has this piece of glass, which I can't spin around to show you. It's just a piece of glass. That's all it is. And then there'll be a piece of glass on the other side. Once I'm done with it, I can put that in. So nothing opens. Nothing moves on this case. It's what's in the case, though. It's a $6,000 worth of parts. There's like $600 in RAM. I'm going to have a 1700 RTX 3090 graphics card in there. It's a Threadripper. I forgot the model. The storage, I forgot. There's a $350 1300 watt prime Seasonic power supply that's modular. This is like cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. And once you go halfway in, you know, what are you going to do? Go cheap on the rest of it? Of course not. Once I dedicated myself to building this, and I realized a 750 watt power supply wasn't going to cut it, what am I going to do? Not buy a 1300 watt power supply? Am I going to put a cheap one in there? You're going to spend $350 on a power supply because you have to. You've already gone that far. Guess what? Bite the bullet. Do it. So I did. I mean, that's why I'm going to put a 3090 in there. Why not spend another $1,700? I mean, you already put $4,000 into it. What's another $1,700? I mean, go big or go home. Eventually, there won't be anything else left to replace, right? I will have the best of everything, and then I don't know what I'll do with it. And Luke contributes $1.99. He says, good night, and don't let the scammers bite. Right on, brother. Thank you so much. So Dravko Frankovic contributes 50 HRK. I always forget what that is, man. 50 HRK to USD. HRK is Croatian kunas. I don't know why I have such a hard time with that. I always want to think Hong Kong, HRK. But that's about $8, $8 US dollars. Hey, Franco's a frequent contributor. Though I haven't seen him in a while. It's good to see you again. Appreciate you, Franco. Franco, why am I saying Franco? Zdravko. Franco's a whole nother dude. There's nobody named Franco. This is what happens when you live stream without food or bathroom break for 7.5 hours. I'm starting to... I'm calling Zdravko Franco now. I've never done that before. Sure, it has nothing to do with fatigue. Sorry, Zdravko. I really, sincerely, there's nobody named Franco, like, ever in the history of this channel. So I don't know, I don't even know where that came from. It's not like I confused you with somebody else. I confused you with my imaginary friend, Franco. He's right beside me, don't you see him? Pratap Gurung that contributes $5. I'm not sure if I'm saying your name right. Pratap. Thank you so much for your support, your contribution. Peter Meyer joins us from Amsterdam. Hong Kong dollars are HKDs. Oh, okay. Thanks, Bryant. Franco was a Spanish dictator. I wouldn't tell James Franco that. He might disagree. Mel B is not just a Spice Girl. He says he's from Bosnia. Shout out to the Croatian homie. Do they speak like that in Croatia? Yo, 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 are you Croatian homie? Ooh, that's cold. Carey, that's racist. sort of, if I talk like somebody else talks, I'm racist? Yeah. Well, when I was growing up, we used to call that doing impressions, and people made a lot of money. There's a guy named Rich Little. Oh, Rich Little, racist as hell. The world's changing. Brent W. contributes 70 South. Now this one I know, ZAR is a South African something. Forget what it's called. And we'll find out. South African Rand. Oh, I can't remember that. Rand. My dad used to work for the Rand Corporation. Completely unrelated, but it's just a familiar word. $4.79 United States dollars. $4.79 US. That's 70 South African Rand. Thank you so much. Thank you. Look at all these different currencies from all over the world. It's pretty cool. Hey, there's my buddy Peter Laycock joins us. He says, good morning, Carey, in the chat. He's in Scotland. Peter's contributed 50 pounds. Peter comes in here, it's like 50 pounds, 50 pounds, 50 pounds. Something about that guy, like, no, Peter, sincerely, we didn't have to give a penny. He's the coolest dude ever. If you get to know him, he's very kind, very supportive, very generous. And I'm always smiling when I see somebody who's been a friend of the channel, as generous to the channel and as supportive as Peter has for the length of time that he's been. A lot of what has happened in my YouTube channel over the last couple of years would not have been possible without, and I have a few viewers. Peter's not the only one, but I can count on one hand the level of support and generosity that Peter has continually displayed nonstop, always thinking of others, even when he shouldn't be. And he's a really cool dude. You should get to know him. Say hello. Say hi, Peter. Hey, Peter. He's the coolest dude you'll ever meet, virtually. Metro says, Carey, any tips finding retail price GPUs? Why would anybody sell a retail? Why would, if you had a GPU, why would you sell it at retail prices? You'd be a fool. Unfortunately, the market is such that there's really no competition. AMD's not really coming to bat. Intel hasn't come yet to bat with the XE series, and it's NVIDIA's game. You know, the GPU manufacturers are losing a ton of money. I don't want you to think for a minute with some conspiracy theory that NVIDIA's tightening up the market. That would be the stupidest, boneheaded, anti-business move you could ever do. You can't sell what you don't have, and you can't profit from anything you don't sell. So, if you want to stay in business and you want to make a lot of money, which I think universally all businesses want to stay in business and make a lot of money, you don't withhold product. It's not sustainable. You will go out of business. Your competitors will say, well, if you're not going to do it, we'll do it. So right now, there's really nothing you can do apart from, you know, fighting for it, right? Putting yourself on some kind of a wait list or constantly refreshing pages when you're ready with the money. And, you know, your best bet's going to be Best Buy, honestly. Most people I know that are getting graphics cards at retail prices are putting the effort in that it takes to just constantly monitor the Best Buy's inventory and put on alerts, and as soon as it becomes available, they are ready to strike. You cannot delay, you can't hesitate, or someone else will grab it before you. It is a giant pain in the butt, and if you're willing to do it, knock yourself out, man. But if you're looking to just, you know, click somewhere and buy it at retail, ask me in 12 months. In 12 months' time, shouldn't be a problem. So I would suggest you just kind of enjoy what you have, relax. Gaming is a luxury. You don't have to have it. If you have to have it, you'll find the money, whatever it costs. By the way, I would like a brand new Tesla for $25,000. So if you can find me one, please let me know where I can buy one. I'd like a Model 3 Single motor's fine. Just stock. I don't care about anything else. Just brand new, 0 miles. I can go to 30. Get it to me for 30. Brand new. That's what I want to pay. I guess I'm going to be waiting, huh? I can't make it happen because that's what I want. Can't do it. Impossible. Unless, as I said, you have to do what others have done with monitoring, a site like Best Buy. The Best Buy is the only one I really know. NVIDIA's been really selling a lot of their stuff to Best Buy. But you have to monitor the web. If you don't, somebody else is. And if you're willing to put that much labor into it, I mean, for what my time is worth, I'd rather just pay whatever they want and be done with it. Oh, we're all not rich like you. Yeah, look at me. Do you like my rich white wall? You like my rich t-shirt? You like all that rich jewelry I wear? All those gold and diamonds in my hair and my ears? That's me. Just flaunting my wealth. Just flexing. Nope, just deal with whatever you have, man. Be happy for what you have. Secret to happiness. You know what the secret is? Have gratitude for what you have. Whether it's a roof over your head, heat or air conditioning or electricity and running water. There's some people in Texas that'll tell you how lucky you are. And furthermore, whatever computer you've got now is more than what other people have. Enjoy it. Enjoy what you have. Stop saying it's not enough. This is not a year for that. We're amidst a pandemic, in a crisis, and gaming is a luxury. And to suggest your gaming isn't enough, but you're not willing to pay the going rate, you want to pay the retail rate, it's unreasonable in this crisis. It's like disconnected. It's possible. Like I said, it's possible. You got to do the work with it, monitor. Like I said, they're monitoring Best Buy. Put yourself on an alert when the inventory comes in and be able to have that alert wake you up if necessary when your alert comes through. So you can't hesitate. You have to immediately add it to your cart and pay for it right away. They're not going to hold it for you. You have to pay for it. And then you can go to the store and pick it up or have it mailed to you. They're not, if you don't do it, if you don't immediately add it to your cart and check out and pay for it within whatever that time period is of your basket, Best Buy's not waiting on you, man. They got more people wanting these. They're not going to wait for you or anybody else. You follow the same rules everybody else follows. That's the only way you're going to get it. If you want it that bad, have fun, man. Enjoy that. I remember when people waited outside for Windows 95. Hey, Windows 95 is coming out. We're going to line up around the store to buy it. You think I did that? Ever in my life? Do you think I've waited in a line to give somebody my money? I mean, I do at the grocery store, sometimes Target and Walmart, because, Walmart's got 50 registers, so they only keep one open. Hey, they opened up 3 registers. Must be Black Friday here. I don't know why they paid for all those registers and all the wiring and cabling and infrastructure. They only use like 2 of them at any given time. But regardless of that, there's a line that you wait in to hand somebody your money. And for the most part, I don't do that. I don't line up for a movie 3 days before it's opening. I don't wait in a line to get the latest phone. No. I don't have that kind of money because it's always expensive to be first. And I don't have that kind of time. But don't let me get in your way. CCTV user says, I would feel sorry if someone's GPU broke and they have no way of buying a new one. Most people whose GPUs break that I'm reading about on the internet are people who overclock them and damage them. If you just plug it in and use it, you probably won't have any problems. I mean, maybe you might have some coil whine. I've heard some complaints of that, but deal with it. You can send it back for an RMA, I guess, if you want to be without it. But as far as like damaged GPUs, for the most part, the people I see with damaged GPUs time and time again are people who overclocked them and they toasted them. But hey, they're faster than you when their GPU doesn't work. And yours does. And yours is like 3 generations older than theirs, but yours still works because you never did that to it. And they just ruined their warranty, and now they can't even get another one. I don't feel sorry for them. They did that to themselves. I don't feel sorry for them one bit. But I know what you mean. I get it. You could buy a pre-built computer and pull the graphics card out of that. You can buy a Dell that has a 3070 in it. Pull the 3070 out, put yours in there, and put it up for sale. If you want to, get creative, and you're willing to front the money, probably your best chance of getting one. John Wilson, hey, there he is. He contributes $25, and he says, just because. Thank you, John. John likes to be called Jack. I don't know why, but for $25, I'll call you whatever you want me to call you. Mostly I call him my friend, though, regardless. I'm just teasing him. Diane says, what is overclocking? Overclocking is forcing a component to run faster than its design speed, generating and requiring and absorbing more power consumption, generating more heat. The heat usually caused by greater power consumption because you're trying to make something run faster than it was designed to run. It's like putting nitrous oxide on an engine on your car that wasn't designed for it. Now your car's overheating, so you got to put a bigger radiator in. And then your engine blows up because it wasn't designed to be run under the compression and stress that you put it under. It's no different with electronics. If you just take it and you plug it in and use it the way the engineers designed it, you're not going to have heat issues. You're not going to have reliability issues. Statistically speaking, it's unlikely. The minute you think you can outsmart the engineers because you're going to get some free power, free performance by juicing it with more power, it's like a bodybuilder juicing in order to be able to lift more weights. It's no different. It has serious consequences and potential harm, and it can result in a lot of wasted money. So for those people who wish to pursue that, you know, all the power to them. But for the rest of us, it's financially not sound, and sustainability is, it's a very expensive game to play. So you can tell somebody, I'm 1 megahertz fast. I'm 1 hertz faster than you. So, you know, I'm going to make up for my lack of personality and skill by just opening my wallet. And if my wallet's deeper than yours, then I can make up for my lack of personality or skill with money. I don't have a lot of respect for those people. There's a pride that comes with earning something, and there's a disrespect to do something to brand new hardware, to the engineers who designed it, and the effort and the testing that went into it, that somebody would, you know, these, like I worked at Intel, I met these guys. These guys are like super, gals too, by the way. They're super smart, very well educated. There's a wall of patents. When you walk down building C5 of Intel in Chandler, there's a wall of patents. And you're just like, wow, there's some really smart people here. Like I've seen patents, but I've never seen each patent is like this big, and it's floor to ceiling the length of the wall. And you know that's not all of them. That's just what fit on the wall. And all those people that created those patents work in that building. You're like, wow. And there's more coming. And those people, man, you don't understand the amount of obstacles and thought and challenges it presents to design this stuff. And then most of you guys just oversimplify. Well, we just juice it with a little more power, and then we raise the frequency up a little bit. And then until the smoke comes out and you've toasted it, you've got to be in a financial position to go, well, I don't know many people in that financial position. It was a little faster for a while, so that was totally worth it. That's not typical. Most people don't have that kind of money. If you just plug the thing in and use it the way it was intended to be used, at the voltages and the specifications that it was designed for, you'd still be running. So who's got the faster GPU? The guy who had one temporarily, or the guy who didn't, or the gal who didn't mess with theirs and theirs still works? Now whose is faster? Remember the tortoise and the hare? It's the same thing. It's just stupid. It's a waste of money and time. Hobbyist activity keeps them busy, but it's for rich people. Rich people who have a lot of time to mess around like that. Hey, rich people, I have nothing against rich people. I wish I was one. But because I'm not, watching you flex your wealth and destroy hardware that I would have appreciated and respected is a little bit offensive to me. So I don't feel sorry for them when they burn it up. Burn it up, I don't care. And you know what? I'm not happy for them when they successfully overclock it to a higher frequency. Good for you. Good for you. Who cares? Yeah, that's my goal. I'm gonna be one of those rich people. Today, I'm just gonna burn a $100 bill. I don't know why. Let's just set it on fire and see how long it takes. I mean, that's effectively what they're doing. In the meantime, you're watching, scraping the bottom of the crumbs of a box of Cheez-Its and watching me burn $100 bills. You might just get a little bit of resentment if you were the person doing that and then boasting it to the world. You want to watch me burn money? Come here, I want to burn some money. You want to watch? No, I'd like you to maybe do something good with that money and help your community, or I don't know, not do something wasteful and stupid, because I'm over here, now I'm licking the inside of the bag, watching you burn a $100 bill 10 times. That's how I feel. Come on, don't you all have a bottle of liquid nitrogen hanging around? We all have a big bottle of liquid nitrogen. Don't you have one? It's a big metal canister. It fits any decor. You just put that right there in your house. You can use that to temporarily liquid cool an overclocked CPU before you completely fry it for like $600. Probably the motherboard too. And then you can complain that you didn't get the overclock you expected and whine about it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the crinkling of my empty Cheez-It bag. What did you say? I might be a little bitter. You just wish you had that kind of money so you could have a liquid nitrogen tank. You're damn right I do. You're damn right. Why wouldn't I? But I wouldn't use the money for that. Christopher G says, my cousin is a billionaire and he loves to pop CPUs like firecrackers. Well, then, you know, he could, if you're a billionaire, I mean, if you just slid a couple $100,000 over to me, wouldn't miss it, right? And you'd be doing something good with the money, something that goes back to the community and to Tesla. And a house in Michigan. Helping the economy, man. I'm not hurting. Everything's fine. I don't have a Tesla. Maybe if I invite Elon on the show. Hey, Elon, would you give me a Tesla if I review it? I think I won't get past the hey, Elon part, pretty much. Maybe if I just tweet to him, he'll read it. Sure he will. Nobody's tried that before. Nobody's tried to talk to Elon. CNN can wait. CareyHolzman's on the other line. Well, let me get to that. Been waiting on that call all day. I wouldn't even attempt to do Elon's accent. I don't even know how to do a South African accent. It reminds me a little of British, but it's a little different. I don't even know how. I won't even try because it would be terrible. So I'm just going to do a regular voice. CCTV user contributes £5, says, as I can't fund your Coke habit anymore, have this for Gatorade. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Gatorade is more expensive than Coca-Cola. KP Tech with another contribution. Thank you so much, KP Tech, for your questions, your interaction, and your generosity. And he just did it again, another $5 Canadian. Says, Carey, when I hear people talk to me about better specs, I say, Mazel Tov. My eyes. Mazel Tov, would you like a bar mitzvah? I was brought up Jewish, although it's not a religion I associate with. It was the one I was brought up with, and so I feel like I have the right to make fun of some of the stereotypes in the Jewish community because I was raised in it. And it really upsets people, which I find hilarious. So if I want to talk like this and people think I'm Jackie Mason, you know, it's pretty obvious what I'm doing, right? And you shouldn't do that, Carey. Oh, I can. I'm totally allowed, man. I have the card. What are you going to do if you got the card and you're going to talk like this? That's how we talk. I don't know why you're making a big deal about it. Don't ever do that again. You're riding a line there, buddy. You guys get away from me. Those are my imaginary friends. Any group, I don't want to associate with any group. So that, you know, religions, things like that, you know, they're fine for other people. I'm not opposed to it. I don't have any problem with any religion, honestly. It's your thing, man. Do your thing. You know, you're born into a family and your parents raise you to be a certain way that they are, and it's just assumed that you're going to adopt their belief system. I did not. That didn't go over very well, but who cares? Life is temporary. It'll all be over. Just be you. You're not hurting anybody, and you do what you got to do. I used to have a friend, well, I still have a friend, but when he was living with his parents growing up, they forced him to go to church every Sunday, and he hated it. And if he goes to see his parents as a 50-year-old man and they want to go to church, he is still like their child, and he goes, and he doesn't want to be there, but he doesn't want to upset his parents. When on his own, does he go to church? No. And my dad would go to temple on the high holidays, right? So when the people would see him there, he didn't really honor all of the Jewish holidays. He honored the important ones where people were going to determine if you were there. See, a lot of that 50s upbringing was a lot about what people, too much worrying about what people think, in my opinion. I used to hear my dad talk about that, you know, what are people going to think? It's Passover, you got to go. You have to go. It's Passover. You have to go. No, I don't. It doesn't make it okay. You don't go to any of the other things, but you do this one and then everything's fine? It sounds like some kind of weird religious buffet. I'm just going to pick the holidays I'm going to honor. Which ones are the popular ones where people are going to see me? Those are the ones we're going to go to. That was kind of, it's not exactly what my dad said, but he might as well have. And that's cool. That's what he wants to do. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't wish to put on airs. I don't want to be somebody. I don't want to appear to be somebody I'm not. You see me in a suit and tie, I'm not trying to impress you with my fashion sense. That would be a huge fail anyway, so let's just cut to the chase. I'm not here to impress you with my fashion sense or my looks. I do have some nice teeth. Have you ever spent time with the Amish community? No. So in Michigan, there's a large Amish community. And I've seen them, you know, they'll have their horse and buggies on the side of the road. What I like is, you know, you're driving through northern Michigan, right? And you're in this little, you know, there's one lane in each direction, narrow kind of a road. There's no sidewalk, you're in the country. And then as you're driving, you see a couple, I have seen a man and a woman, full Amish garb. And I'll tell you what I like about it. I don't go, there's some Amish people, roll up the windows and lock the doors. What happened to you? I got mugged by a bunch of Amish people. What happened to you? Oh, a bunch of Amish people beat me up. That just doesn't happen. They're very kind folks that kind of keep to themselves. They don't necessarily wave and acknowledge your existence, and you know, you just drive right by, you know. They do their thing, and they don't get in the way At least I've never experienced, some Amish person protesting what I was doing, And as such, I don't know anybody in the Amish community. And so I've never been invited in or anything. I'd certainly look at it with an open mind, but, it's not my thing. That's what they want to do. But, they're not really known as being a troublesome belief system. You don't really see a lot of news involving the Amish murders or, a lot of crime and stuff like that, which is a great thing to say about folks, right? If you come from a culture where people will keep an eye on that person, even though you're like, hey, I'm not my culture, why would you do that to me? And I can assure you, all of us have experienced this. This is not, some experience it a lot more than others, but we've all experienced it. I've had people, especially when I was a child, I was walking in a store, and I think I was, I might have been 10 years old, right? And they're like, oh, listen to Carey's whiny story. No, listen, this is more than this. This is one of the first times, one of the first times I ever experienced it. I never experienced it before. I'm in America. I should be able to walk through a store. It doesn't matter if I'm 10 years old. So I'm walking through a store. It's an empty store back in Detroit. And middle-aged, she looked middle-aged. Everybody looks middle-aged when you're 10. She said to me, can I help you find something? I said, no, I'm just looking. She goes, well, we don't allow looking here. Okay, and then I walked out. We've all experienced this, I assure you. And like I said, some of us experience it at an exponential level far more often. And that was, again, not the only time that's happened, but that's the first time it happened. And it's not cool. But what I can tell you is, when certain communities and certain cultures like the Amish, it's not. There's not really a stereotype there you have to defeat, other than if you were to challenge them to, hey, you want to try some air conditioning? It's pretty nice. That's not cool. It's not like they're forcing their belief system onto you. In fact, as far as I know, they don't even force it onto each other. They're like, you can go out of the Amish community for a period of time and determine which way you prefer to live. And if you want to come back and live this way, that's certainly what they're hoping you'll do. But if you go out there and you like it better, then go out there and don't come back. I do believe that is the way it is. I could be completely wrong about this, but it's my understanding that's a rite of passage or option of passage. They haven't blown up any buildings or started any arsons that I'm aware of in that culture. So how can you not love Amish people? That's all I'm saying. What's to not like? I don't think we have any Amish people watching, I'm going to guess. Have you had their butter? Have you tried their furniture? It's well made. Out here, they just wave and flip you off. I've never seen an Amish person so much as acknowledge my existence. They haven't waved, they haven't done anything. They got their carriage and their horse and they're just looking straight ahead. Or when I see them walking, they're walking together. We have no reason to interact. They're walking, I'm driving. I'm not going to slow down and roll the window down and say, hey, what's going on? I wouldn't do that to anybody else. Why would I do that to them? And they don't flag me down. So we respect each other's space. That's always the way, that's been my life experience in any Amish close encounters. Joe Henry says, I hear Mormons are nice. They have the Mormon tabernacle. I honestly don't believe that any particular group of people, for the most part, are all nice, right? I like to measure people as individuals. The problem is, well, I've had many conversations with people of varying religions, from Christians and Catholics and Jews and Protestants and Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons and on and on and on and on and on, Buddhists. I've never had a discussion with anybody who was Amish. I've never so much as been able to, had an opportunity to really get to know anybody who's Amish. So everything is just based in my imagination. But I don't pick up the news, read the news, see the news, and see stories of problems in the Amish community. Never, ever, just don't see it. It may be because I'm in Arizona, but I didn't see it in Michigan. And there's a pretty large Amish community in Michigan. I mean, it's not Pennsylvania, but it sort of becomes out of sight, out of mind. It's easy to not think about them because they just don't bring attention to themselves for the most part. Because of the type of community, I guess. They just sort of keep, I'm sure they have problems, they just don't let the world know about it. So they deal with it, however they deal with it. But yeah, it's something I really don't know much about. But probably an opportunity, a rich opportunity I have not had. Ignorance is bliss, I can't imagine, because I've never had the experience. I've never really gotten to know anybody. I don't even think I've said hello or had hello said to me back by anybody who I knew was Amish. I just typically don't run the same paths, I guess. Nothing. I wouldn't just assume that they're not. I assume everybody is a nice person, regardless of where they're from, or what their religion is, or what their race is, or what their gender. I don't care. It's not as though jerks only exist in a certain color or a certain age or a certain religion. No, there's jerks across the board. I'm sure there's Amish jerks and Jewish jerks. But I take the role of giving everybody the benefit of the doubt until they prove me wrong, and then you're done, right? Once you prove me wrong, I know now. And I won't make that same mistake twice with you, but I'm not going to group everybody you're hanging out with as you. You're you, and they are them. You might be a jerk, and your friends all might be good people. You don't represent your friends in my world. So I wish everybody thought that way. I wish everybody said, the rule is you're a good person until you give me reason to believe otherwise. Not about what your brother did. It's not about what your father did. It's not about what somebody your age did. It's not about what somebody your religion did. It's about you as an individual. I'm going to measure you up. And I'm going to measure you up as a good, decent person until you give me a reason not to. And that's a hard thing to come back from. If you've established yourself as a jerk and now you want to change my mind, that's a difficult thing to do. So best not to go down that road. And I presume the same holds true the other way around, right? Somebody sees me as a jerk, that's the way I come across. And it's important to me that I'm like, hey man, I'm not a jerk, I'm not that way. I was just in a bad mood that day. You're probably gonna be skeptical. So that's a very difficult thing to undo once it's done. And it's their cross to bear. Is that a religious reference? Joe says, how much for your 37? I'm not selling the 30. The 3070 is going into a computer that's yet to be built. I've got a 3950X here. And hopefully I'll get to it this week in the 3070. Where's the 3070 going? Hold on. It's not going in that one. Well, it could go into that one if you want to buy the computer. I'm not just selling the graphics card. That's just stupid. These graphics cards, I don't have a magic well I go to and pull them out. So I got a couple. And when they're gone, and I don't know if I'll ever get any more anytime soon. So they're intended for customers buying computers. If you're not buying the computer, how am I supposed to provide it to somebody who says, Carey, I want to, I've got a budget of $2,500. I want you to build me a gaming machine. And I go, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't have any graphics cards because I just sold it to some guy on YouTube. I have to take care of the customers. So if you want me to sell you a computer with a 3070, I'm really not even taking on any new builds right now, but I'll make an exception for you. Like seriously, I'm not backed up, and you're probably going to have to wait about 2 months. Even though I have all the parts, I don't have the time. Nothing I can do, man. Trust me, you don't want to buy anything from me unless you're willing to wait. Ask anybody who's ever bought anything from me, and especially the people who've finally received what they ordered. They'll tell you. So that guy takes a long time. It's worth the wait, don't get me wrong, when they're very happy with what they get. It's just, I'm a one-man band. I do it all. The chief cook and bottle washer, and that helicopter thing I had here was here 5 months. 5 months? I was working on that for 5 months. I ordered the parts in August. It delivered the computer last week. And I don't think the parts arrived. I think it was mid-August. I don't think the parts arrived until like September. So like September, October, November, December, January, February. 6 months. 6 months. It's a big computer and it was a lot of work. But I had to divide my time up. This person wants this person wants that, this person wants this needs to be done, this needs to be repaired, the internet needs to be set up, the cameras have to be given, blah, 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 blah. Got to go to the doctor, I got to go to the dentist, I got to get a haircut, I got to get the oil change in the car, I can't do any work when I'm having all that done. I would love to send somebody else out to get my teeth cleaned and my hair cut, but it turns out I have to do it myself. Richard S. with $1.49. Thank you, Richard. Matt Power says he still likes the Corsair 200R case the best, and they're easily available. Remember when those were sold out? You can go on Amazon and get one for $59.99 in the United States. Super easy. They're in stock. It's not going to go bad. You can buy it today, stick it in your garage. It'll be fine next year. It'll still be a brand new working computer case. It still will probably be worth at least $60, if not $70, because the prices keep going up on stuff like that. So if you can buy it and stick it in the garage or something, this is a good time to buy a Corsair 200R. It's a good deal. It used to be $65, now it's been $59.99 for a long time on Amazon. The shipping alone on that is it's got to be $30, but with Amazon it's free shipping. That's a good deal. And unlike other parts, the case isn't going to go obsolete for a long time. You just keep it in the box. You can pull that case out of the box 3 years from now and it's still going to be a computer case, and nobody's going to know it's not brand spanking new and fresh from the factory. There's some parts like power supplies and cases that are safe to buy ahead of time if the product is available. Because what'll happen is you'll say, well, I'll buy everything at once, and then GPUs start becoming available, and then the case you want's not available anymore. But I wouldn't do that with CPUs, RAM, or SSDs because the prices are constantly fluctuating. The performance is going up, the space is getting larger, you're getting more for your money. NAND production is going up. We expect SSD prices to fall this year because NAND production, NAND production is ramping up this year. So industry analysts are suggesting that we should see a significant decrease in the price of solid-state drives this year. So while on one hand we're short on this, on the other hand we have an abundance of the other. Master Singleton says, it's great to be open-minded. Do you serve customers located outside of Canas? I don't know what that is. I don't know that word. The draft code says, it says it's been 8 hours on this live stream. Is that right? Yeah. Canas is continental U.S. I have this rule that I won't build and ship a computer for anybody outside of the lower 48. I guess I could probably ship to Hawaii or Alaska, but the risk of damage is so high with that distance. And this person reached out, and many people, you know, when you ship it to England, when you ship it to Canada, not even Canada, man. I don't think you really understand. I don't think you've ever really ordered internationally before, or you'd know better. Your government is going to place a tax or a duty on whatever I send to you from the United States. And depending on your country, that tax or duty will not be assessed until it arrives in your country. So after you've paid me for the computer and you've paid me for the shipping, and because it's got to go by sea, there's a great chance that that shipping is going to take forever and your computer is going to be damaged. Once it arrives at your port of entry, your customs department is going to send you a letter evaluating the governmental fee that your government is going to tax a duty or put a duty onto your receivable goods. And it's typically a percentage of the value of those goods. And it varies from country to country. Brazil will put a 50% tax on anything coming into the country because they don't want people buying things outside of Brazil. It's not good for the Brazilian economy. I have a friend that comes from Brazil to the United States, and when they're here, they buy a laptop here, take it out of the box, throw the box away, and then they, you know, claim through customs that they left Brazil with it, right? It's an open laptop. I've had it. I left Brazil with the same. They can't prove otherwise, and then they avoid the tax on it. It's a severe tax because Brazil says we don't want you taking your Brazilian money and then throwing it out into these other countries. And if you're going to do that, we're going to discourage you financially. And many other countries, I can't name them all, but many do that. The tax is so high, you're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. So a gentleman reaches out to me a few years ago, and he says, Carey, I'd like you to build me a computer, but I'm Australian. I live in Tasmania. It's a little island right next to Australia. Would you do that for me? I said, no. Why not? Well, there's a great chance it's going to break during shipping. It wouldn't make sense for me to fix it, right? You'd have to send it back. You'd have to send it back and forth. Just keep breaking back and forth. And the shipping is going to exceed the value of the computer. He goes, well, tell you what, Carey, what if I told you that I'll take all responsibility? If the thing's broken, so be it. Okay? I won't hold you accountable. I trust you. I know you do good work. Would you do it then? And I said, well, you know, at this time, I don't have a lot of work. I could do it. I'm kind of curious what the process would be. And you have to understand that you're a guinea pig. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know what it's going to cost you. What's your budget? He says, my budget is $5,000. I said, so what do you want? Well, it turns out he just needs a $2,400, $2,500 computer. I said, well, we're at half your budget, so, you know, you want to do it? 6 months later, the computer is built, but I can't get a straight answer from anybody on how to ship it. Nobody can tell me how to ship this. Even the people at FedEx are like, you got to go to a carrier. Carriers are like, no, we don't ship residential stuff. You have to be a business. I had a viewer saying, I work for a shipping company. Contact my Phoenix office. They'll take care of you. I contact the Phoenix office. They go, who told you that? They don't know what they're talking about. We can't ship your stuff. You're an individual. You're a residential person. You're a small company. We don't deal with residential people or we only deal from company to company. We don't deal with it. I'm like, how can a person who works for your company tell me to contact you and they don't even know? And I was discouraged, you know, so I kind of gave up for a while, worked on some other stuff, then I'd make a few more phone calls, and I kept getting different information every single time. So this thing's been staring at me for like 6 months. This computer's built, it's collecting dust, it's depreciating. The guy in Australia, patient as you can imagine, he's not complaining. But I'm feeling really guilty. I got to get this thing out. My wife's complaining, you're going to get this thing out of the house. I got to get a washcloth and wipe the dust off of it. It would be really embarrassing. Here's your new computer. I'm like, I'm shipping this today. Right? I just made up my mind. It's going. So I get it all boxed up. I go to the FedEx store. I go, I need to ship this. They said, you can't ship it from here. You got to go to the... I'm like, you know what? You told me I could. Just give it back. Just give it back. Well, if you want me to, I can get a man. I'm like, no, just give it back to me. I put it back in my car. I drove to another FedEx store. The guy at the FedEx store, his name's Darius. Darius has helped me numerous times. He knows exactly what I'm doing. He knows how to pack it. He's like, oh, there's Carey. We know what he wants, you know? I said, Darius, I got to get this thing to Australia. Can you help me? He's like, no problem. You do this, you do this, you do this. You have to fill out this customs form, check this box, sign this paper, do this, do this. Who's responsible for the duties? I go, what? He goes, when this thing arrives in Tasmania, do you want the recipient to pay the taxes and dues, or do you want it to be billed to you? Well, I just got paid the parts. I didn't make any money on it, so just bill it to him. Okay. He says, it'll be $1,400. What? It's a $2,500 computer. Is that are we shipping it overnight? Like, I just want the cheapest, because that's the cheapest. It's $1,400. And then there's duties and taxes? Yeah. What are those? Nobody knows. What do you mean? You don't know the rules? No. Australia decides that. Their port decides that. We can't predict it. We don't know what they're going to say. There's no possible way anybody can tell you that. Okay. Here's my credit card. I called the guy in Australia. I got good news and I got bad news. The good news is, after 6 months, I finally got your system finally shipped out to you. They said it'll be about 14 days and it's $1,400. And the guy says, no problem. You know, he had a $5,000 budget. We're still, what, $2,514? We're good. I go, but there's going to be some duties, some taxes, some tariffs on the imported goods. And nobody can say what it is. No problem. I go, well, I told him you'll pay for it. He goes, yep, I'll pay for it. No problem. Thank you for shipping it. Like, super easygoing guy. He wasn't worried. Never complained. 4 days later, I get a phone call. Is this CareyHolzman? Yes, it's CareyHolzman. Well, my name's Rebecca. I got this attitude. My name's Rebecca from FedEx, and we need to know who's responsible, who's going to be paying the duties and taxes on this. Because if we don't get, like, she threatened me. Like, this is how she says hello. And if you don't give me that information, we're going to send it back to you, and there's no refund. I go, Rebecca, I paid $1,400 for your company to take care of shipping an item from my location to the recipient's location. You should never threaten to return that to me. You're not doing me any favors. I have paid your company what I was told the cost would be to deliver that package to that address. Do not threaten me. Number one, it's not professional. And it's unnecessary. Number two, the paperwork already says that the recipient is going to take care of the duties and fees. Oh, I'm looking at the paperwork right now and it does not. Oh, I see it. And I was like, she goes, well, I think, I'm trying to remember the order of the conversation. She says, where did you, I said, I paid your company. Yeah, so I said, I paid your company to deliver this package. This is the amount they told me, and we already answered all those questions. She goes, where did you ship it from? I said, I shipped it from a authorized FedEx store where there are FedEx employees. Oh, well, you shouldn't ship international packages through the FedEx store. You should have gone to the headquarters location. I said, well, Rebecca, do me a favor and help me understand something. Why are your employees trained to accept and ship packages internationally in the FedEx stores if you're supposed to go to the headquarters like you suggest? Well, it's not that you have to, it's just that headquarters knows how to do it, and these people made a mistake. The information's missing. It's not missing. I was right there. I watched him fill it out. And what you're asking me was filled out. It's on the duplicate. I have the paperwork. I'm looking right at it. It clearly is marked. The little checkbox is checked that the recipient is going to pay the duties and taxes. But I'll tell you what, Rebecca, if the recipient doesn't pay the taxes, that's a fraction, I'm sure, of whatever the shipping cost. If the shipping's $1,400 and the duties are a few $100, just charge it to me. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. Get it to the recipient. Do your job. It's what I paid you to do. Have a nice day. The next day, very next day, the guy in Tasmania says, Carey got the system today. There was $425 in taxes. It arrived perfectly, no problems. And then he took a picture of himself with a thumbs up, sitting in front of it, leaning on it. And he's blown away. And I am so sorry I took that on because I'll never do it again. It was very time consuming. Nobody could figure out how to do this. And so the total cost was $2,500 plus $1,400 plus $400. And his budget, remember, was $5,000. So I had no idea. He knew what the risk was. It all worked out. And I will never ship outside of the United States ever again. I did have a viewer in Barbados. And they said, listen, I know you don't ship to Barbados. I'm not going to ask you to. But we work with a shipping company that ships stuff from the US to Barbados on a regular basis, and they're based out of New Jersey. Can I have you ship my computer to New Jersey, and then they'll take care of shipping like they do everything else? I said, well, you understand. It's out of my control. If that shipping company mishandles it, drops it, damages it, if you received a damage, we don't know. Did it get damaged from my shipping to your distributor, or did your distributor damage? He goes, it's fine. They're good. I trust it. It's fine. I'll take the risk. I go, you understand I'm not responsible for that. I can't warranty it. There's nothing we can do if it arrives in pieces. I get it, man. You're good. I like you, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I want it from you. I'm willing to take that risk. So I shipped it to New Jersey. The New Jersey facility shipped it to Barbados, and as far as I know, he's still using it today. Is it Barbados? It's a little island a few hundred miles off the coast of like North Carolina. I think it's Barbados. Is it Barbados? I always get it confused with Bermuda. It's not Bermuda. Anyway, FedEx is fantastic. FedEx is by far the best shipping company I have ever used. They are the cheapest. I have the least amount of damage. UPS is the worst. In the United States Postal Service lately, or worse than that they used to not be. But UPS is expensive. Almost everything shipped via UPS, if it's heavy, arrives damaged. I told my brother needed some computer fixed. It was an emergency. He said, can you drive out to California? I need you now. I said, I can't just, what do you think I'm doing? Sitting by the phone waiting for, I want to help you, but I can't. Do you realize what you're asking? He goes, well, what am I supposed to do? I need this now. I said, go to your local FedEx store, have them package it, box it, and ship it to me. If you want to pay for overnight, it's your money. I mean, it's just 3 days for ground, and it's a lot less. My brother's like, I don't care about the money. I need the systems up and running now. He says, you know what? It's a few minutes before FedEx closes. I need to go. I'm going to get this out to you. And I said, fine. Calls me back. He goes, I couldn't get to FedEx in time. I shipped it UPS. Tell me you didn't ship it UPS. He goes, yeah, I shipped it UPS because look, I don't have time for this, Carey. I don't care what you like. I just shipped it UPS. You'll have it tomorrow. It arrived with a great big dent in the side of the case. I called my brother. I go, man, this thing's damaged. He goes, is it broken? I go, no, it's dented. He goes, does that affect how it works? I go, not at all. He goes, I don't care. It's going under a desk. Nobody cares. When can you have it fixed? I go, I'll have it fixed today. He goes, can you have it overnighted back to me so I can have it tomorrow? And that's what I did. And I shipped it back FedEx. I told him, I said, it's going to get damaged. And just going from San Diego to Phoenix, it's not that far. And UPS still managed to break it. It's a big old dent in it. The boxes UPS uses are single wall box. FedEx uses double walled boxes. And I've just had like 0 issues. And FedEx always delivers on time. Sometimes they're early. That package to Australia arrived in 4 days. 4 days from Phoenix to Tasmania. That's crazy. I can't tell you how great FedEx is. They're the best shipping company. If all shipping companies are crap, then FedEx is at the top of the heap. They're the best of the crap, if that's the way you want to look at it. I'm telling you, FedEx is the best. You have to understand how my world falls into turmoil when a computer doesn't arrive on time or arrives damaged, and I did all this work and care to make sure it was done right, and some sloppy package handler who doesn't respect the packages or the care that went into what's in the package just mindlessly tossed it about and broke it with no thought or concern. I just don't see that in FedEx. People, I have Mike Smith in Philadelphia. On 2 occasions, I mailed Mike Smith a computer using FedEx Ground, letting FedEx package it in a FedEx box and ship it the cheapest possible way, which is about $90 to ship a box about yay big that weighs about 45 pounds. It's about $90 insured. I said, Mike, I want to see how the package arrives after it's traveled nearly 3,000 miles over the surface roads of the United States. It's not being flown. I want to see what it looks like. Would you do me a favor and just take out your phone and film the condition of the box and then open it on camera so we can see how it's shifted in the shipping? Mike says, yeah, no problem. So Mike gets the box. It arrives a day earlier than it was supposed to during the holidays. Like, that's impressive. And the box doesn't have a mark on it, not a scuff. It looks exactly like brand new. It's not crushed. Nothing's cut into it. It looks like a perfect box. Doesn't have any shipping marks, nothing. Mike opens it up. Nothing is shifted. It's all perfect. Pulls the computer out. It's all unedited, right? Just hands the camera to his son. He says, here, film me. He needs both hands to pick the computer up. Plugs it in, turns it on. Gives me a thumbs up. A couple years later, Mike says, can you build me another one? I said, will you film it again? Same exact thing, identical, consistent. It's worth every penny. If you're going to ship a 40-pound delicate piece of electronics, there's nobody better than FedEx as far as I'm concerned. I'm not paid to say that. I wish. It's so important to me, even the giveaway computers, I won't ship those UPS. I'm not doing anybody any favors to save money on shipping so they can get a broken, damaged, or dented machine. So I'll spend a few extra bucks to pay the FedEx because at least I know it's going to get there in one piece and it's not going to arrive late. Obviously, if there's weather, extreme weather, then everybody's going to be affected, not just FedEx. I've never really had any issue. I had one guy who lived in an apartment that was gated and FedEx had no access to the gate. And FedEx always requires a phone number so they can call you and say, we got your package. And if it's difficult, if you live in an apartment or a community that makes it difficult to receive packages, you can tell FedEx to hold that package at the nearest FedEx store and go pick it up at your own convenience during normal business hours. But if you're going to sit at home and wait for them to come and they can't get through your gate because your apartment complex doesn't allow any access to it, what's the guy supposed to do? So this customer calls me and he says, FedEx has not delivered my computer. It's been over a week. Let me pull the tracking up. Tracking says they've attempted that 3 times now. Let me call them and find out what's going on. I call them and I say to the FedEx person, I got a really upset customer here. He says that you guys have never attempted delivery on this package. And they said, we have proof, we have evidence. We have tried 3 separate times. Your customer is not answering his phone. The gated community will not open the gate for us. And we have left him messages on his phone that he has not returned. I don't know what else you want us to do. Your customer is lying to you. Well, they didn't say that, but effectively they said, we don't know whatever your customer is telling you is not true. That is not factual. This is what we've done. It's all documented in our system. We document everything. We have made 3 attempts. You could inform your customer that we can have this, they told me what I already knew. We can have this at a local FedEx office and he can pick it up at his convenience. So I called the customer back. I said, man, I talked to FedEx. And in fact, they have evidence that they have tried 3 separate occasions. He's like, I hate FedEx. You should never use them again. I said, you're the only one that's ever complained. I've never had this happen before. And I don't know what it is with your apartment complex or where you live, but I can't imagine that all those people that live there can't get packages. That's just weird to me. but it's none of my business. I'm just telling you, FedEx did their job. That package arrived when it said it was going to arrive, and they did everything that they could possibly do to get your attention, and you're ignoring them. I said, do you want me to have it? I can arrange to have them hold it at the FedEx office. And he's like, oh, this is such a pain in the butt. I can't believe this is just crazy. I don't have a problem receiving packages, and it's just FedEx. They're the only ones. I'm like, it's never FedEx. They're never the only ones. You're the only one. It's you. It's your complex or something. Like FedEx isn't it's not something that's like, oh, there's some little company somewhere that nobody's ever heard of. They're a huge company. They're giant. How could your apartment complex not afford any way for those drivers to deliver packages? Because if it was UPS, you'd get it. If it was UPS, you'd get it broken. Me and this guy went at it. I'm like, look, if you want, they can send that computer back to me, and I'll refund your money, and I'll just sell it to somebody else. Because I don't have time for this. They did their job. I'll have the FedEx office hold it. So the FedEx office holds it, and I start looking at the tracking information, and that guy couldn't be bothered for a whole nother week. He couldn't be bothered to get that package. Where's my computer? Where's my computer? It's there waiting for you. Oh, okay, I'll get it. And then he didn't. And FedEx was about to send it back to me, and then he showed up and picked up his package that he knew for the last week has been waiting for him. Probably piled up, taking up space, with no consideration of those poor people that had to work around it because he couldn't be bothered to go get it. I haven't talked to that customer since. I don't even remember his name, but I'll never forget that. And he just, FedEx is the bad guy. No, FedEx did exactly what they said they were going to do. You're the one who didn't do what you said you were going to do. And now you're involving me in it. You're not any different than anybody else. You live in a house or an apartment like everybody else. FedEx ships to you no differently than they ship to everybody else. But tell me some more about what's wrong with FedEx. I'm just a tech. I never asked for this nonsense. I didn't ask to get involved in shipping and helping people find their packages and figure out how to let FedEx in their apartment. That's not what I do. I'm not your counselor. I appreciate the business, but I don't need that. That's not my business. I'm stuck. I'm obligated now. The person's going to say I ripped him off if he paid for a computer he didn't get it. Okay, but you have to get off your butt. I guess they wanted one of them computers that walks itself into your house and lets itself out of its box and turns itself on and plugs itself in. I guess that's plug itself in first. I don't make those kind. Some customers have very unrealistic expectations. Some customers are, hey, Carey, I have a problem with a computer. Can you help me? Well, I can't right now, but give me a couple days. Let me get some things done. I'll call you back. And these aren't like, hey, I'm going to pay you by the hour. It's, can I get some free help? Just let me pencil it in. I'll find some time. We'll help you out. So, this guy says, I bought, this is part of the reason why you don't see me sell my copies of Windows 10 anymore. I was talking about I have authentic Windows 10 and how it's different from gray market and I have certificates of authentication and all that other stuff. And I was selling it for $60 and at retail it's like $200 retail, something like that. This guy says, oh, I heard you'll sell me a copy of Windows 10 for $60. I said, yeah, sure. He goes, well, how's that work? I go, well, I can scan the certificate and email it to you so you can use it today and then give me your address and I'll put it in the mail to you. It's just a little certificate. Just put it in the mail. You can download the software for free, use the license code that I'm scanning for you so you don't have to wait for the mail. And then when it shows up, you've got the certificate, you can stick it to the side of the computer and it's all authentic, it's all genuine, and you save over $100. So that sounds great. I'd like one. I said, okay, here's how you do it. So he does it, he gets it. So a couple months goes by, and this guy calls me. I had to sort of preface this, so I had to go back in time. This is how I met the person I've never met. Say, I got a problem, can you help me with it? And I said, well, I can't today, but I can call you back in a couple of days. Just be patient, I can help you. I don't know anything about his computer. I didn't sell him a computer. I don't know anything about it. I think he watched one of my videos, and he built a computer from watching one of my videos, and he bought the Windows for me to save some money. He wasn't trying to help me. He was trying to save money. But the way he tells it, he was doing me a favor. Anyway, he didn't say that yet. A couple days, one day, he sends me an email. He says, well, I think my motherboard's bad. I'm going to just replace it. And I said, I'm not recommending you do anything until I talk to you, because you might be changing out something that doesn't need to be changed out. He goes, no, I'm pretty sure it's the board thinks anyway. Okay. So I guess he takes his computer apart and he arranges for an RMA and he pays the postage to have it sent to the manufacturer. And the I still don't know what the problem is. The manufacturer sends him back a replacement board and he puts it in and his Windows won't activate. It says, your license of Windows is not valid on this computer. So I hear from him again, Carey, I got this new board put in and my Windows won't activate. How do you fix that? I said, well, you don't. You buy another copy of Windows. What? I said, it's an OEM copy of Windows. It's not a retail copy of Windows. Why do you think it's cheaper? It's designated to one motherboard. Well, you didn't tell me that when I bought it. Well, you didn't ask. Well, how can I ask something I don't know? I said, well, how do I know what you don't know? He goes, well, you're supposed to know. You're supposed to alert your customers to this stuff. I go, I'm supposed to know what you don't know. I explained in my video what the difference is between an OEM copy of Windows and a retail copy of Windows. Because why would you think anybody watches your videos? I go, well, how do you know I exist? It says I saw one of your videos, but I didn't see all your videos. I go, well, then how did you know I sold Windows 10? Well, I think I saw it in a video. I go, in that video, I explained it. He goes, why do you think people watch all your videos? I didn't watch it. Well, how do you think I know you didn't watch it? If you called me and you asked me for a copy of Windows, I assume you know what you're asking me for based on what I told you in my video. Why do you think it's my responsibility to know what you don't know? How can I know that? That'd be a condescending jerk. Just treat everybody like they're idiots. And he's like, I thought you were a nice guy. Hey, Carey, can you send me a copy of Windows 10? Never. Well, you used to. Yeah, I used to. Something changed? Something changed. So you won't sell it to anybody anymore? If you buy a computer from me, you won't just sell me the discounted Windows 10? No. One person has ruined it for everybody. Didn't last very long either. It wasn't like I was selling Windows 10 for years. This guy completely ruined it. If I would have known that, I wouldn't have bought it. Hey, buddy, if you bought a retail one, you could buy 3 of these for the price of 1 retail. You could buy this again for another $60 and you're still saving money. And if you would have just talked to me, we probably would have found what the problem was without you doing all of this. This is all unnecessary. All unnecessary. You changed out a motherboard you didn't need to change out. You just decided this on your own because you're impatient and you took a bad problem and you made it worse and now you're putting that on me. You're not my customer. You bought a copy of Windows 10 at an extreme discount, a legal, non-gray market, authentic copy of Windows 10 at an extreme discount, and you act like what? Like I ripped you off? Are you kidding me? You did me the favor. Is that? Yeah, because I'm buying my house in the Caribbean now with your $60. That's all profit with no expense. Like I just crapped out the Windows 10 key and then the postage was free and the time and effort to mail it to you was done by one of my Oompa Loompas. My God, you'd think they just were closing escrow. I just sold you a multi-million-dollar mansion and you're complaining about my commission. You paid $60 for a $200 product. Now you're asking me for free support. Never once did he say, can I pay you for your time? Didn't even ask. Just decided I'm not fast enough and he was going to do it himself and just made it worse. And then when he made it worse, he took it out on me. Truth is, when you have an OEM copy of Windows and you replace a motherboard, you can call Microsoft and they will reactivate it under a replacement scenario. But I didn't tell him that because he was a jerk. So, hey, buddy, I would have told you that. But now I'm not going to. Now you can pay for the copy of Windows. I'm helping you for free, and right now I don't want to. My generosity with this individual has ceased. And so, well, I might have said, you know, there's this little loophole that if you do a motherboard replacement on an OEM copy of Windows, and it's been there since Windows 95 as far as I know, they will reactivate, but you got to call them. But we were too busy arguing, and I wasn't incentivized to provide that information to them. So I said, well, you can just buy another copy of Windows, buddy. See how that, he got what he gave. You know, if he would have been nice, first of all, if he would have been patient, I would have helped him for free. He wouldn't have worked so hard. He wouldn't have sent that motherboard back. I forget what the problem was, but it had nothing to do with his motherboard. And I knew that right away, but we didn't have time to talk. I said, I'll call you back. And he just changed a part that didn't need to be changed and spent the money on postage he didn't need to spend. He wasn't mad at the post office. You ripped me off. You took a part that I didn't need to send. You should have known that. You should know what I don't know. That's your job. Thanks, I didn't know that was my job. I need to know what everybody knows. It's a hard $60. My cost on those copies of Windows was $45 plus tax. And then I had to deal with that, and I had to pay for postage and print up a little letter saying thank you and put it in an envelope and put it in the mail. And my profit was under $15 total. Honest to God. And months later after my not quite $15 profit, I had to deal with that. It's not worth it. How about I pay you $60 to not buy a copy of Windows from me? Because that'll be cheaper. That'll be more sustainable than that, than making $15 and then tolerating that nonsense for hours. I thought you were a nice guy. You told me I'd be a customer for life. That's what he said. I said, all my customers are customers for life until they turn on me. You're not a customer. You bought a copy of... I said, look, when it came to this part of the discussion, you know, it really meant a lot to me when you said, hey, you know, when you do any business with me, you're a customer for life. I really took that to heart, and I just didn't expect you to be a jerk. I said, man, I don't make Microsoft licensing rules up. I don't know what you didn't know. I wasn't withholding information from you. But customers don't talk to me the way you're talking to me. Enemies, adversaries talk to me the way you're talking to me. So I don't want you as a customer. But you know, that's not my fault. You decided to come at me. I didn't decide that. If you're a nice, kind person, I'm a nice, kind person. And if you attack me, I'm going to defend myself. You're no longer a customer for life because you're not a customer. You have stopped being a customer, and now you've become a troll. Now you've become an adversary. And I don't know why you did that to me. And now you're making me out like I'm the bad guy. So it wasn't my choice. I didn't wake up and say, I don't like you. You did this, and I'm reacting to it. What you're experiencing is my reaction. Your approach is hostile and combative. I don't consider hostile and combative people to be customers. Customers, we have a working reciprocal relationship. I provide something you need, and you pay me for it. If you get what you want and I get what I want, we're both happy. And you're upset because you think I should be able to read your mind, and I should tell you what you don't know, so that you could have been fully aware of what you were purchasing. And I should have assumed, according to you, that you didn't know what you were purchasing. And I should have made it clear what you were purchasing when you're the one who reached out to me. I didn't knock on your door and ask you, would you like to buy a copy of Windows? You came to me. I didn't have to sell you one. I did so because I like to help people, save you some money, get you a real, genuine copy of Windows. And this is how you show your gratitude. And then you say, well, I thought you said I was a customer for life. That doesn't mean you get to abuse me. That does not entitle you to abuse. I will not tolerate it. I demand that you will either show some respect and consideration or go elsewhere. There's not enough money in the world to put up with that. I do not deserve that. You know, you're a customer for life as long as you're a customer. You're not a customer anymore. You stopped being a customer the minute you started attacking and harassing me. And there's no incentive for me to continue to persuade you to be a customer. You're not worth it. I don't think I said all that. But that's ultimately what I was trying to convey. You're not worth this. And, you know, however I phrased it, I don't exactly remember, but it wasn't a fun place to be. You know, I'm a pretty nice guy. Even when I'm being stern, I generally will phrase it more gently than I just said. I got emotions running, but it was not. I had a guy reach out to me and tell me what to do. Said, you're going to build me a computer and you're going to do this and you're going to do that. I said, no, not. Yeah, I'm giving you the money. And I'm like, no, I'm refunding your money. I'm not building for you. I think I called, you know, I initially, the conversation was good. We initially talked and said, you know, I just spent like 2 hours on the phone with the guy and here's your budget, here's your needs, let me do the research, here's your parts, da-da-da-da-da. And this guy starts making demands the next day. You will do this and you will do this and I expect this. And I said, oh, no, this doesn't work like this. He goes, yes, it does. I'm the customer and you're the person I'm hiring. I go, no, you're a member of the community and I'm providing a community service. I'm not making any money from this. I might make $10 because the $125 you pay is going to go to your shipping and you're not buying any parts from me. He goes, well, this is a lot of money. You think I'm just going to drop $2,400 just because some stranger on the internet says this is what I should buy? I didn't ask you to. I didn't knock on your door and say, hey, buddy, would you like to buy a computer? You came to me. You saw me. You came to me. Okay? And I, in my generosity and kindness, said, even though I'm busy, I'll make some time. I don't know who you are, but you seem like a nice person. Let me put you in the list and you have to wait and I'll help you. Now you're telling me you're a customer. You're not a customer. I'm a community service providing a service to the community. This is not what you think it is. This guy says, well, if I'm buying something and you're providing it, I'm not providing it. You're buying it from Amazon. You're not buying it from me, or you're buying it from Newegg. I don't care where you buy it. I'm just giving you a list of parts. Like I did all the research and put everything together to meet your needs and your budget and your expectations. Okay? Now you go order those parts wherever you want to order them. And you have them shipped directly to me. And I'm going to build it like I do everybody else. And then I'll ship it to you once it's done, and I'm going to use that $125 to pay for that. Whatever left over is my profit. Well, it's still a business. I go, it isn't. Because it's not worth it. It's like he just wouldn't get it. So he writes a letter to Mike Smith. He writes a letter to Corey Fruitman of Instant House Call. And he says, this guy doesn't know how to run a business, da-da-da-da-da. And so I hit reply to all, and I said, please ignore this insane, unreasonable person who can't wrap their mind around the concept of a community service. They think I'm Best Buy, and they're calling themselves a customer, and they're dictating the terms and conditions, and I never asked them for anything. They approached me, and I want Corey and Mike, I want you both to know, and I literally said, I want you both to know that this is the potential of what you can expect if you offer anything for free to strangers on the internet. You're going to get people like this. And he was CC'd so he could see exactly what I wrote. And then he said, you're a jerk. I said, here's your $125 back. Have fun. A couple of weeks later, and I talked about it when it was happening. I talked about it. I had to vent. A couple of weeks later, the guy says, hey, I want to apologize. What I did wasn't right. And, you know, I built it myself and it's working, and I followed your video and it worked. And I I'm going to send a contribution to your channel because I followed your videos and they were exactly what I needed to build it, and it works great. And then he never contributed anything, and I never heard from him again. What are you going to do? Now, if I'm going to sell him a $2,500 computer for $5,000 and there's a nice padded profit in there for me, I'm more willing to tolerate that behavior. And it would be reasonable to have those kind of expectations when you're spending that kind of money. This guy made it out like he was spending a lot of money. Well, I'm spending $2,400. I don't even think it was that. It was probably like $1,400. I go, but you're not spending it on, it's not coming to me. It's going to Amazon or Newegg. It's going wherever you choose for it to go. And you're paying the same price everybody else is paying. You're not paying inflated prices. You're not paying bubble, I'm not marking it up. You're getting those parts as cheap as you can possibly get them. So, well, yes, in one hand, it's a lot of money. On the other hand, you're getting a lot for that money. And I'm making it possible for you to save money. So making me out to be some kind of crook, I go, what do you think I'm going to do? You think that I've set up my YouTube channel for years and years and years just so I can get a sucker like you to pay for $1,500 worth of parts and I can have a free computer I never ship? And then I'm going to just shut my YouTube channel down? That was my master plan? Please. You've got to be kidding me. I worked this hard for $1,500 worth of computer parts I have to put together myself, or I'm going to resell them in the black market and move to Mexico? Pulled one over on you. Now, when you want to spend $15,000 or $150,000, I understand your concern. This is nothing. Have you seen my channel? This is nothing. Have you seen how many computers I built? You think you're the one I'm not going to deliver the... Yeah, that's all just a scam. Just an elaborate scam to steal your $1,500 worth of parts. Because that's what I need, more computer parts. Are you new here? Do I look like I need a computer? Look. That was the whole thing. The whole thing was a setup. It's all a joke. It's all an elaborate scam. I'm going to be live to create a content of over 300,000 people. And as soon as I get that $1,400 worth of parts, I'm leaving town. Woohoo! Never going to have to work again a day of my life. I'm going to retire on that. I just was waiting for the right person to come along who had $1,400 or $1,500 or $1,800. Look, it's a 4-digit number, whatever it was. Ain't nothing worth a 4-digit number. All right, you get it at 6 digits, probably still not enough. I'm still going to have to eat. Get it at 7 digits? Now you got a serious concern. Now I can understand your reluctance. Hey, that's $1 million. You could take that $1 million and leave and never see again. Damn right. It ain't happening on $1,400, $1,500, or even $9,999. It ain't gonna happen. It is not a lot of money. You can't live off of that for very long. Crazy, crazy. I just know you're gonna scam me. Buddy, you contacted me. Is that how scams work? I'm not aware of that one. How does that work? Well, I saw your videos. You look like you know what you're doing. I thought I'd let you build me a computer, but how do I know you're not going to steal it? You don't. I guess maybe just look at the history of the channel and look at how many computers I built, and I don't know. Common sense? Is that a real big risk for you? Probably shouldn't order from me. I didn't ask you to. I'm fine. I'll be okay. I'll find another way to make $10. Okay? I'll find some other content besides your build on camera for you. I'm sure I'll find some. I don't know how I made it this far without you in my life. Thank God you came along. Yeah. So those are some of the bad experiences. But the good news, and it's important, that while I will focus on these bad experiences, they're very, very rare. Very rare. So that's the good thing, which makes them so outrageous when they happen, right? Why aren't you happy like everybody else? How can I have all these people say how happy they are? The guy in Australia waited all that time, spent all that money, had nothing but smiles and gratitude. And this guy he's spending a quarter of that amount, expects the world, and is going to tell me what to do and argue with me on how to do it. It's a crazy world, man. Crazy. Got Sweden money? What does that mean? Oh, I missed a contribution. Frederick Narstrand contributes 59 Swedish kroner. 7 hours later, here is another contribution for your great work. Best regards from Sweden. Thank you, Frederick. 59 SEK is, I don't know what this is. In US dollars, let's see what Google says. $7.13. Hey, right on. I'll take it. Thank you. Krona, not kroner, krona. Thank you. Just crossed the 9-hour mark. My phone's gonna ring. Do you know what the bandwidth is that you just used? Anyway, I share these stories because, you know, I'm sure you think I live a life of glamour. You're like, he's got that tech life. Look at that man. Living the dream. People praise him. People worship him. Everybody loves him. He's getting all that YouTube money. I think I have some of that YouTube money on me. Here it is. Did good this month. I got 3 coins. Last month I only got 2. Is the bigger coin worth more? I think the big one's worth more. Uh-oh. Just lost some revenue. Oh, there's 100 viewers right there. There's 100 viewers. Anyway, I enjoy what I do. I don't do it for the money. I do it because I enjoy it. I get paid more from your contributions than from YouTube. It's true. Sometimes I get paid more from Amazon commissions when you guys use my Amazon link and you're still buying the same stuff you were going to buy anyway, and you're still paying the same price and getting the same shipping. Even when you're buying things that aren't expensive, when enough of you do that, I can sometimes make more money with Amazon commissions than I make on YouTube. I make more money on literally everything I do here than what YouTube pays me. Consistently. Sponsorships, free gifts a company might send me to do a review can often be worth more than what I make in YouTube in a month. And I'm not complaining, but some people think people on YouTube make a lot of money, and if you want to introduce me to some of those people that can share what they're defining as a lot. I watched a video with the crazy Russian hacker, and they bought a new house, and they were answering questions as he and his wife. If you haven't watched the crazy Russian hacker, he's great. Just like tests kitchen gadgets and things to see if they're worth paying for, you know. And they were in this beautiful house, this beautiful couch. Or there's like David Dobrik. He's like, I bought a new house, and here's a new car for you and a new car for you. David's not making his money through YouTube. I think David said he was making. In fact, PewDiePie was watching David Dobrik talk about how much money he made off of YouTube, and PewDiePie about fell out of his chair. And he's like, David can't buy a house and give away cars. He's lying. He makes. Then he's like, oh, it's the sponsorships. And PewDiePie was like, okay, yeah. He's right. It was funny to see PewDiePie react to it. But you can make a lot of money if you've got 1 million subscribers. If you can post a video and have 100,000 views in 45 minutes, like, you know, Casey Neistat or David Dobrik or any of these folks, you're going to do well financially on YouTube. You're going to do well. But you don't, those aren't everybody. Those are, you know, I can name them off the top of my head. Your Jake Pauls, your Logan Pauls, there's a handful of people that are that successful. And a lot of people will make money from Patreon or through other membership platforms. Folks like Tech Deals, I don't know what kind of money they make, but I would anticipate the majority of their money, of their income, of their revenue is not coming from YouTube advertising. It just isn't. It's something, don't get me wrong, it's something. But when you see David Dobrik give away a Lamborghini, that didn't come from YouTube. That came from SeatGeek, or it came from a credit card company that he's sponsoring. And they're like, yeah, we can give away a car. You can talk about our credit card, and they just take care of it. And he's just the middleman. He doesn't make any money on it. Or Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast wants to, you know, he wants to die broke. He wants to give away everything. And the more he gives away, the more viewers he gets. The more viewers he gets, the more money he can make. The more opportunity for sponsorship where companies will come in and say, hey, Mr. Beast, we'll give you this thing to promote our product and it's worth a lot of money. And Mr. Beast says, I will give that. He says, I don't want it. I want to give away everything I have. If he sells merch and he sells all the money in merch, then he turns around and he funds another project where he's giving something away. It's a very interesting business model where the more he gives away, the more he makes. And the more he makes, the more he gives away. They were asking him about his taxes, and they're like, what's your taxes going to be like? You got to pay on that, right? If you give a homeless guy a house, which he did, a homeless guy isn't going to pay the taxes. How does that work? He goes, I don't know yet. He goes, we've never done that much giveaway before. And I know, you know, like I told my accountant, I'll pay for the taxes. My accountant's like, no, you can't. And he's like, yeah, I can and I will. And he's like, well, you shouldn't. They're not your taxes. They're the recipient of the gift. They have to pay the taxes on that car you gave them, or on the house you gave them, or on that money you gave out. They have to pay taxes on that. And if they can't pay the taxes on it, they can't take the gift. They have to give the gift back. If you go on a game show and you say, hey, you want a new car? Oh, great, that's great, I want a new car. What you don't see is what happens when the cameras go off. Say, come on over here, I want you to meet the lawyers. You have to sign this paperwork, and you need to write a check for the taxes on this $50,000 car. It's $9,000. Well, I don't have $9,000. Well, then you can't have the car. And so you think that person won a car. And then the person doesn't have the money to pay the taxes on the car, you won't get the car. And then they left with no gate. Never mind. And they leave empty-handed the same way they showed up. You don't see that, do you? Welcome to the United States. We're going to tax your taxes. Oh, don't worry. We don't tax our people like other countries that give free health care. We don't give any free health care, and we're going to tax everything. Your income tax, and then whatever's left over, whatever you buy, your cell phone, your gasoline, your rent, anything, your electricity, it's all taxed. It's all separate little taxes, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. If you buy something that somebody's already paid tax on, and then they sell it to you, you're supposed to pay tax on it again. And then if you sell it, they're supposed to pay tax. You could pay more in tax than the thing is worth over time. If you have a painting, you know, a Van Gogh, and that painting sells for $1 million, and the tax on that is $100,000, I don't know, $200,000, whatever it is. You pay that, and then you sell it for $1.5 million, and then they have to pay the tax of like $300,000, and then they sell it, and they have to pay the tax on it. The government will eventually collect more than the object was sold for over time in taxes, every time it's sold. You go to a used clothing store like Goodwill, they charge you sales tax on used items that were already purchased and charged tax when they were purchased the first time. Tax on everything. It's an illusion that Americans pay less in taxes. Americans pay more for their taxes and they get less. We don't have any health care here that's universal. You provide your own health care or you, too bad. Any other industrialized nation, well, you pay higher taxes. Oh, you have to wait in a long line for health care needs in Canada. Really? Do you know what the line is here if you have health care needs without insurance? there's no line for you. So if you're telling me if I go to Canada and I get free healthcare, the worst thing you can tell me is it takes forever. Okay, but I get a turn, right? You don't even get a turn here. You're going to have your own insurance. And it's a whole industry. And if they remove that industry, imagine the unemployment and all the industry that goes away, all the millions of dollars of industry that goes. So there's lobbyists telling the government, don't change the system. We have people working that will be unemployed. Tens of thousands of people in this industry will be unemployed and without work if you go to a governmental healthcare system. You will destroy the economy. In the meantime, France and England and everybody that's an industrialized nation is providing this. But you pay higher taxes. No, you don't. You're getting more. You are getting way more. Anyway. So David Dobrik talked about how much money he made on YouTube in an interview. You can Google or YouTube search it. And he tells you what he makes. And you can Google PewDiePie's reaction to this. And who was the one I was just talking about? Jake and Logan Paul, they make their money in, initially in merchandising the children, and that sort of got undone because of governmental rules to marketing to children. And of course, Jake Paul's pretty creative. You know, he's funding his own music career and creating like celebrity boxing matches and stuff. And he's using his YouTube platform, his popularity, because, you know, who's Jake Paul? So he's using that YouTube popularity as a jumping off point to pursue his passions that are completely unrelated to YouTube, like boxing and music videos, which is genius. It's a very smart thing to do. He's ambitious. He's not just, you know, resting on his laurels. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think the guy's worth like $22 million or something. I don't know. And he's still in his 20s. He's a young guy. He's doing quite well for himself. But most YouTube content creators, you're going to make your money through the generosity of voluntary super chat. You're going to make your money from merchandise. You're going to make your money from sponsorships. You can make your money from places like Patreon and making exclusive content for members only. The real money is in sponsorships. And the bigger you get, the more valuable the more money you can make. I can make more money from one sponsorship deal, potentially, than I can make in YouTube in 6 months. So there's a whole business part of this thing of keeping it afloat. And I don't want you for 1 second to think that the YouTube money is like where I started was talking about the Russian hacker and his wife, and they were in this new house, and they were answering questions about they were just taking questions from their viewers, and somebody, you know, it inevitably comes up. Someone says, "How much money do you make?" And usually, what you'll hear universally from content creators is from YouTube, not much. But she didn't answer the question the way I thought she would. She said, we probably don't want to talk about money, but it's probably a lot less than you think, and it's probably a lot more than you think. And I thought, that's a very interesting way to answer that question. Because they're in this beautiful house, in this beautiful sofa, much nicer than anything I have, but they have more viewers than me. And anyway, and he's not a jerk, so people like him. So it's hard to say to your audience that you're not making much money where you're sitting in a nicer house that's brand new, you just bought it. And you're pretty much doing YouTube videos full time. Oh, tell me how bad YouTube is, but or pays. But the money side of it is interesting because it really deals with your ability to market yourself. How can you make money using YouTube as your platform? Jake Paul's using it to promote his music videos. He's promoting boxing with other celebrities, right? YouTube is not his main source of income at all. but it is his main marketing tool to promote his other sources of income, including merchandise. I never started this channel to do that. I started it to share knowledge for free. But people said, you know, we can't hear you, we can't see you, you need a better camera, you need a better microphone, you need better lighting, your connection. What potato did you film this on? And I said, okay, I'll take this bit of money I'm making from YouTube and I'll buy a camera with it. I'll take these commissions I made from Amazon and I'll spend it all back at Amazon. I'll get a nicer tripod and I'll get a nicer camera. And that camera's not good enough. So I got another camera and another camera and a better microphone and another better microphone. And it all starts adding up and it gets expensive, really expensive. And people go, well, you made a lot of money. I go, well, I spent a lot of money. I couldn't have what I have if I didn't have the money to buy it. Where'd that money come from? It came from YouTube, it came from contributions, it came from Amazon commissions. Well, that's a lot of money. Yeah, but none of it's really going to, I don't have a Tesla. Nobody's handing me this equipment, right? This viewer contacts me. This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened. We'll just say his name is Michael, because that's what his name is. Michael calls me, he says, Carey, what's it gonna take for you to have the streaming computer you need? You know, we'll call Anthony. Let's call Anthony. Let's get Anthony to build you a computer so you can stream. You need a streaming computer. I'll pay for it. I said, well, it's very nice of you, Michael, but you know I build computers for a living. I like Anthony, and I have no problem with Anthony building me a computer. But doesn't that seem a bit weird that I would have somebody build me a computer when that's what I do for a living? He goes, well, then what's the deal with the streaming computer? Why don't you have a good one? I said, well, I'm in the middle of the pandemic, and there's other stuff going on, and so I just had that little machine, that little mini ITX machine here. It's just not cutting it for me anymore. You know, it was good. I didn't know I was going to need it like this. So I said, I don't need a streaming computer. I've got like 5, but they're all in different processes of build. I haven't finished any of them. He says, well, why not? I said, I don't have time, and I didn't need them. This was a birthday build. I was just building it for fun. This I was just building for fun. I didn't need it. I was just doing it because. And then I didn't finish it because nobody's paying for it. And the customers that are paying for stuff are like, hey, I need you to finish my stuff. So I go and I do their stuff, and then I suffer along, and I'll say, I'll get to this one of these days. Michael says, how much money do you need to finish those? How many computers? I said, I've got the Xenos build, I've got the Fantex build, I've got Thready's Revenge, I've got the Nuka-Cola build with the 8086K. So I've got 4. Oh, and I've got the big RGB build. Remember that one? It's still not done. I have 5 computers. I only need one of them. But I said, I don't need a streaming computer. I just need to finish what I started. He goes, I'm going to offer you a blank check. Why? He goes, I want to see you get one of those damn things done. And if you're saying that you put it off because you're not making any money from it, how much money do you need to make from it to finish those? I want you to finish all of them. Why? That's weird. You're going to call me and pay me to finish my own computer? He goes, is that what it's going to take to get it done? Or no, he says, will that get it done? Well, you can see Threadripper's almost done. This one is pretty much done. Xenos build is almost done, and I'll have the RGB build here. Somebody literally called me out of the blue and said, I'm going to write you a check to finish what you started for your builds. Why? Because I like what you're doing, and I want to see you keep going, and you're being hindered by that little crappy computer you're using, and it sickens me. I don't think that's exactly what he said, but that was the gist of it. He says, I've done well in life, and I like what you're doing, and I want to support it. And if that's what it'll take, tell me where I can send a check. I said, okay, here's where you could send a check. Yeah, I'm never going to hear from this guy again. The check arrived. Can I send you one of these computers? Would you like one? Nope. But I'll buy one from you. Okay. Wow. 54 million viewers. or views. Wow, who does that? What an amazing, kind, thoughtful, generous, unheard of gift to give to somebody you don't even know. Doesn't even know me. Not his relative, not an heir. Now, again, we're not talking 5 digits, but it was equivalent to a month's income of YouTube revenue just for nothing. Just to say, get off your butt and get it done. I got paid to finish my own computer builds. So if you're wondering why suddenly all these computers I didn't have time to finish, I now have time to finish, I now am obligated on behalf of this gentleman to meet my obligation, to meet my commitment, because he is now the customer of my computers. And if he calls me and says, I want that red one, I'll send it to him. He won't, but I'm telling you, I wouldn't tell him no. In fact, I really want to send him. Let me send you something. He's like, nope. Nope, I will call you and have you build me something and we'll talk about it at a later date. For now, get those done. So it doesn't solve my internet problem. It doesn't solve my studio problem. He can't help me with that. But that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I don't expect that to ever happen again, and I don't expect it to be normal. Like, that's just, how do you respond to that? What do you do? What do you say? I know the value of $1. I work hard for my money. And when somebody believes in you like that, in a way that people in my actual life never did, my parents never said, let me loan you some money to start your business, or let me give you some money. Forget the loan. Let me just give it to you because I believe in you. Nobody close to me did that. But a stranger saw value in me and wants to invest in me and wants nothing in return but to see more content and to see these computers done. What? It's crazy. That is crazy. So you hear me complaining about the trolls and stuff like that? I need you to be aware that there are people who watch these videos who give very generously. Nobody's done that. Like, nobody has done that. But I've got to tell you, I never asked for it. I never expected it. I don't even know what to say. Thank you doesn't seem adequate. So at the very least, I have to get these computers done now. They have to get done as quickly as possible. Because I have now went from a project that I did for fun to I need it, but I don't have time to do it, to you've been paid. You are now your own customer, and those should be finished in a timely manner. Matter? Okay. I'm my own customer. What? Is that crazy? It's crazy. And I have a friend in Michigan. And he said, I know you want to move here, and I know you like this area. And I have some extra property, and we can build a house on it that you can design. And I said, well, I probably can't afford it. He goes, you can afford it. I said, don't tease me. Because, like, if you offered me a multi-million-dollar mansion in Beverly Hills or a custom-built, modest little 3-bedroom, 1,500 square foot house with a basement in those rural part of Michigan where you're not too far from, the city, you're like 10, 15 minutes away from the city, you better not be toying with me because this is not funny. Like, you're serious? He says, I'm serious. He says, I want to sell the land, and I want to sell it to you because I want you to be my neighbor. I like you. And if I can pick my neighbor, I want you to be my neighbor because I like you. What? I was like, I'm holding back tears. Are you serious? You're joking with me right now. No, I mean, if I'm going to build a house on it and you want it, we might as well build it the way you want it. It doesn't cost any different if you want a wall here or a wall there. What do I care? What? Mine. You're not leasing it. You're going to sell it to me. It's mine. And yeah, and if it's too cold in the winter, I'll help you Airbnb it out. You know, I can keep an eye on it and take care of it. What? I'm not leaving. I don't care how cold it is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. In the wintertime, in the snow, it's beautiful. Why would I leave? Well, some people think it's too cold. I'm not. I'm from Michigan. The cold is better. I prefer it. Well, just in case you don't like it, you know, you want to go back to Arizona for the winter months. It'll pay for itself, man. I'll help you out. I know how to do all this, and the money you'll make from that will pay for the house. It won't even cost you a penny. No, I'll pay for the house. I'm not leaving. If I move in that house, I'm never leaving. I'm going to die in that house. You better not be joking with me right now. So, even amongst the pandemic, there's some really silver lining, you know, around the clouds sometimes, and you're just like, what? I hope it happens. I hope it really happens. I hope he's not just talking, because this isn't going to happen overnight. This is probably going to take a couple years. But if we break ground and we start construction in like a year or 15 months, something like that, perfect. It's right in my timeline. It's right in my budget. It's right where I want to be. And I know my neighbor's a cool dude. He thinks I'm a cool dude. I can trust somebody to keep an eye on the place. If I'm not there, he's never going to be a problem. I'm never going to be his problem. He's never going to be like, hey, man, your music's too loud, you know? It's never going to happen. And so, you know, I'm so negative. I'm just like, this is all going to fall apart. Like, that guy's never going to send me the check, and he's never going to give up his property there. He's sell it to somebody else, or somebody's going to fall sick, or, you know, maybe they want to do it, but then they'll die unexpectedly, and then it won't happen because it's just a deal between him and I. It doesn't involve anybody else. Anything happens to me or anything happens to him, it's done. It's never going to happen. And I'm just like setting myself up. So like, okay, when this doesn't happen, you won't be completely devastated. Boy, I sure hope it happens. Can you imagine? It just answers all my freaking problems. It just solved everything for me. So, I'm kind of keeping it to myself. I don't want to jinx it. But I don't think you can honestly jinx anything by talking about it. It's just some weird thing we do, you know. I think it's bad luck to be superstitious. Planet Cryos contributes $5. He says, do you ever sleep? You know, when I sleep, I'm unconscious. I basically fall into a coma. Bombs can go off and I don't wake up. I wake up and half the house is gone. You just noticed? You didn't hear all that noise? I was asleep. KP Tech contributes again, $5 Canadian. He says, have a good night, Carey. It's 2:30 in the morning here. I'm going to bed. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us. A YouTube content creator makes more than a PC technician, even if the PC technician is fun? I don't know. I mean, there's some computer tech channels where people used to be techs and they're not techs anymore, and they haven't been for a long time. And they're making over $1 million a year from combined YouTube revenue and sponsorships. look, if a YouTube content creator has a single employee, what do you think that employee is making? The YouTube content creator has to pay that employee. So if that employee is a camera operator, if that employee is an editor, if that employee is another host, every one of those people has their own salary. So if there's multiple hosts, multiple camera operators, and multiple editors, plus the studio and the cost of the cameras, the lights, how much money do you think, and let's be clear on this, the content creator is the boss. The content creator is paying all those other people. The content creator is paying the person operating the camera. YouTube isn't doing that. No corporation is doing that. That's coming from the content creator hires, the content creator decides the salary, or they negotiate the salary between the content creator and the person they're hiring. And then the person they're hiring will have a job of so many hours, maybe full-time, I don't know, of doing editing work and or camera work. So if you've got a content creator and you can tell there's like at least 8 other people working for that content creator, and those people make, I don't know, $60,000 or $70,000 a year, even just $50,000 a year, and that's a low number. But let's say a content creator is paying a full-time staff of 8 people, 50 G's average. So 2 people's 100,000, 4 people's 200,000, 6 people's 300,000, 8 people's $400,000. But the content creator has to make money too, right? The content creator's got to pay for their house payment. The content creator's got bills too. And if the content creator wants to continue to grow the business, then the business needs money. You got to pay the business, right? You got to pay taxes. Taxes, depending on where you live, could be 30, 40% of whatever you made. If you made $500,000 and you pay out $400,000, to some extent you're responsible for the taxes, and then to some extent the people you're paying, depending if they're contractors or employees, are responsible for taxes as well. So whatever you think that amount is, subtract 30 to 40% just in tax. So now we're talking, somebody's got to be making $1 million, if not $1 million, close to $1 million, just to sustain a modicum of just scraping by and, you know, maybe not wanting, but not living luxurious life, right? And the more people you can hire and the more content you can produce, the more money you can make, and the more stress you have that you have to come up with this revenue to pay everybody's salary every 2 weeks or every month or however you're doing it. And so you look at some of these people and you go, wow, this content creator, he's a tech, makes tech videos, is making multiple millions of dollars on YouTube. But for you to make multiple millions of dollars on YouTube, more than likely it's costing you millions of dollars to do it. Remember I said about Mr. Beast, the more he gives away, the more he can make. It just keeps growing and growing and growing. Now you got a guy like PewDiePie who really doesn't have any editors or camera operators. He's like a one-man band. As far as I can tell, he's never got any assistance from anybody, and every bit of money he makes is his own. He's solely responsible for those taxes. So you can, you know, he's going to have deductions. He's going to have to pay an accountant to deal with these numbers because they're huge, and he's going to find clever ways, you know, to put the money in tax shelters or maybe smart investments and things like that where you can offset the taxes. Otherwise, that number is a raw number. It's not the actual number, because once the taxes get taken out, it kind of takes the wind out of the sails. And then whatever the expenses are. I mentioned PewDiePie because he's like the only one I know. Maybe Casey Neistat does a lot on his own without any help, without camera operators or editors. I don't know, but I think he does a lot of that himself that are this size. There's a lot of YouTube creators who do everything themselves, but very few are that big. Like, in order to get that big, usually you have to spend money to get people to help you. So they have my greatest respect, because I don't know how PewDiePie can do it. I have no idea how you can establish that kind of income and following with no employees to help. But maybe he's got people I don't know about. You know, it's possible. He certainly can afford it. Casey Neistat, maybe he's got people that work for him, you know, in the sense of helping film and edit. I think he likes editing. I think he enjoys it. So I don't think anybody else is doing it. David Dobrik has editors. He has camera operators. He doesn't hold the camera. He doesn't edit the videos. And he's not making his money from YouTube. He's making his money from these big corporate sponsorships because he's got a lot of viewers. The more viewers you have, look, if I called up Samsung and I said, would you sponsor me? They'll say, someone will be with you shortly. Your call is very important to us. If Casey Neistat calls up Samsung and says, would you sponsor me? They'll say, would $1 million do it? Because he's got more viewers than I have, so they're going to get more bang for the buck. I don't have enough viewers so Samsung could be bothered. Even if every viewer I ever had responded, it wouldn't be enough. So Samsung's like, yeah, when you get bigger, you call us, okay? When you grow up and be a big boy and you want to deal with the big boys, you give us a call. Coca-Cola would probably be the same way. You're too little. You're too small. You don't have enough viewers. It's not worth it. But when you reach like 1 million and you start going to 2 million, 10 million, 20 million, companies will claw at you. Please let us give you some money. Take our money. Please, please, please talk about us on your channel. That doesn't come from YouTube. Michael says, design my house as a big computer case. Yeah, that'll look right in the woods. There's a log cabin. There's a colonial style. Oh, and here we have a large life-size 200R Corsair. Now, I want a very nice, modern home that doesn't look too modern. I would like the outside of the house to look like any other house in the neighborhood. But when you walk inside, I want nice floors, nice appliances, like not sub-zero, not ridiculous expense, but, you know, not the cheap crap I grew up with. You know, I'm still going to be a reasonable, you know, I don't have a bottomless amount of money to spend, but I don't want to buy crap. So buy something good, something nice. It's something you don't expect. I don't want the house to be like, first of all, I don't have that kind of money. Even if I could, I wouldn't. That's all I'm trying to say. I can't. But it would just fit in. It wouldn't stand out in any way, shape, or form from other homes. It would just look like another home. But when you're inside, that's where it's going to be nicer than it looks from the outside. That's my preference. Saturday Night Live, back in the day when Phil Hartman, remember Phil Hartman? He did this commercial for a new luxury car that looked like an old beater that dripped oil and had like a door that was painted the wrong color, like somebody replaced it. But inside, it was a luxurious luxury car with full leather, pointed materials. So the idea was that nobody would want this car looking at it from the outside. It just looked like an old junker that nobody would ever want. But once you get into it, it was like a Rolls Royce on the inside. That's what I want for my house. I don't want a junker, but I want just an average house that doesn't draw your attention either way. It shouldn't be larger than other homes. It shouldn't be smaller. It shouldn't be in bad condition. It should not stand out. It should blend in and just be another house in the woods. They're all different because they're not tract homes, right? So people they build their own homes in the woods. You don't have a construction company come in and build suburbia in the woods. So each house is its own design. There's no two houses that are alike, but they all kind of fit within a certain look. So mine would just be that. But inside, there's going to be nicer floors than you thought there would be. There's going to be nicer appliances than you thought there was going to be. There's going to be a nicer bathroom than you think would be in this otherwise normal looking house. That's it. That's what I want. I'm not out to flex. I'm not out to impress anybody. I prefer to keep it secret. Only when you walk in will you know the secret. You go, holy cow, this place is nice. I had no idea. I mean, I thought it was nice from the outside, but this is incredible. Yeah, don't tell anybody. Come downstairs to the basement. Let me show you the studio. And we're going to have the best studio with the best cameras and the best lighting and the best sound. I'll do whatever I can afford, you know. I don't even know how I'm going to afford it. But it's certainly within reason. Like, it's not such a wild dream that you're like, oh, you're crazy. You're never going to make that kind of money. This isn't that much money. This is not much more than what this house I'm in right now is worth. Seriously. The housing prices are that different. And it'll probably be a little bit smaller than this house. But it'll also be modern and new. This house is 50 years old. So I'll have a nice new house. And I can have a hand in the floor plan. That's pretty cool. And Brent contributes again 70 South African Rand. He says, here's for half a doorknob for your Michigan gig. Hey man, again, believe it, it's going to happen somehow, right? Even if I don't get a custom house or get this land, if that falls through, I'll still stick to the original plan, which is to just buy a house like regular people, right? Just go find a city I like, find a house I like, I can afford, move into it, and adjust it to meet my taste, right? Worst case scenario, still pretty good. Thank you. Master Singleton with $5.94 Australian says, thank you so much, Carey. I recommend Fisher and Paykel appliances. I never even heard of them. I don't think they're available in the United States. Says they're really great at a relatively affordable price range. I'll probably stick with Samsung and LG. I've had really good luck with them. I was really, really excited for GE, and then their product line for appliances has gone down the tubes. And the most expensive refrigerator that I bought, because I bought a refrigerator from GE, just a basic one. It was a good refrigerator. And I'm like, yeah, I wish I would have got the like indoor ice maker and stuff. So then I bought like the mid-range GE, and that was when I was still living at my mother's house, and I said, you can keep this refrigerator, Mom. You can have it. Because I'm so impressed, I want to buy a nicer one. So you can have this one. I'm not going to move it. When I buy my house, I'll just buy a new refrigerator, have it delivered. I don't even have to move anything. So I bought a refrigerator that was the most expensive refrigerator I've ever bought. It was $2,500 from the GE Elite series or something like that. Top of the line, best they make, and it's been nothing but problems. The other GE fridges that were less than half the price still run great today, as far as I know. But the expensive one that I thought, you know, I can trust this purchase because I've had such a good experience with this company, no, never again. Big mistake. Samsung and LG on washers and dryers have been good. I don't know about the refrigerators and I don't know about the stove, but seem pretty good to me. I don't need like Sub-Zero. I don't desire that really high-end rich people stuff. Doesn't appeal to me. I don't want to, you know, when and if things break, I don't want to pay the outrageous amount for parts. It's like having a nice car, you know. You can buy a used Maserati for a fraction of its original price, but you still got to pay the Maserati prices for brakes and oil changes and stuff. It's really no bargain, unless you do the work yourself. Joe says, don't come to New York City. A 2-bedroom apartments go for $3,000 to $4,000 grand a month. I've been to New York. It's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there. I'm referring to New York City. Upstate New York's beautiful. That's, you know, you talk about Buffalo and stuff like that, it's beautiful. But the boroughs, you can have those. Start without me. If I'm not there, start without me. The Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, New York City, Long Island, it's just... If you don't like crowds and you don't like people, then you don't want to be anywhere near New York City. I just told you I want to build a house in the woods. You understand? You just did the antithesis, the complete opposite of living in the woods. Live in a building stacked with people next to another building stacked with people, and another building stacked with people, floor to ceiling. And this goes on for miles. That's not desirable. If it was free to live in New York City, I would say, no thank you. You can have mine. I like to visit New York City. It's a wonderful experience. And then I like to go home afterwards. Richard is yet another chat member who's woken up from a nap. I guess I got a lot of nappers. I don't nap. My dad used to nap. So if I nap, it reminds me of me being like my father, and I love my father, don't get me wrong, I don't want to be like my father, you know. I don't drink coffee. I don't nap. What are you doing, Dad? You taking a nap? No, I'm just resting my eyes. Okay. Yeah. He didn't nap. He rested his eyes while snoring. Okay. Rick says, Carey, you broke your own record, 9 hours. Hey, I'm almost at 10. I might as well just go another 14 minutes. Why not? I don't even think YouTube can archive this. It's too big. I enjoyed New York City. I really had a good time. Everybody was polite. It wasn't a dangerous place like people make it out. The subway didn't smell like urine. People were quite nice. It wasn't anything like it's made out to be on TV a lot of time. But you know, Detroit, I can tell you, is not like what you see on TV. I mean, what they're showing you on TV is real, but it's so secluded, it doesn't represent the entire city. It represents a particularly hard-hit area of the city, which is just a small piece of it. And Phoenix is the same way. If I want to show you South Phoenix, you'd look at it and go, ooh, I hope you didn't go there without packing a gun. That looks like a dangerous place. Well, it's South Phoenix, right? That's not the place we typically show on TV. So for some reason, they like to show the grit and the grime of Detroit and New York City as though that's all it is. But New York City is not all grit and grime, and Detroit is not all grit and grime. But it does exist, but it exists probably in the big cities near you too. So I don't know why that particularly has developed as like, oh, let's show Detroit. Don't show the nice part. Don't show the part that's all gentrified. Make sure you show the part that's all neglected and abandoned, and let's just leave people with the impression that the entire area in the entire state of Michigan, right? Detroit's like right there, but let's just say this whole big area surrounding it is also just like that. And if you've never been to Michigan, it's very easy to think that that little tiny spot right here is the entire thing. You know what? You keep thinking that, so you stay out. Don't ruin it for me. Terrible place. Don't go there. Did I have the chance to try the bread maker recipe? No, I don't have a bread maker here. I have one back at the house, but I haven't really been home much. I've been here most of the time. I'm trying to get work done. I'm trying to get videos done. I'm trying to get so much stuff done, and I can't do it over there. I have to do it over here. So I'm kind of working on a, you know, sort of a, what's the word? Sort of crippled. I can't work with the same efficiency, and I'm sort of not in my routines. I'm starting to be. I've been here long enough. I'm starting, but it can be taken from me at any time, so I better not get too comfortable. Thank you for sending it, and when I have time, I'll certainly check it out. I love fresh bread. It's one thing I'm not like fussy about. If it's rye bread, pumpernickel bread, wheat bread, white bread, potato bread, I like it all. I don't like anything with raisins in it, and I don't like things that they call bread that aren't bread, like banana bread. You can have that. Muffins, English muffins, Italian bread, French bread, baguettes, croissants. I don't really care for focaccia, and I don't really care for the texture. It's hard, and I don't really care for pita bread. I don't stuff anything in bread, so it's just like bland, plain old thin bread. I don't care for brioche. It's like a donut. If I want a donut, I'll have a donut. I don't want a donut on my hamburger. That's gross. It's way too sweet. But, you know, like a traditional loaf of freshly baked bread in general, I'm all over that. I eat the middle. Yeah, I think I'll have a piece of bread, and you look and it's just tunneled out. Carey! Did you tunnel out this bread, or do we have mice? Some people like the crust. Well, some people wanted the bread. You weren't here soon enough. I would have saved some if I'd have known. I didn't mean to. I just started picking at it, and my hand started going lower in. I don't know what happened. It was a loaf a few minutes ago. If you'd have just gotten here a little earlier. Who does this? Nobody does this. Sorry. Here's a couple of bucks. Go to the store, buy another loaf of bread. When I worked at the power company, you know, I wasn't making a lot of money. And there were days where I would go to the store and they have freshly baked French bread, typically in the grocery stores here. Pretty much they all do it. And if you show up at the right time, they're still, you know, they're in like a wax bag, and they smell and they're soft, and you can tell they were made recently. And there's really no preservatives in it, so it gets hard. Like the next day it'll be hard. And you can, you know, do things to, like, you know, put it in a microwave with a little cup of water to kind of moisturize and keep it, bring it back to life. But you pretty much, it's never going to be as good as it was that day. So that used to be $1. You could go to the store, you could spend $1 and get a fresh baked French loaf of bread about yay big, about that big around, tapered at the ends. And I would take that to work, and I would pick at it while I'm working, and I'd eat a little of the crust, but for the most part, I tunnel it out. And bread is so dense, it's so heavy, I have no appetite for anything else. Like there's no hunger for the rest of the day. I'll go home after work and I don't want to eat. Just one loaf of bread. It's so dense, it has filled me up entirely. It's not healthy, it's not good for you, but it was cheap, and there was nothing to prepare. There were crumbs you had to clean up, but that was about the worst of it. And so maybe a couple times a month, you just see me at my desk with that bag. And I didn't have to wait for lunch. I could just keep it at my desk and pick at it. And it filled me up entirely. That with a couple of Cokes, I was good for the day. That was all I ate. Look how fat I am. It's not working. Michael Dane says, if you go to Columbus, Ohio, right off the I-70, there's a Kroger bread place. You can smell the bread being baked. Here in Phoenix, off the I-17, going towards Tucson, it's south, there's a Wholesome bread factory, Holsum. I don't know how popular they are. But I'm like, if my car breaks down ever, I want it to break down here. I'll just wait by the side of the road. I just breathe the smell of that. Whatever the bread they're cooking, it's just saturated the whole area. Like if my car's gonna break down, please let it break down here, and I'll patiently wait for a tow truck. Take your time. Hasn't happened, and I know exactly what you're talking about. Paul says, I thought this was a computer show. That was like 6 hours ago. You're late. You should demand a refund. Hey, I'm not saying I was suffering. When I tell you I bought a loaf of bread and that's what I ate, it wasn't like that's the only money I had. It's just the only money I wanted to spend. And I really wanted that bread. And I know if I eat that bread, I'm not going to stop. But I know if I eat all of it, I'm not going to be hungry the rest of the day. I already know this. It wasn't that I had to. Nobody forced it on me. These were voluntary choices I made. No regrets. If you don't get the no regrets reference, it's about people. There's not, I don't know, but there are people that have had tattoos made where it appears the tattoo artist has misspelled the word regrets. Yeah, give me a tattoo. Give me a big one right across my arm. I want to say no regrets. And then the tattoo artist is doing the work and you're just waiting. Zzz, the needle's going, you know, and then they wipe it in blood and they wipe it and there you go. No regrets. It's a tattoo. You can't change it. That's forever what it's going to say. So either the tattoo artist screwed up or the person asked for it to look like it was screwed up because they think it's funny. I don't know. I don't know which ones happened by mistake because there's a lot of them. If you search no regrets and hit the images tab on Google, there's a lot of tattoos that say no regrets. I love it. I think it's great. No regrets. Just etch that into my skin forever. No regrets. Martin says he's watching here in Ghana. Well, it's nice to know that not everybody in Ghana is a scammer. There's a lot of scams that come out of Ghana. I'm not making that up. You know, if you're from Ghana, you know that could be a rough place to live. That's got to be tough living. You don't get a lot of viewers from Ghana. Glad to have you here, though. Charles McTrollington said no regrets became a meme. I don't get it. You know, I'm not on board with every meme that comes out, so I'm not surprised. But just keeping up with Elon Musk's memes alone is a handful. Martin says he's an IT support specialist in Ghana. And like I said, we don't really see many people from Africa in general, right? Ghana's in Africa, isn't it? Let me show my ignorance. That's the popular thing to do now. That's cool. Like I said, when we get people from places I don't normally see, glad to have you here. David says a lot of the scammers are in Calcutta. Yeah. No, there's Indian scammers, and there's the scams. There's some real popular places where scams happen. There's some interesting documentaries from Vice News. If you just go to Google and search Vice News scammers, I think there's a number of stories regarding a few areas of the country, of the world rather, of countries that tend to play host to the majority of scammers. And I want to say there was a name for scanners in Ghana. They had a name for it in Ghana, a word. It was like a gang. But it might be confusing Ghana with another African country. Because, you know, I'm American. Sakawa boys. So the Sakawa boys are a West African internet fraud gang. That's Nigeria, not Ghana. But Ghana has a whole nother, there's internet scamming in Ghana. If you just type in internet scamming Ghana, there's several YouTube videos. And the Sakawa, that's the one I was trying to think of. There's been a number of documentaries about the Sakawa in Nigeria. You know, that Nigerian prince is going to wire you all that money. I'm just waiting for the check to arrive, and then I'm going to have a good life. Once that prince from Nigeria follows through on that email, I'm telling you, man. I'm going to be like, I don't know any of you little people. I'm kidding. I just crossed 10 hours of live video on my feet the entire time, never eating or using a bathroom since I started. Should I go another 10? Do you want to test my stamina? Do you believe me? Michael Dane says Sakawa from Ghana. I don't know. It's too much information in my head now. Joe Henry says, yes, you did. Yes, I did what? Congrats on 10 hours. You need a chair. Meh. Chairs are for sitters. You see, I rhymed it with quitters. You see, it was a... Never mind. It's comedy gold wasted on you people. His bladder is going to blow up. That's the new TikTok challenge. Selden says, we want the best for you. Take a break. Should I have a Kit Kat bar? Thanks, Selden. I got your email. So Selden, you know, you did the multiple cubes. That'd be kind of cool if they all kind of came together to become the cube for a little bit, a couple rotations, and then split back out, and then did their thing, and then came back together. That would be cool. So you're like halfway there. I was telling Selden what I thought would be cool, because he designed this little spinning cube, you see. I thought it'd be cool if the cube like spun a little bit and then kind of moved and then like hit an invisible barrier and then bounced away from it. And it appeared to be random, but it obviously wouldn't be random. It's just a GIF. It's an animated GIF. But if that's only 2.5 megs to make it do that, then, you know, we still have like 17.5 megs to make it do a bunch of other cool stuff to do more than just spin. Like maybe it could spin this way and then this way. And then while it's doing that, it can sort of move around apparently randomly so that it loops and you can't really tell unless you really study it that it's repeating itself. And Selden's like, that's actually harder to do than you think. And I'm like, well, nobody's complaining, by the way. People see the spinning logo sold and they're like, what is that? Like the reaction I'm getting from it is not what I expected. Nobody says, oh, that would be cooler if. No, they're like, wow, that's cool. What is it? It's a cooler. What would you expect? But yeah, Selden in the chat room designed that. And he just said, here's something I did to show you what I could do. What do you think? I didn't even ask for that. What I had pictured was just my logo spinning flat. He made this 3D dimensional thing that makes it look like there's depth and it's floating. Even I didn't really get that until I saw it. Because I'm like, you're putting a square in a circle. Like, why? I want to fill up the screen. You know, it's a round screen. Let's fill it up. That's my thinking, because I'm an idiot. Then you look at what he did, and you're like, well, that's way better than what I thought. His idea was way better. But it'd still be kind of cool if it did more than spin one direction. Like if it spun one direction for a while, a couple seconds, then it like toppled this way, maybe just like 2 rotations, and then kind of went back the other way, maybe 2 Can't be the same amount of rotations. It's got to appear to be kind of random, but it can't just start and then immediately change or no one's going to notice. Or we just leave it like it is, because I'm trying to improve something that everybody is like mesmerized with, and maybe I should just leave it alone. Maybe you just like hit it out of the park, and we don't need to improve it. But you know, it's me. I think we can always improve things, and we only use 2.5 megs, so we have 17.5 more megs that we could keep doing something. I don't know. It's worth trying. They love it though. What kind of cooler has the screen on it? That's the Kraken NZXT Kraken Z63, and then there's a larger version, Z73. It's been out for over a year now. They typically show the CPU temperature or the GPU temperature because, you know, that's what everybody wants to see. I want to look inside my computer to see what the temps are because they're never a problem, ever, for anybody, except for people who overclock. So I don't know why people are so obsessed with looking at it. Maybe we should get them a thermometer and they can check their body temperature. Ah, that's just my life. I don't care about that. Let's see what my CPU is running at every 5 seconds. Joshua wants to know about a Galaga animation. That would be cool, but I don't know that many people would recognize it. It's a very small screen, so I'm not quite sure what we could do with that. Selvin says somebody claimed to have a 30 meg animated GIF work with the Kraken. Let's do it, man. Let's see. If you build it, I'll try it. It doesn't hurt me none. There's even forums where people share their animations for other, so you don't have to make one. Like there's other people, they like, here, I made this and I'll share it with anybody who wants to download it for free. And they're usually like tunnels that keep moving and stuff like that to give it depth. Nobody's got what I've got. That's my logo. I don't have to worry about copyright violations unless I sue myself. And I always like to do things different. Maybe not better, but different. And in this case, I think it's better. I think it's drawn a lot of attention. And that's what I want the streaming computer to be. I don't just want to sit a box up here and go, hey, that's the box that I'm using to broadcast to you. I want it to draw your eye. And when I have a studio in place, I'll have some kind of shelving display unit behind me. And any of the builds that or products that I've, that have become videos here, I'm going to put them on display as artifacts of the channel. So people will recognize everything on display from previous videos if you've been watching long enough. And if you're new, you'll look at it and go, well, it's just a bunch of random crap. It's not random crap. Everything will have a story behind it that every viewer who watches my videos will recognize. I remember when he did that. Even that little Atari box I built, that'll sit up there, and we'll put the original Threadripper up there. That will just, even though I won't use it, it will stand as a set piece of history. People say, I remember he made a lot of videos about that, getting it to work. And then he finally got it to work and it was completely obsolete. And now it's a functional computer just sitting on a shelf, because that means more to me than selling it. It's part of the community and it'll go on the shelf. And as the channel continues to grow and we establish, moments for whatever reason that I feel connected to, if it's a piece of hardware or something I reviewed I don't use anymore, it'll go on that shelf. And everything on that shelf will have a story behind it that all of you will be able to know if you follow the videos. You'll say, oh man, I remember that from years ago. What is that? You can zoom into the background when I step away and you're going to see there won't be anything up there that's just random. It'll all have a backstory to it. And it'll constantly I'll be adding to it. Maybe removing things if it gets overcrowded. That's my goal. I think that'll be the coolest background ever. Some people put like motherboards up. It's like stupid. Let me put some motherboards up. No, everything's got to have a story. If it doesn't have a story, I don't want it as part of my set. And I don't want to have to explain the story. If you've been a viewer and you watch my videos, you will recognize everything. And it'll bring back your memory. It'll say, oh, I remember that. I think that'll be cool. And then I want my streamer to sort of be an eyepiece. An eyepiece? A showpiece. Something to catch your eye. All right. My stomach is like making all kinds of noises. I think it's trying to tell me something. So, yeah, I think it's going to wrap it up. I figured I'd do 10 hours. Once we hit 9, why not? Sure, okay. This Threadripper is so much better. So much better. I can't wait to finish it. I was going to do that today. What I was going to do is I was going to do the scamming the scammer thing. And then because these morons started coming into the chat room, I'm like, well, I'm not going to leave. I'm making a lot of money. Like, I'd be foolish to leave right now until these guys give up. Or I think it was one guy. But I just thought, you know, as long as he wants to do that, if I stop broadcasting, I'm going to start losing all the views and revenue he's making me. So I'm like, I'm going to wait him out because he'll grow tired. I can guarantee I can outlast him. I think he left like 6 hours or 7 hours ago. I didn't notice. I'm going to beat you. Okay. You're going to beg me to stop. Okay. And he's like, I've been whipping this guy for like 3 hours and my arm hurts. And I'm like, oh, did that guy stop whipping me? When did that, I forgot. Was that like 7 hours ago? Oh yeah, that's how significant that impact was. Anyway, if that guy didn't do that, I would have ended the stream 8 hours ago. I was at it 1 hour and I said, this video's done. Give me like an hour to reset everything because I wanted to bring this out and I want to test my tool and I'm going to do that next. But this guy kept coming in. And I think his goal was to get me to stop, but instead he encouraged me because of the money I was making from him. So he encouraged me to keep going. But if he'd have never done it, I would have stopped 9 hours ago. But because he was trying to get me to stop, I'm like, well, I mean, everything he's doing is generating more views and generating more money. So I'm going to let him keep doing it. I'm not going to go anywhere until I can milk that for everything it's got. This guy is basically working for me. I'm going to let him keep working for me until he grows tired, and we'll see who gives up first. He gave up like 7 hours ago, I guess. It's been a long time. And I was like, well, I'm into something now. Well, he sure did teach me a lesson. I'll never do that again. Oh no, did you cause me harm? Cha-ching. Please, please stop. Cha-ching. Oh, this money you're creating for me. Oh boy, I better stop letting you benefit my channel with views and revenue. Cha-ching. You're so clever and smart. Cha-ching. Boy, did I make a mistake. Cha-ching. You sure did teach me a lesson. Cha-ching. Oh no. They're so much better than me. They're so much smarter than me. They're so clever and intelligent and thoughtful and creative. Cha-ching. I'm still here. Where'd they go? Oh, wait, none of that's right. They're complete idiots who did nothing but benefit me. It encouraged me to keep going when I would have stopped. If that one person didn't do that, I would have stopped 9 hours ago. And I honestly, as soon as they stopped, as soon as I got like the hint that they weren't coming back and all the money and revenue they were generating wasn't happening anymore, I was going to be like, okay, I proved my point. I'll see you later. But you know, this is what happens. I completely forgot about him. I completely forgot about him. Like, I didn't even notice he was gone. I was like, oh, wasn't I going to stop when he left? Oops. I love it. Maybe we'll have some more tomorrow. Maybe I'll go live tomorrow and hope he comes back, because those analytics are going to look great. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. We had a lot of contributions. Planet Cryos, Master Singleton, Brent in South Africa. Certainly, KP Tech in Canada. Thank you for your numerous contributions. Frederick in Sweden, thank you. And of course, Peter Laycock, as always, my appreciation. Richard S. CCTV user. John Jack Wilson, good friend of the channel. Billy Zoo and Pratap. QXV Luke, I think is what it said. I can't really see it from here. Zdravko, always good to see you, my friend. Thank you. Angel, thank you. Piano instrumentalist and Pratap again. Stefan and Richard S. A lot from KP Tech. Christopher G. Angel. Multiples from Angel and Richard S. Thank you. Freedom Flights. Madi UL, good friend. Thank you. You're all good friends. Some of you I speak to on the phone, and some of you I've never spoken to on the phone. Madi is one I've spoken to on the phone quite a bit, and will again. Aaron, Computer Tech, and Eric P. Michael Dane, of course. Living to Live. Lots from Planet Cryos. Thank you so much. You're very generous. Chris. The problem with 10 hours is now my eyes, they're like watery and everything's blurry. I'm going to do my best. It's a distance away. Chris Gerertz. Sorry. GoPro Everything. More from Madi. Michael McFarland. More from KP Tech. David DeWitt. James Prezi. Freedom Flights. Kevin Arsenault. Kevin's been frequent and generous contributor. Of course, in PayPal, there was, I know, Luke Grenia, very generous. He often, when I see him, will give $20 via PayPal, and I don't see it in Super Chat. And PayPal gives me the money right away, and they take 3%. Super Chat is money I don't see for like up to 60 days, and YouTube takes 30% of it. I'm not complaining, I'm just telling you. But when I give these shouts out, it's not necessarily fair to people who give through PayPal because I don't see those while I'm live. Kevin Arsenault, Brian Loss, Dave Carey. And what happened was I had to turn slow mode back on because of the moron that came in. And when I turned slow mode on, it reset my viewer activity, even though it didn't interrupt the video, and you guys don't know anything happened. But in doing that, any contribution that was given before Dave Carey's contribution, I don't have it anymore. That's the other problem with these super chats. I don't get any sort of receipt or record. So with PayPal, I do. So if I didn't shout your name out, I didn't do that on purpose. I lost it. And it's just a downside of super chat. But I know I announced it when you gave. If you're still watching from that long ago, thank you so much for hanging out. And, it's a Monday during a pandemic. We've spent the better half of nearly 10 and a half hours together, almost a half a day. Sick of me yet? How about tomorrow? I'll try again. You had enough? But I'm not a troll. Why are you doing this to me? Sorry. I'm not sorry. No, you guys are great. See, I dismissed that. You know you're great. I don't need to tell you you're great. You already know it. Who am I here talking to? Anyway, I think being on my feet and not eating and not using a bathroom for nearly 10 and a half hours, it might be having an effect on my ability to appear sane. If sane is how I used to appear. But I should probably go now. You don't know what's going to happen now. The reality is becoming blurred, and I don't know what's going to happen. Probably people have been trying to reach me all day. He's not picking up his phone. It's been 10 hours. Is he dead? Oh, is he broadcasting? No, just call him tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Selden Bell, thank you. Thanks to all of my friends in blue. If you're not blue, I want to turn you blue. Don't be a jerk. Continue to participate in the chat. Please participate with each other and get to know each other. I think that's the coolest thing, is when you guys say hello to each other, especially when it feels like you really know each other. And you wouldn't have met each other because you don't live in the same state or maybe even the same country, but you share common interests. And that just tickles me so much to see this community that I hope will continue without me. That's going to happen sooner or later. But I do hope that the community continues somehow, some way, and that those friendships that you're developing will continue with or without me. That's really important to me, because you all should be friends with each other. You all have more in common than you may recognize, and this is a great place for us to convene together. But not just for me, but if you don't participate in the chat room, if you just can't even type hello, I don't care how shy you are or how reluctant you are. It's a very simple thing to do. There's no awkwardness to saying hello. You don't have to specify anybody. And if somebody says hello back to you, it's pretty cool. You don't have to say another word. But if you come back again and you happen to see that person or people that said hello back to you, maybe then say hello and then fill in their name. And they'll be like, wow, that person remembered me. How cool. Hey, how are you? And then they'll say your name, and you'll feel like, oh, that's kind of informal and nice and familiar. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. And suddenly you're making friends in the chat room, in the community, with people who are like-minded. That is the coolest thing ever. So I hope you'll do that if you haven't. I don't really type. I'm a lurker. So be it. If you're not comfortable, don't do it. You don't know what you're missing. They know. If you want to just live vicariously through others, it's your choice. Everybody's welcome here, as long as you're not a jerk. If you are a jerk, then just, don't say anything. You're fine. All right. Is it 10 and a half hours? 10 hours and 22 minutes? Should I go 10 and a half? No. It's like waiting for the next chip. Oh, there's another chip coming out. I'll wait till the next one. Well, we're at 10 hours and 22 minutes. Maybe just go to 10. Let's go for 10 and a half. Well, let's go for 11. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Thank you, guys. I appreciate hanging out with me. If anybody was here the full 10 and a half hours, seek help. I will see you all again. I'm going to say soon, but maybe not. I don't know. I'll see what much recovery I need from today. I'll probably be back tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'll see you all again very, very soon. And until then, I need a logo. Until then, if I had a producer, we'd already be done. I have to start over. I'll see you all very, very soon. Until then, bye for now.